named after the month of July? Or who's July named after? Sorry, I was distracted. Go ahead.
Julius Caesar.
Julius Caesar is correct. Absolutely. Yep. All right. Hang on just a second. Why is...
Brain on bread.
There.
All right.
Oh, there you go.
Hang on, Brett. We're going to set you up. We're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for
You come right out of a comic.
Hot Wheels. Anybody want to add anything else?
What the hell's happening?
I don't know.
4-pack of tickets for the Hot Wheels Monster Trucks Live Glow Party, Saturday, August 26th, 7:30 p.m. at Wells Fargo Center. Tickets for all 3 shows on August 26th and 27th are available at wellsfargocenterphilly.com.
All right, I have to ask officially, Nick, is Mercury in retrograde at this point?
Oh, you know what? It might start today, Steve.
Okay,
We'll
because
find out.
No, that was all human error. That had nothing.
Never cop to it yourself. Blame it on the solar system.
All right, we're going to start with this. Many in Hollywood took to social media on Thursday to voice their concern for the wildfires engulfing Maui, and Jason Momoa was one of them, as you would imagine. Plus, Jeremy Renner and Olivia Wilde all posted to Instagram to bring attention to the natural disaster, which has taken the lives of at least 53 people. The Aquaman actor had captioned a post that said, "We are devastated and heartbroken for our friends and Ohana on Maui who have been impacted in the recent wildfires." Pierce Brosnan and his wife share a home in Kauai. Keely, his wife, posted a video of ocean waves lapping the Instagram and wrote, "My sincere and heartfelt prayers for Maui and Hawaii counties, the Hawaiian community, residents, family, and animals affected by these unprecedented wildfires."
I mean, so they're just an island away, you know, and the carnage is taking place on that, not a boat ride away.
Yeah, Jeremy Renner responded to the tragedy via his Instagram stories, writing, "Very devastating to see my old home and the most magical community destroyed." Olivia Wilde also took to her Instagram stories to express grief in response to the disaster. She said, "Maui's always saved me, scraped me off the floor when I've been down. I love her. Thinking of the destruction and the lives lost is really breaking my heart." A lot of stars do have Hawaiian homes.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure that they're, concerned by all of this as well. Fast and Furious star Tyrese Gibson is suing Home Depot over an alleged racial profiling incident that took place at the West Hills, California location back in February. The actor and 2 men who have been described as associates that regularly provide construction services to Gibson filed a lawsuit on Wednesday stating that they experienced outrageous discriminatory mistreatment and consumer racial profiling during a visit to the store. The 3 men are suing the home improvement company for more than $1 million in damages, a number that reflects how much Gibson says he has spent at the chain throughout his lifetime.
I have no doubt.
They are also seeking punitive damages and a, quote, declaratory judgment declaring that Home Depot's actions violated California's UNRRA Civil Rights Act.
Do they mention specifically what happened?
No, and that's what I'm curious about.
Yeah.
So they said that the lawsuit states that Home Depot employees purposely interfered with and refused to process a transaction based on the groundless suspicion of Gibson, Mora, and Hernandez arising from their skin color, and in the case of Mora and Hernandez, their national origin. So maybe somebody asked if these guys were from America or something like that while they're trying to check out, and they were, having a hard time or accused them of something. I don't know.
We'll have to see the specifics.
It's kind of vague, yeah. A couple of people passed, and we'll start. Both of them were, horrible to hear about this, but a guy named Robert Swan.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
He died.
He died.
The best.
Well, now he finally stopped looking at
the actor best known for his roles in Hoosiers, Rudy, The Untouchables, and Natural Born Killers has died. He was 78.
Well, then I have to know what he.
You'll know him. So the veteran actor died peacefully in his sleep on Wednesday in Indiana at his home. His death comes after a long battle. He delivered the memorable line in Hoosiers where he rips up the paper and goes, "Coach stays."
Yeah.
That larger guy.
Yeah. I like that guy.
He was one of the fathers of one of the team members. He was also in The Untouchables. He had a great line, too, because he's the one who goes, "Mr. Ness, I don't approve of your methods." After he blows the guy's brains out when they're on the Canadian border. Throughout his career...
He's the first one to notice the speech impediment in Schindler's List.
Oh, he was?
Yes.
The character actor appeared in several notable projects, including The Twilight Zone, All My Children, the original version of The Equalizer, The Babe, and Rudy. And around 2000, Swan pivoted from acting to focus on singing, which led to him founding the Harbor County Opera in Three Oaks, Michigan. So he passed away at the age of 78. He had a long battle with cancer. And then another death, people reports that actor Johnny Hardwick, the actor who played Dale Gribble on the animated series King of the Hill, died on Tuesday. He was 64. We have a couple of clips to play.
They're not over.
From his character, if you're not familiar. The Austin Police Department told the outlet that Hardwick's body was found after APD officers responded to a Czech welfare urgent call.
Oh, man.
They added, this is not being investigated as a homicide. The cause of death will be determined by the medical examiner's office. Hardwick won an Emmy in 1999 for his role on King of the Hill.
Did you like King of the Hill?
I did. And you know what? I didn't watch it with regularity, but when I watched it, it was pretty damn funny.
It always made me laugh. I think I'm kind of in the same boat as you are, Preston. I would watch it when the opportunity presented itself. I thought it was full. I love the whole Chuck Mangione, fascination. All those little idiosyncratic things with the characters. I thought it was great.
It grew on me, Stephen. It was mostly like in reruns. I wouldn't watch it when it was airing live or new episodes or whatever. But I'd catch it a few years later, and I'm like, oh my god, this is actually really funny. Same thing with Bob's Burgers. Like I didn't like Bob's Burgers, when it first came out.
Now I love it,
and now I love it. Yeah.
So Dale was the one who had the mirror glasses, and he was a conspiracy theorist. He was always talking about the government and all this stuff. And boy, it was kind of. We have a clip now. All right, here we go. This is him talking about.
They're trying to control global warming. Get it? Global.
So what?
That's code for UN commissars telling Americans what temperature it's going to be in our outdoors. I say let the world warm up. See what Boutros golly thinks about that. We'll grow oranges in Alaska.
Dale, you giblet head. We live in Texas. It's already 110 in the summer, and if it gets 1 degree hotter, I'm going to kick your ass.
It is a great show. It ran for 13 seasons. Wow. 97 to 2010. Do we have another one?
Yeah.
Here we go.
I know what's wrong with it. It's a Ford. You know what they say Ford stands for, don't you? It stands for fix it again, Tony.
You're thinking of a Fiat, Dale.
And one more. Okay. No, that's it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's sad. And
he was a writer on the show as well.
No word on his death and what happened, so I'm not really sure.
I hate to hear stuff like that, like a wellness check, and they find the person.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
In January, Hulu had announced plans to reboot the series in which Hardwick was set to reprise his role, so sad news there. Couple other things to mention. Deadline reports that the 2023 Emmy Awards are going to take place next year on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, January 15th. The 3-hour program will air live on Fox from the Peacock Theater in Los Angeles.
3 hours.
The award show has been rescheduled from its September 18th air date due to the ongoing SAG-AFTRA strikes. A host is expected to be named after the strike ends. CNN reports that the culture minister Mohammed Murtada banned Barbie from theaters in Lebanon on Wednesday because he believes the film promotes homosexuality. Okay. Murtada said the movie violates moral and religious values as well as the principles of Lebanon and promotes sexual deviance and transsexuality. According to CNN, sexual deviance often refers to homosexuality in the Middle East. Kuwait also banned the movie on Wednesday because it contains, quote, ideas and encourages unacceptable behavior and a message that distorts the prevailing values of society. I'd like to see a list of movies that have been banned in countries like that.
There's a ton of them.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Or what they'll do a lot of times is they will try to excise. They do it all the time when they release movies over in China. There's a tremendous amount of stuff they do not want.
Just editing.
And they will, but the thing is, the audience is so huge that they will cut the stuff out rather than just not release it there.
Right. So Brody Jenner and Tia Blanco are happy parents to a baby girl named Honey Ray Jenner. The Keeping Up with the Kardashian star shared a video of Blanco's at-home water birth to Instagram on Thursday.
I won't be able to be there, sweetheart, as I'm circling the solar system.
And revealed that they welcomed Honey Ray to the world on Sunday.
I love you, little Honey Ray.
He wrote in a caption, Mama and baby are in perfect health. We are so incredibly in love and have been cherishing this precious time together as a family.
My
You
guess is
watched
Nick
it?
is looking at the footage of the water birth.
Yeah.
What did you see?
It's not edited, and like, God bless him. I have no judgment on that. I just was not expecting it at 6:55 in the morning.
Do you know
Crank it up,
anybody
turn it
who's-
on. Let me see it. I wanna
I
watch
do,
this.
Steve, and I'll tell you in a second after this
So,
video airs.
Yeah, you see a lot of red coming up out of the water from the
Kind of icky.
afterbirth and the blood and all that.
It is a little icky.
I gotta be honest, I'm glad I'm out here.
And you've seen a lot in your life.
I've seen a ton.
Yeah.
I've seen my own Adam's apple disappear.
What?
What were
Yeah, I
you gonna
remember
say,
that.
Kev?
No, I just said it is blurred out.
Yeah, it is. But do you
water.
still see some of the the fact that that's
Are they
a
worried
baby
about
kid
sharks?
No, that's a kid's.
Oh,
swimming
I'm
pool.
sorry, I didn't know.
So anyhow, they are happy and they have a new baby. So good for them. Former Bachelorette Claire Crawley reflected on her relationship with Dale Moss during a recent
These are two legends.
Crawley and Moss
Crawley and Moss.
during a
The new
recent
Cagney and Lacey.
episode of the Almost Famous podcast. She said, was this her saying this? Yeah, she said that relationship brought out the worst in me. It crushed me. It crushed my spirit.
I could see a difference.
It crushed in so many ways who I was as a woman. Crawley and Moss got engaged less than 2 weeks into filming the show's 16th season. Reality star added that she dipped low. After the show because she felt like she was, quote, begging somebody for their love.
I remember this one. You know, sometimes these stories transcend the regular base of viewers and it makes it into the mainstream. I think she was also, they were making a big thing because she was one of the older bachelorettes. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah?
Is this the one where they were doing like strip? It was not like a strip poker, but it was like some sort of stripping game. And the
that
one
I
guy
forget.
was like, yeah, and okay.
Yeah, he said, I'm not going to participate. Right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
I know that they're both stupid.
In an excerpt published by Oprah Daily from her forthcoming memoir titled Thicker Than Water, Kerry Washington detailed the experience of suffering panic attacks when she was just 7 years old. The Scandal star said these attacks came in response to her parents fighting at night. She said they manifested first as a rhythm of anxiety that encircled my brain, then evolved into a rapid pulsing, a whirling frenzy of metallic thumps, like those nauseating old spinning rides at a county fair. She said, despite trying to turn her brain off when she felt an attack coming on, she shared that she didn't have control. She said, I would take hold of my fascia, then work outward through my muscles and tendons. What's your fascia?
That seems pretty elaborate.
I mean,
it's along with the muscles and tendons.
So it would take hold of my fascia, then work outward through my muscles and tendons. Sometimes I would rock my body back and forth, vibrating, rattling, trying to drown out the pulsing noise and regain control of my body. One night, she couldn't take the sound of her parents fighting anymore. She said, I went out into the living room and yelled, stop, please stop. And she said that this was only the second time she ever saw her mother cry.
Was this written?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So it's
she
a
wrote
part of her
this.
book.
Yeah.
Yeah. So instead of saying it rocked her to her core, she Googled fascia and wrote that in there.
It would take hold of my fascia. What is your fascia?
Like Steve said, it's sort of attached to your muscles and skeletal system.
All right.
It upset her.
Yeah.
Could you just say that?
Yeah. Well, no, she's
her fascia,
making it a little bit more,
she gets
literary.
When she signed her contract in the book, they said if she could work fascia in there,
she'll get a bonus.
Oh, is that like Jim Jackson working baby wheel into his broadcast?
Yeah. Rob Lowe
you
opened
get
up
fascia in there, you get an extra $20,000.
Rob Lowe opened up about his time on the West Wing on an episode of the Pod Crush podcast.
Oh,
Parks
the
and
podcast.
Rec star said that he felt very undervalued in the role of Sam Seaborn on the first 4 seasons of the show.
Thing sucks.
He said, I felt very undervalued. It happens in any workplace. You can be in an environment where people sandbag you, want to see you fail, don't appreciate you, whatever it is. He added, I did not have a good experience and tried to make it work and tried to make it work and tried to make it work. But eventually he shared that he just had to walk away from it despite the show's popularity. So he did not
have a good time. And he apparently mentioned
enjoy his time on the West Wing.
A couple of the names of the actors that made it a not good time for him in his book and then thought better of doing that, so he doesn't mention them anymore.
Oh, really?
But there were specific people that made it, for him, an insufferable experience.
Anybody we would know?
I don't know.
There's
It's The big cast.
Big cast.
Yeah, that's the thing. So, all right, interesting. Listen, it's a Friday. That means there's new movies opening up, so I think we should. Yep. We will begin with Gran Turismo. It's an action adventure. It stars David Harbour, Orlando Bloom, and Archie Madekwe, I guess is how you say his last name. It's based on a true story of Jan Mardenborough. The film is the ultimate wish fulfillment tale of a teenage Gran Turismo player whose gaming skills won a series of Nissan competitions to become an actual professional race car driver. 2 hours and 15 minutes long. It is rated PG-13, wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score is at 55%. The Last Voyage of, how do you say this?
Demeter.
Demeter?
Yes.
Looks scary.
Last Voyage of the Demeter. It's a horror film starring Corey Hawkins, Liam Cunningham, and David Malkian. It's based on a single chilling chapter from Bram Stoker's classic novel Dracula. The Last Voyage of the Demeter tells the terrifying story of the merchant ship Demeter, which was chartered to carry private cargo, 50 unmarked wooden crates, from Carpathia to London. And strange events befall the doomed crew as they attempt to survive the ocean voyage, stalked each night by a merciless presence on board the ship. When the Demeter finally arrives off the shores of England, it is a charred, derelict wreck, and there's no trace of the crew.
So this is a small part of the book, but it is a cool part of the book, and it's ended up in, like, Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula. It is Dracula, obviously, on the ship who's causing the problem, and but in case it does look cool. It looks really good.
Yep.
Running time of an hour and 58 minutes. Rated R, wide theater release. It gets a Rotten Tomatoes score at 38%.
Stinks.
And then finally, Heart of Stone, mystery action thriller starring Gal Gadot, Jamie Dornan, and Alia Bhatt. Rachel Stone is an intelligence operative, the only woman who stands between her powerful global peacekeeping organization and the loss of its most valuable and dangerous asset. 2 hours, 2 minutes long. Rated PG-13. It's a wide theater release, and Rotten Tomatoes score, it's the lowest of the lot at 24%.
Yeah, I have to amend that, by the way, because they were wrong. It's not a wide theater release. It's a Netflix release.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. All right, a Netflix release. All right, we are now ready to play some clips. The Last Voyage of the Demeter adapts a single chapter of the classic novel, blah, blah, blah. We already told you about that. And here, director Andre Orvidal talks about portraying the famous vampire differently than past films.
We needed to always keep a sense of humanity to him, so he doesn't just become an animal, if you will, or a monster. He is a sophisticated character. I mean, he's a very sophisticated character. But in this instance, he comes down into this kind of feral, desperate state. And that's what we wanted to make the movie about.
Blah, blah, blah.
My name is Dracula, and I'm going to bite ya.
The Last Voyage of the Demeter is in theaters now. Here's the next clip. A UFO crash lands in an old man's backyard in the new science fiction comedy called Jules. In this clip, director Mark Turtletaub talks about how the movie's alien protagonist was the key to bringing its other characters together.
She doesn't say a word throughout the entire story, but she's the perfect listener that we all wish we knew or had. And that's what enables everyone else to start to say things that they haven't said in years, and then to begin to share with each other in a way that they have never done before.
Jules is out in theaters now. There you go. That's fast.
Yeah, we were talking, Nick and I, before the show today, and August is a time when they actually will dump a lot of movies they've been looking to get rid of.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's kind of the no man's land. It's after the majority of the summer rush.
Right.
So you get a lot of these movies that go, let's take it out for a spin.
Throw it there. Then.
Yeah.
All right. We are happy you're on board for this Friday morning with us. We have several things taking place. We have a couple of guests on the show. John Leclair is stopping by today. Comedian Annie Lederman will be here. We have an announcement coming up with the first Bizarre File a little less than an hour from now or so. We have some info we think you are going to like. We have Bruce Springsteen tickets to give away this morning as well, and some other things for you to win. So make sure that you are indeed with us through the course of the show. We don't want you to miss any of it. We'll take a break and be back in just a moment. So hang, please.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Making money off her baby bump, and so she took to Instagram on Monday to share a photo of herself rocking a bikini with her pregnant belly on full display. I've not seen this yet.
I did.
How's it look?
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, she look all right?
I think
she still looks annoying.
She's actually taken the time.
Annoying.
I'm with you.
She's taken the time to, I think, let people calm down about her.
Yeah.
You know? Like she's trying to stay out of the mainstream a little bit.
She wrote, happy 2016 to my beautiful Insta friends. So posting a bikini pic is a little out of character for me, but just now, while I was on the beach, I noticed that I was being photographed. I figured if this kind of photo is going to be out in the world, it should at least be an image that makes me happy and be one that was taken with my consent and with a filter.
She's right.
So she did it. Actually, it's pretty smart.
Who's she married to, or who's her boyfriend?
She is married to Adam Schulman. They got married in 2012.
And what is he? Craft services?
They've been together for 4 years, so before they got married. This marks the first time that Anne has publicly acknowledged her pregnancy since it was first reported in November. So
you know what? She's really good in the Batman movie. She does a solid job.
I didn't hate her.
Yeah.
But, Kath, I'm with you. She bothers the hell out of me. She really does.
Yeah.
Hey, but look at you hated Sandra Bullock, and now you love her. In fact, your whole lifestyle is now Sandra Bullock based.
She's taken over my my Sandra Bullock.
Your ire?
My hate slot.
Your hate slot.
I have a couple.
That's
of those.
that's what Dennis calls it.
Yes.
Jeez, I see the hate slot.
I can see the hate slots out.
We'll see how our luck goes with getting our lottery tickets.
I have a good feeling about it.
I do too. Are they saying that it could possibly hit $1 billion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's what happens. They start throwing some targeted numbers out, and then that causes
that fuels a surge.
The furor and
I'll be there.
Not that.
I want to play.
Furor is also.
The Fuhrer has heard.
Jeez. I hope he doesn't win.
That would be bad.
That'd be bad if Hitler won the lottery.
You know what? I would quit. I would retire.
Jeez.
I would get.
And that would be a good thing.
All right. I'd get a little place, go fishing.
Forgive and forget?
Yeah, You know what? I'll even hang out with some Jews. I'm wealthy. Who cares?
Oh, man. Oh, my God. All right. Anyhow, the fervor.
Yeah.
Is that a better word?
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
The Fuhrer has some bad memories.
Oh, God. Penelope Ann Miller, who we had on the show when The Artist, that movie was nominated.
Did you ever get to see that?
I did not.
You would enjoy it, really.
Really?
I know it's a weird conceit to have it,
It's a silent movie.
Silent movie, but
I've seen scenes of it, and it looks entertaining, looks engaging.
it's
So
well done.
I would like to watch it sometime.
She has a full-on bad shot in it, too, which is amazing.
Full-on bad shot?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's how they used to do it in the silent days.
Nice beaver.
When they needed extra dialogue, they would move that around, too.
Move that around?
Well, you see it move, and then a card comes up that says queef.
Dude.
Wow, we took it in that direction.
Serious.
We had to because we're artists.
Did we?
Because we're artists.
Some people work in oils.
And it would have, when the word queef would come, have little quotations around it. Yeah.
And then the dog looked up.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You know, the way they used to do it in the classics.
I don't know that.
Somebody in the theater would be playing piano during that.
Ding, 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 and then the music would stop.
Come on, Kathy, get in on this.
No, it's all right. I'm good.
I don't even. Well, listen.
My God.
Some of that might be untrue.
It might be.
Or all of it.
All right, some birthdays today as we wait for your answer. It is the 18th day of January, and from the band Korn, Jonathan Davis celebrates. Right before he blows out the candles, it's all right, everybody, here we go.
That's their riff on Cha Cha Cha.
Yeah, right, exactly. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jonathan. Happy birthday to you.
All right.
So sweet.
Now just how old
No, we're not going to do that. Jonathan is 45 today. Yeah.
And it's also, I think, National Brothers Week.
What?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're a brother.
Yeah. Yes, I am. Right on.
Is it brother, B-R-U-T-H-A, or
No,
brothers?
You're a brother.
If you have a sibling.
I am the middle brother. I have an older brother and a younger brother. That puts me in the middle.
I'm the only brother.
Did you get into physical fights with your sister?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she beat the crap out of me. She's 4 years older than me.
Wow.
Yeah.
And when did that change? When were you able to?
I remember specifically punching her one time and it causing damage, and I was probably like 14 or something like that.
That did not sit well with your dad. Didn't your dad give you all sorts of hell for that?
Probably. I don't remember.
That's how. Sorry, that's how it was for me too. They didn't punch, but I remember the first time getting like seriously hurt, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna
like
instigate
shoved or
this
something
anymore.
like that. Yeah.
Whatever it was, like I got hurt, and he was a little too strong for me. Then I'm like, okay, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, like Kathy, I was the oldest, but then my youngest brother Josh started playing ice hockey, and that got him in really good shape and much stronger than me. And it was probably, I don't know, 12 or 13 when he was able to overtake me at that point. We need to talk. Yeah.
Wait, and how much older were you?
I'm 7 years older than he was, but I remember him
At
getting
12, 13, he could,
yeah, because he started playing hockey when he was 6 or 7 years old.
Wow.
Those two things I wish I'd wrestled when I was young.
You had a 7-year-old beating you up when you were 14?
No,
he was
pay
13.
attention.
He was 17,
I
getting
want your
beaten up by a
girlfriend.
12-year-old.
I like your girlfriend.
Oh, he was getting the girls.
I'm going to take her.
Yeah. Josh was much cooler.
I'm going to make you watch.
He's 7.
Honestly, you would not think that a 7-year-old would possess the kind of strength necessary to beat up a much older. I guess at that point he was a man. But apparently the 7-year-old just throttled him.
Pierre might need some assistance.
What's happening?
The lid on his coffee is about to fall off, and he's got his hand.
I know, Pierre, you were a little sick, a little congested. You sounded yesterday.
Yes.
Are you fighting something, or is it full blown?
No, it just over the weekend I got some kind of a
Bishop
little cold
Robert,
thing.
by the way. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Your hat was pointed exactly in the shape of a Catholic bishop.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm a bit disheveled.
Just a bit. His shirt is falling off.
What makes you say that, honey bunny? You dress me every day.
His hair is shooting out forward today, which is wild.
You know, I'm a little scattered, which is not normal for me because I'm sharp as a tack.
Honestly.
50 bags in the Tommy Talk.
50 bags in the Tommy Talk.
The Tommy Talk.
Yes.
There's a fresh one for
I think most people, when they see you like this in the morning, they assume West Point cadet.
Exactly. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that vote of confidence from a fellow military man.
So you know today is National DJ Day, Disc Jockey Day.
I heard you. I only heard the last part of it, and I think you were alluding to my various meltdowns, were you not?
They're hilarious because
Marissa howls. The interns like cower, and Marissa will just laugh in my face because I'll make a little boo boo, and then we'll be right back after this. Off mic.
Dude, you just said it. I was stretching. I didn't have my hand anywhere near the button. Good Lord.
Sorry about that.
Oh, my God.
I meant to say
that's
the
exactly
other
what you
word.
do, yes. Mother effing.
Mother effing.
You just gave us a really dramatic presentation.
It just came right out.
Yeah.
That's what you get when you wake up in my body.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Really? And what's that?
Temporary tooth just popped out.
Oh my God, Steve's tooth just fell out.
Oh, that is too perfect.
I didn't know you had a temporary tooth.
Oh, yeah. The postman did. Can you see that?
How did it come out?
I don't know.
You don't have food in your mouth. Nothing.
No.
Can you smile for me?
Shoot.
What are you going to do?
Now we got to look at that all morning.
Oh, knock it off, you.
Wait, can I see your tooth?
There it is.
I don't want to see that. That disgusts me.
I can't believe your tooth.
Casey's losing it.
It feels so effed up.
Oh no.
Yeah, they put the post in and everything, so I got to.
So what are you supposed to have an implant? Is that?
Yeah.
So that's there until
the implant will go in. It'll go in. So I guess I'll be going to Dr. Petula. I wondered why I was drinking hot chocolate, my coffee.
Did you feel it?
A little squirt came out. I'm like, why would that happen?
Oh my God. We should all just go home.
That's too funny.
Oh, hey, Steve. Thank you for my birthday present.
Well, you poor
about to see that from
At least you're laughing at it.
Oh.
Well, there are worse things that could happen, certainly. My nuts could have fallen off. Yeah, I'll have to take that. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Moving on.
Seriously. Nah. It's a Mickey Rourke look I'm rocking today.
Yeah, are we going to be able to do the show?
I don't know.
No, I think I can. You just might hear a few S's that sound a little bit.
I can't look at you. I'm not going to be able to have a conversation with you all day. Oh my God, we're falling apart. We are literally falling apart.
We just started.
Oh, it's
so early.
I'm drinking the mocha, and I'm like, wow, why is that dribbling? And then,
Wait, where is it?
What?
The tooth.
Marissa brought him a cup.
Who doesn't have a tooth cup in the morning?
Oh my God.
It's too funny.
Marissa, I need to mention this, that our friend Rory Cheddarwiz, who's trying to have to win the award for Mullet Champion of the United States, he has slipped to second place.
I don't like this.
Oh, no.
And it's not because of votes. It's because of they take into effect charitable donations, donations to the Wounded Warrior Project, and I think there's a couple of different charities that this whole thing is going to be benefiting.
It benefits a lot of veterans, which is a great cause.
So, if you would and you want to support this young man, it'd be great to have one of the greatest mullets in the world being right here from Philadelphia. You can click on the link that we have on PrestonSteve.com, but they're asking for monetary donations, so a couple of bucks if you can send over and get
or
this.
$100,000 if you have it.
And remember, he's going to buy his sister a llama if he wins.
It's the sweetest thing I've ever heard.
It's a $5,000 prize, and he wants. They live on a farm. He really wants to buy a llama for his older sister.
And he priced him out because we checked it. The price of a llama can go up to about $5,000.
Yeah. So click on the link on PrestonSteve.com and help him out. All right. Before we have a few guests on the program. If we don't do this now, we'll never do it. And I think we need to go through the junk drawer. Not the junk drawer.
It's the junk drawer.
Yeah, the junk drawer.
Cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
It's been a short week that feels like a long week.
I have so many different things that I get them mixed up.
They're all so different.
I found something. Here we go, in my junk drawer. Parking in Philadelphia. Well, apparently, the Philadelphia Police 15th District is going to enforce a rule. No savies anymore. No savesies anymore.
So this is in Philadelphia?
Yes.
So this is not City Beat?
No, this is not
And it's not
City
something
Beat.
you noticed?
No, it's not. It's for literally, I'm digging it out of the junk drawer.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Yeah, hell yes. Absolutely. You can't save freaking parking spots. Come on, man.
I see people do it, and listen, I get that this is right in front of my house, or it's right near me, but legally, you can't save a space on the street.
You don't buy that or rent that when you rent or purchase your home. It's just not part of the package
As much
deal.
as you would like to.
It sucks.
Yeah.
And I know, we had friends that lived in South Philly.
Oh, God.
Tim and
was
Gina.
a friggin' nightmare.
And anytime I'd go... pull down their street. I'm like, where the hell do you guys park, man? And you learn how to do it if you live in the area.
You just never go home.
But so they've already started this. They're rounding up orange cones. So people literally put a cone out in the parking spot, and in just one day they rounded up 102 of them.
102 cones.
Yeah.
Interesting. Down in that area, listen, Tim would tell us that it'd take about a half hour just to find a spot, depending on what time of the day he would leave here. There's just no way to live.
So you just, here's my thing. You know what you're getting into.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Before you make that purchase or decide that this is the best place that you should reside. And unfortunately, it comes with the territory.
And we had the discussion as well about during the winter, if there's snow. Now, there's a little bit I can see, like if you've legally, you have no right to. But if you've shoveled out a spot and you put a chair out there, it's kind of a courtesy. It's nice. But again, legally, there's nothing you can do.
I have an appearance today in Center City. It's from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. It's at Wicked Wolf, which is on Chestnut Street. And when the promotions department offered it up, I was like, okay, that sounds cool. It's going to be a lot of fun. And my next thought immediately was, oh, man, what about parking?
Yep.
And it shouldn't cause anxiety in my head about figuring out where I'm going to park, but it does. Marissa, I know you're used to it, but I'm not. And it drives me nuts having to go into the city.
There's a lot right next door.
Is there?
Yeah, it's literally right next to a lot.
But she has a garage to park in, and you mainly walk or ride a bike around town.
Yeah, when I moved to the city, only because we work so early in the morning, I didn't want to be wandering the streets looking for my car.
Like a tramp?
I mean, I'm doing that at night, Steve. I don't need to do it in the morning. So I do. So I'm easy. But I have a very good friend who lives right near where Tim used to live, right by Pat's and Gino's. And yeah, it's awful.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. And it's actually gotten worse. They just built a whole bunch of,
great.
apartments out there, condos. But it's part of living in the city. And
life in the big city.
I do have friends who, if you're out on a Sunday, they get home before 5 p.m. because after 5 p.m., that's when parking gets harder.
Right. But the snow thing, that's where I enter into in kind of a gray area because that sucks because it's a fair amount of work you got to put in.
It is, and so if you want to be cool, you acknowledge that and you accept that. But again, legally, you have no right to that space.
Yeah.
And it's just the way of the world,
if
man.
If only they could find a way for the city to clean out and I mean, obviously they come through and they plow, but
in those areas like Tim's old area, in that area, forget it.
What do you do?
He used to tell me when he would shovel out a spot for his car, he would have to walk around the block. And because there was
to dump the snow,
you can't put it in the street,
right?
And you can't put it on. What are you going to
put it on the sidewalk?
Mail it to another state?
Yeah, it's a good point. Where do you send that stuff to? Wow.
My brother lived in Manayunk, and he would have a snow blower, like a heater thing, and he would just kind of clear the little area of their friends. But it's what you had to do. There's nowhere to do. You'd literally have to heat up the snow and melt it. Is the only way to get rid of it.
He had a snowblower, but a heater. What do you mean?
I don't know. He had something that kind of melted the snow a little bit. It had a heat element to it.
Okay.
I don't know. My brother does that kind of stuff.
I don't know.
He knows that kind of stuff.
He had a snow melter.
Yeah, exactly, Steve.
There we go.
Or me, we need to invent that. Did I just create something right now?
Maybe you did. But anyhow, they're not. The police said the only reason that they stopped initially when they were trying to round up these cones was because they ran out of space in the wagons and the cars they were using.
No more room to put the cones in.
Yeah, so they're giving you a warning that this is if you live in the city. You can't save the spot. You just can't do it.
By the way, if you're buying orange cones, like Lowe's and Home Depot has them, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So 15th district is Mayfair area.
Okay. But I think it's going to spread to
Frankfurt.
other districts probably. So just heads up on that. All right, let me go back in the drawer. See what else I can find.
I believe you're going through a drawer.
There we go. I found one. So today is the 31st annual Left-Handers Day. August 13th. Is that
Anybody
today?
left-hander here?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's day after tomorrow. Well, my youngest who is here in the studio, Caroline, is a lefty. And so, yeah, it comes with its challenges. What I'm curious about, though, is are there benefits to being left-handed? You know how, being tall, has its benefits, but it also has a downside to it.
I've always heard that because we're living in a right-hand world,
Yeah.
that you know, like the classic in The Simpsons, you know, that was the leftarian, wasn't it? The story?
Yeah, leftorian.
That Ned Flanders ran.
Yep.
I think from what I understand, there's more detractions to having to deal with that.
But there might be some kind of benefit that we're not aware of. You
I
know?
was thinking like sports because you're used to like whatever sport it is blocking somebody who's right-handed. So if they're left-handed and
Well, hockey
field
players,
hockey,
and
baseball,
pitchers
yeah.
are usually and hitters as well. Lefties are desired.
If you're a left-handed reliever, you're a hot commodity in Major League Baseball.
Right. But I'm wondering about anything else because everything else seems like it's a pain in the ass to be a lefty. This is apparently August 13th. It says it's a chance to tell your family and friends how proud you are of being left-handed.
Remember the left-handed scissors in grade school?
Yes,
They
absolutely.
had a little green.
Like a little nubby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I, from time to time, if I'm in the kitchen or whatever, and I'm busy, and I need to use a pair of scissors left-handed for whatever reason, and maybe I'm holding something. It's hard to do.
Yes.
There are certain things that
You're living in their world now.
Yeah, totally. That it is hard to cut.
All right.
with.
So these scissors are these strictly right-handed scissors that
Yeah.
I'm holding here? So
Yes.
like I can't. I'm using them with my left hand. They're not going to cut.
No, it will cut. But sometimes
Okay.
if there's something thicker that you need to cut, there's a certain pressure that you put with your hand when you use a pair of scissors, and it's sometimes it's just weird using using your left hand to use scissors.
I found a Reddit thread about benefits. Some I can't read on air, but this one is you get to sit at the end of the table.
Sit at the end of the
Because
table.
if you're sitting in like the middle of the table and you're left-handed, you tend to bump into the person who's eating with their right hand.
So maybe they'll put you at the end of the table.
Yes.
Or they just don't
because-
like you.
because you're a lefty. Okay.
Because you're always going on about your left hand.
That is one of them. You get to talk to other left-handed people.
One that I didn't consider, a friend of mine, Earl Bosch, Jim was a lefty, and he had said what always sucked was when he was writing in school, as you would go across the page if you were writing in pen, because the way you write, you write with the ink and then your hand comes across it.
Yes.
And it would smear all the time going across that way, and I never thought about that.
Yeah. Isn't is Paul McCartney left-handed?
Yes.
So right. So does he reverse the strings on the bass?
No, he's
does he stand on his head?
Jimi Hendrix did.
That's it.
He took a Stratocaster and flipped it upside down and strung it the other way. But no, I think Paul had a left-handed made for a lefty bass. Hang on, Adam has a comment. Adam, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
That's all right, man. You a lefty?
I am considered a righty, but only because I write with my right hand.
So
I play baseball, hockey, everything is my left hand, even eating, but I write with my right hand. Now, my wife is a psychologist who's a lefty and loves lefties. Will not consider me anything but a righty because I write with my right hand.
You can't get into the collective. You're an outcast.
Are you considered ambidextrous?
I consider myself ambidextrous, yes.
Okay, so but can you write with your left hand as well?
I can, but not as well because I haven't practiced as much. But if I did, I'd be just as good.
Okay.
The word is that Da Vinci could write with both hands
at the same
Yeah,
time.
At the same time.
like two different languages at the same time with two different hands. Yeah.
I can do
He's an
that,
overachiever.
but they'd be languages that I made up.
Thank you, Adam. Appreciate it, man. All right, see ya.
Some other random things I'm finding. When you're bowling, you use the less used side of the bowling lane.
Okay.
So it's like it has more of the dust or sawdust on
Seems
it,
like
I guess.
vague
the sand.
benefits, don't they?
Wax. Oil.
Well,
Yeah,
you know,
oil, sorry.
working. Okay, thank you. Oh my God.
You're thinking of
You're thinking of
shuffle.
shuffleboard.
Yep, thinking of shuffleboard. Anyway,
Have you ever done shuffle bowling?
No.
Pretty cool.
Use a bowling ball on a shuffleboard table?
They do. They
That's a
have
good
that.
idea.
They
really
have
good.
little pins at the
He's
end.
saying like a full 16-pound.
Oh. No,
Shuffle bowling.
but they do have shuffle bowling. It's a bar game. I just remember playing that
Yes.
after my dad's softball games.
Me too. And then fiddling with the radio if you're a passenger in the car. You don't have to like reach over.
If you're a passenger, all right, I could see that.
Eating a steak or anything
the
with
car.
with a knife or fork. What does it say? I always use. Oh, maybe that's just their habits.
Okay.
I'll keep looking.
All right, keep looking, keep digging. It says here that you need to let people know that you're proud of being a left-handed person and also raise awareness of the everyday issues that lefties face as we live in a world designed for right-handers. Wish everyone a happy Left-Handers Day on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. That's what they're saying. And they also have the Left-Handers Club if you want to join.
Is it an actual club?
Yeah.
Made for left-handed people?
No. It's a club. It's like a
beat
group
your
of
ass
people.
with this.
Yeah.
They used to break you of your left-handedness when you were being taught penmanship.
It was considered evil back in the day. The word sinister comes from the Latin for left-handed.
Yeah, that I didn't never understood why, but and
People
in
are
fact,
weird.
like Ringo Starr, I think he's left-handed, but he was forced to be right-handed by his family, and so when he plays drums, as generally when you're playing on a drum kit, you lead with your right hand, if you're a right-handed player, and as you go around the drum kit, it's more easy to get to drum because they go from left to right in tone up to down. But Ringo leads with his left hand when he comes around, and it makes it more difficult. But he does it because he's a lefty, even though he was forced to live in a right-handed world. Let me go to Tom real quick. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Great. What's up, bud?
I'm a lefty over here trying to figure out this right-handed world.
Yeah. And what do you want to share with us?
So, turning a lamp on and off. Now you got to reach your hand under and just blindly turn it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as a lefty, every house I go to, they're all right-handed. It's on the right-hand side. So I'm coming in with my left hand, trying to spin around, trying to figure it out. And it's difficult. Another thing is toothpaste. I can tell if someone in my house, I live with 6 people, they're all right-handed. When I put my toothpaste back in the cabinet with my left hand, the top of it is facing the right-hand side.
Because you're left-handed.
Else faces it the other way.
Because you're left-handed, is it more difficult for you to put the toothpaste back in the tube?
Nah, I got a small mouth.
All right, well, okay, hang on a second, Tom. Let me ask you, when you put your toothpaste on your toothbrush, which hand is your toothbrush in?
It's in my right hand.
Okay.
Because look, my right hand doesn't do much.
Yeah.
All right.
Being
It's lazy.
It's a lazy hand.
When I hold my toothbrush in my right hand and I use the toothpaste, I squeeze it out with the left hand.
You do, huh?
Yeah.
But then do you switch hands though to brush your teeth?
Yeah.
I hold the toothbrush in my right hand, and I squeeze with the left. So then I brush with. I just keep the toothbrush in my right hand.
There's a small
Thank you, by
hole
way.
in the wall that I stick the toothbrush in, Preston, and I move my mouth back and forth.
Oh, so you just do it that way?
Like a harmonica holder.
No hands.
Like a glory hole?
Yeah,
A
basically.
lot like a glory hole.
Yeah.
Something like that.
like a crest hole.
First world problem right now is my toothpaste, because I got it at Costco. So I got like a giant 5-pack.
Is it actually just hummus?
No, dude, that would be great. No, but the cap comes. It's not a flip cap.
Oh.
And I'm like, this is so annoying. Taking the toothpaste cap all the way off and then having to put it all the way back on.
Tonight, a story of personal triumph. Casey Boy from the Preston and Steve Show with his toothpaste dilemma. We go now to Rutledge.
To his neighbors he grew up with to get to the origin of it all. This is not a left-handed thing, but this is a bit of an offshoot. It's another story. Oh, and look, I found it right here in the junk drawer.
Yeah.
So researchers have found that hearing sounds from the left ear can provoke stronger emotional responses.
Which ear do you use to put the toothpaste on the brush?
The Swiss study showed a link between positive sounds like laughter with positive emotions when heard from the left side. However,
there's a robust laugh.
No, only in the left ear, Steve.
Yeah.
It worked.
Do we have the ability to pan on this board?
No.
I don't think we do.
If I
Okay.
No.
Dude. It says, however, negative sounds like screams do not evoke a strong emotional response when heard from the left.
So, is there any enhancement on the right side? Are there particular sounds that appeal to the right side of the hearing rig?
Not positively. 13 participants listened to sounds from different directions, left, like the left front or right. Scientists are unsure why our brains would have evolved this way. And the study author says further study is needed to determine if there is a link to hand preference or maybe even the arrangement of internal organs.
A long time ago, I read a theory that one of the reasons that deja vu could happen is that a nanosecond before your right ear hears it, your left ear hears it. So so it goes into your brain, the synapses fire, you hear it on one side of your brain, and then a nanosecond later, you hear it on the right side of your brain or vice versa or whatever. And so your brain is tricked into thinking, I've heard this before, I've experienced this before because it went in one ear just a little bit before it went in the other ear.
I remember that. I remember hearing it somewhere, Nick, and it's like, and that's actually fairly well accepted that's what could be one of the main causes of deja vu. Of all the things, deja vu is the thing I experience, I think, the most. You know, when they talk about little like flashbacks or whatever.
It's still weird, man.
Yeah, like, wait a second.
Yeah.
But it could be simply that nanosecond delay, but in your own perception of that delay, it seems like a much... This has happened before.
Essentially, you're tricking your own brain, or a sound is tricking your own brain.
They say it determines what testicle you put the toothpaste on.
I can't remember any deja vu moments in particular, though. That audio.
It seems like you just said that.
Was specifically triggering that.
But that's. It doesn't matter. It's the audio that's happening anywhere in your brain.
Anything.
Yeah, and so that audio starting on one side of the room and ending up, in your ear, and then on the other side of the room, that also gets to your right ear. That's what triggers your brain into thinking that this thing has happened before.
It's interesting because that's how we perceive where things are.
Yes,
is the difference in time, because sound obviously moves at a certain speed, and it takes it a little bit longer to get from one ear to the other, and that's why I can tell you're on that side of the room. You know what I mean? And that's why in water it's different, because you actually, if you hear like a boat go by and it feels like it's right on top of you, it's because of the way sound travels through water. It gets to both ears at the exact same time.
Yeah.
So it's all weird stuff. But I've not heard that. Deja vu theory.
I
before.
have.
That's interesting.
That is one that I that to me makes a lot of sense.
Wow. Okay.
I might have been able to silence the right-hand channel.
All right, let's try it.
Okay.
Wait, please provide name. Okay, whatever.
Don't worry about it.
Please provide the name of your favorite pet.
On our old mixing boards, you used to be able to do.
Yeah, pan.
There was a little knob called pan, and you could move everything to the left speaker or the right speaker.
Nah, I can't do it.
We don't have that here, so
Damn
it's
it.
okay. All right, listen, I've a couple other things to get to in the junk drawer. Let's find something else.
Very exciting.
All right, here's another weird thing, a la the whole deja vu and ear thing. TikTok users, Steve, you sent this to me, are convinced that a CIA, quote, cheat code from a 1977 declassified document is able to make your pain disappear. The special method was developed by the Monroe Institute of Applied Science as part of the CIA's Gateway program. And it was a type of training with the aim of changing states of consciousness and to lead to, quote, a gateway into different modes of perception. So the Gateway Intermediate Workbook writes that to reduce pain, listen to this is what you're supposed to do.
Okay.
Anybody have pain right now?
I have a severe pain in my right knee right now.
Okay, so let's take it out for a spin.
All right.
Here we go. Close your eyes.
Okay.
Visualize that part of your body that is in discomfort. So think about your knee. And the method requires you to look at that area of your body right now in question. After this, you should then repeat the number 55515 in your head. In your head. So do that for a little while here. Just keep repeating it. 55515.
Looking at the area with your eyes closed, correct?
No, with your eyes open.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't look at it with your eyes
Well,
closed.
you could direction-wise.
No, it says visualize that body, and then it requires you to look at that area of your body in question. 55515. Should I be quiet?
Yeah.
Am I distracting you?
You're ruining everything.
Okay. Well, all right. So
Now, how do you feel? He's standing up. He's taking a little
do
walk.
the Charleston?
all right. I don't. It hurts.
You're healed. You're healed.
It actually hurts a lot less. I'm not just saying that. It's
wow.
That's that's pretty wild.
Can you do the rerun dance?
I'm not going to try that right now.
Okay.
How about the Franz Ferdinand?
No, but I did finally figure out a way to cancel out the right channel.
Just by reciting that
Just
number?
by reciting that number.
that
can
didn't
still
work.
hear it in both.
I still hear both.
All right.
crap.
So anyhow, TikTokers have been flabbergasted by the seemingly no frills method, which they claim works. A bizarre technique is placed in the section of the workbook summarizing a list of, quote, daily tools, which it says are for use in your physical walking life.
So, Casey, you're serious. You're actually feeling a reduction.
I'm dead serious. I've been having this issue in my right knee. I don't know how or why it happened. I think it might be from cycling. But, so what's going to... When I rest for a little bit. So if I sit down, that's when it gets worse, right? So if I've been up and walking around a little bit, it hurts less and I'm not limping as bad. But if I'm inactive for a little while, the second I go to use that leg again, I can barely put any pressure on that foot. So let's see what happens in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, was it hurting at the moment when you were looking at it just now?
So it doesn't hurt. Doesn't ache right now.
Okay.
It only aches when I go to use it.
So don't use it.
All right. So we can't full on say that is a success, but
I wonder if someone
better,
listening, could try it.
So here's the deal. People are texting in some questions, and they were wondering if it could work on your back because you can't see your back. But TikToker Stephanie, who experiences chronic back pain as a result of a car accident, told her following of nearly 500,000, one of their techniques for daily life, I tried, and it worked, and it freaked me out. In the clip, which has over 6 million views, she states that the document was utilized to interact with non-physical energies, which, according to her, was fundamental in the CIA's Project Stargate research.
That's where you go back to ancient Egypt.
But Stephanie isn't the only one who has been left baffled by the technique. One user commented, okay, I'm freaking out. I have lower back pain, and the pain went away. Maybe you have to look in the mirror if it's your back. I don't know. Another chimed in and said, I just tried this with my sciatic pain and just now, and it's going away. But not everyone is convinced. Another person quipped, people act like they don't know about the placebo effect, which sounds like this may be it.
So
the commenter's slightly pessimistic view on the method isn't entirely misplaced, as laying center stage on the document's first page is a warning that says the material contained herein is intended for the personal and private use only by those who have completed the first session of the Gateway program. The attempted application by others may result in undesirable and uncontrolled effects detrimental to any such unauthorized user.
I don't feel so good.
Yes, you may.
I didn't read the first 2 parts.
You may want to be careful.
Oh, no.
Tucker just texted in, I can see.
Oh,
it's our blind listener.
Tucker's blind.
Dude. Oh, my God.
So we've had a ton of these things. Casey says, listen, I think, and if a placebo effect gets you relief, then it works in a bizarre way. So I don't know,
Somebody texts it says, I just thought 555-1212 and I got information.
Wow.
It takes you to Trinity.
What was that? What was the old phone number for information?
That was 555-1212.
Was it 555-1212?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Not KI39393.
What's that?
That's Imperial Pizza.
Oh. KI3?
543-9393.
Was that your pizza place?
It's one of the several pizza places, but that is...
What's Pika's number?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea, but Pika doesn't charge $5.50 for a pizza, and Imperial does.
You could charge, you could dial time and then whatever 3 numbers after that and get the time if you...
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Back in the
Oh,
day
man,
when-
we used to call time and temperature.
Yeah.
Just when I was a kid. Just
sure.
because. Just to
Find out what time
call
it is.
something or someone.
It was great.
Is that would it go ba-da-da-da?
No, that's when it won't go.
Boo-doo-doo beep.
No,
that means the call didn't go through.
They use it now for that.
No, you're
I'm
thinking.
sorry, the time doesn't exist.
You're thinking of boo-doo-doo.
No.
Oh.
Yep.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. You're right.
Casey's wrong.
You've
called the jitterbug number.
We need to find those old phone prompts
Let's look for those
that you don't hear anymore.
God, they were. Preston. Did you get a landline at all in your?
We have one.
Before it's the cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have your own phone extension?
My own phone extension. What
Like
do you
in your
mean?
room.
Yeah, we had private line.
Right.
My sister did.
Okay.
But I never got one.
Right.
She had her own phone number.
Because you do that stuff. You'd call, there's the, if you call this number, you get the jitterbug line.
Boobie-doobie. Oh, that's just dialing.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the name of that song?
In the mood. It's called In the Mood.
If you call
In the Mood.
6161, you get.
You called the random laugh line.
Jot that down. We'll try to find those old phone prompt sounds and so on. But right now, I want to move on.
He's writing it in. He's texting it into his landline.
From inside your phone, it's the Jitterbug Hour.
It's actually not a jitterbug, but
so let me. For those who may want to try this with the pain, I want to go back to this real quick. You have to close your eyes, visualize the area that you have pain, then look at that area, and then repeat the number 55515 in your head. You might get some relief from it. It may work for you. Even if it's a placebo effect, if it works for you, it works for you. You know what I mean?
That's all that matters.
You may as well go for it. I don't think it would work for me, but if it works for you,
do you have something that's currently sore right now?
Not really. You've been good. Knock on wood.
You're a Trinity man.
Things have been pretty decent lately. I don't know what's going on. Like a knee was hurting me lately. And
I knocked on wood and I hurt my hand.
I broke my finger.
Knocking on wood that I wasn't feeling any pain.
Yeah. All right. Let's do one more thing, and then we're gonna have to get to the car phone. Man, I have too many good things to go through here. I'll do this one because this is interesting. With the cost of IVF, in vitro fertilization, skyrocketing, some aspiring mothers are turning to black market sperm donations.
I saw this.
One round of IVF can cost up to $30,000. So some aging mothers and same-sex couples are turning to Facebook groups where men just donate their sperm for free. But
That's
they
illegal?
often require natural insemination or unprotected sex.
I had 3 testicles.
I was wondering about
And
that.
I deliver.
He's got plenty.
I was wondering how often something like that happens, where you ask for a sperm donation. Because I'm listening to the Brandy Carlisle audiobook, and she and her wife, they have they did IVF from Brandy Carlisle's friend, like her childhood friend.
Right.
And I just had this weird thought, do people do that? Like, especially like lesbian couples,
course.
right? Like,
Well, of course.
Melissa
Melissa
we're going to do
Etheridge,
this the natural way.
Melissa Etheridge used David Crosby.
Yeah,
But
did they have
did they have sex is what he's asking.
No, that I didn't
Now,
know.
this isn't the case of a lesbian couple, and it is a movie, but you remember The Big Chill, one of the characters in that, the whole time she's kind of surveying the guys as to who's going to be, because she didn't want to be in a relationship with anybody. She wanted to have a child. Everything in her soul said, I want to be a mother, but I don't want to get married.
Yeah.
And so she's assessing who might be the best contributor to that. So I'm sure it happens in real life. And, that maybe they just skip all the money and say, look, let's just do this the one time as a, for this
I had 3 testicles.
specified reason only. But I'll bet it happens, Case. I'm curious if anybody
My name is Kerry, and I have 3 testicles.
might call
Am I the man
in
you're looking for?
and confirm that or not.
Yeah.
But who knows? I ran into a guy that I played golf with last week, just a stranger I met on the golf course, and we were talking, and, he was 46 years old, and he had a 4-year-old kid. And I said, oh, you guys waited a while. He said, dude, we couldn't conceive. He said, we went through 10 years.
Oh, my God.
10
Oh, my God.
years
Oh, my gosh.
of going through
10 years, man! 10!
fertility steps, and eventually it took. And I'm like, man, you guys stuck it out. That's good on you.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it was a line on Shameless. It was a storyline. It was like the neighbors, V and Kev. V's mom wanted a baby, so Kev had sex with her.
Oh,
just to not have to pay for the artificial insemination.
And by the way, it's that's not a guarantee.
No, because
well, we're gonna have to try it again.
Sorry.
For those who turn down natural insemination, donors sometimes hand off their genetic material in parking lots or even Starbucks bathrooms.
You should have put this in a cup.
A woman named Nicole. Well, listen to this.
It's just in a hand.
Nicole and her wife wife drove from Kentucky to Ohio to pick up sperm from a man in a casino. She said he basically put his donation in a cup and handed it to us.
Oh, God.
It was very weird.
By the way, you would have to take some sort of...
I don't know the process.
Seminal fluid.
Yeah,
you would have to have something to keep its integrity. Correct.
I would think
you
so.
You couldn't just put it in a Yeti.
Well, and I don't know how long it lasts.
A few hours.
Will it?
Yeah.
Okay. So the sperm will stay alive for that long.
And the reason I know this is that we did an experiment in college where we took some up to the lab, the bio lab, and studied them after having spent some time by ourselves.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oddly enough, it was for French class.
Yeah. The French professor was like, what the hell's going on here?
Why are you bringing semen into French class?
But quite literally, we were studying motility and the wiggle of the sperm's tail.
Wait a minute. All right. Tucker, our blind listener, texted back in and says, there's a song about a woman that picked up a hitchhiker to get pregnant. I can't remember what it was.
Yes, it's a Heart song.
Heart. It was called All I Want to Do Is Make Love to You.
No, that's what that's about.
It's the schmaltziest song.
Yeah, it's a total...
Listen to the lyrics.
It's a total story.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah.
I never listened to lyrics.
You had two testicles.
Yeah, no, it's just like, she's just driving. She picks up this guy, and
Go ahead, read him, Preston.
Yeah, all right. So it was a rainy night. So when he came into sight, standing on the road, no umbrella, no coat. So I pulled up alongside and offered him a ride. He accepted with a smile. So we drove for a while. I didn't ask him his name. This lonely boy in the rain. Fate, tell me it's right. Is this love at first sight? Please don't make it wrong. Just stay for the night. And then it goes through the chorus of all I want to do is make love to you. And then she goes, so we found this hotel. It was a place I knew well. So she had done this before.
Yeah, she is a stone cold hooker.
We made magic that night. Oh, he did everything right.
Yeah.
He brought the woman out of me so many times easily. And in the morning when he woke, all I left him was a note. And so this is it, Casey.
Okay.
I told him, I am the flower. You are the seed. We walked in the garden. We planted a tree. Don't try to find me. Please don't you dare. Just live in my memory. You'll always be there. And then it goes on. She has the baby.
Yeah.
It says, then it happened one day. We came around the same way. You can imagine his surprise when he saw his own eyes. So she had the baby.
They had the baby.
She had the baby with her.
Yes.
And I said, please understand, I'm in love with another man. And what he couldn't give me was the one little thing that you can't. So she and her husband couldn't conceive.
Okay.
She went out and picked up Gary Lauer on the side of the road and took him to a motel.
3 testicles.
Get in.
And had the baby.
There's other ways you can do that. Like
the car pulls
I'm
up.
just saying, that's what the song is about.
Get in.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about people meeting some dude in a casino in Kentucky, like, dude, can't you just go on Facebook and say, I want a child. Is there anybody here that
I would
be
like to make
willing?
love with anyone.
Yeah, well, somebody that you know.
Right.
Well, yeah, but this was, I think that's kind of the way this happened.
That's
but it
what-
wasn't someone they knew.
Yeah.
But yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, you might not want that on your feed.
You made, what's that?
On your personal
I
feed.
thought she said on
You
your
don't
feet.
Just wanna,
I thought that too.
What's this? Is this semen
Listen,
on my feet?
I know you have a foot thing.
Yeah.
But
It won't work that way.
It's 3 feet up from there. So
I was just thinking, Marissa, what would I rather have? That on my feed or some random dude's baby? Like, I think I'd rather have that on my feed.
I think if you're going to get the potential father for your child, you find them on Twitch.
I mean, there's a career in video gaming.
absolutely.
So you may as well. I mean, some people make a lot of money. All right. Well, anyhow, that's the last item I'm going to have in the junk drawer. Let's close it up. Here we go.
That was the junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
Thank you, Kyle, singing the jingle for my junk drawer song. Listen, we are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. Not only the Bizarre File when we return, but also an announcement, something that you can participate in. We think you will enjoy it. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Glad I can't see me.
But like you said, when he uses S.
Sassafras. That's all right.
Wait, but how does it normal? It just stays in normally?
It's secured in, so it's and that's until
not so secure.
I
now.
actually, what happened was that I was chewing something last night. And I thought he might have felt a crack, but I'm like, no, it's fine. So,
okay, so that was
it's not a chewer. It's a,
no,
it's not a chewer.
No, it's a biter.
It's a biter. Yeah.
Do we need to maybe Cho's sells like denture glue or something? Maybe we could try that.
All I know is that if I'm going to have any dental work done, I want it to be done through Cho's.
Steve, I can't look at you.
I can't see it. The microphone's in the way, so I'm good over here. I can have a conversation with him. You guys can look at each other.
Steve finally saw it.
Did he finally see
it? It is pretty funny.
Hey, I got some apples. Would you like some apples?
You want an apple?
It's like your Billy Bob teeth.
Oh, God.
Oh, you should put the Billy Bob teeth.
You should wear those.
I got some dentures for you.
In case you came prepared.
These have been in my mouth. I'm sure you don't want them.
No. Yeah. I think I'll pass on.
All right. Well, let's try to do the show.
Okay.
Where were we? What?
Gave away the.
You did the stupid question, right?
Crazy glue. No, I'm looking at some of these calls coming in. Yeah, we did the stupid question. So he gets Lego Marvel's Avengers, which is available for PlayStation 4, all platforms, PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. All right. So, dear God. All right. So at the box office this weekend, number one was The Revenant.
Yes.
16. Yes. I know, man. It's sad.
Your lungs are full of mucus. My tooth fell out.
Our pets' heads are falling off.
We're going to have to remind people of that all morning long.
It's too good.
Yeah. It's been a rough week for the ladies in Charlie Sheen's life following last week's revelation that his ex-wife, Brooke Mueller, is back in rehab. He's
for
now,
the, 15th time? 15th?
All right, you have to stop. He's not going to be able to get through the show.
I have to. Now I have to take it. I have to explore different letters.
We're not going to make it through 7 a.m.
S's are fine, but F's are...
Yeah. Farfignugan.
Oh, my God.
This is going to be the worst show we've ever done.
No, it's not.
No, that's saying
it's
a
going to
lot.
be brilliant. I could never, ever, ever, ever do live stage acting. I can't even do it on camera when you get multiple takes. There's no way.
We're hoping to one day master radio.
I'm so self-conscious of don't mess it up. That I will mess it up.
But when I was in high school, we started if you had a lead, you started in June, July, rehearsing your lines and everything.
I guess maybe if you have enough rehearsal. I mean, anything I've ever attempted to do, I've had very little rehearsal on, and I'm like,
yeah.
Even when we, excuse me.
Again, here we are, perfecting radio.
Dude. That was...
You sound like snots.
I'm nervous.
That was mid-word.
That was.
That would have been your Colonel Jessup scene.
Right. You can't handle the... Excuse me.
I've had to recently, go to the bathroom outside. When we were driving up to Maine and Boston this summer, I had to, my family went into McDonald's and I was outside with the dog. And I found it ironic that it was fine that the dog was peeing outside, but I actually had to hide the fact that I was peeing outside. But there are...
Dogs get away with everything.
They do. But there are secrets, so, or tricks to the trade of, peeing outside. All right.
With this model, this life-size model that we have here.
Mandingo's twin.
We have two of them?
Dan Dingo.
Yes, we have Caucasian and we have...
Yeah, there's Mandingo and Dan Dingo.
So... What you can't do is lean up against something you're clearly or hide behind a bush so you're clearly going to the bathroom. What you have to do is kind of be out in the open. You still want to shield your jump.
You want to have your back
Wait
to
a
the
second.
people.
All right, so describe the environment that you're in where you're pulling this off.
This is where people are, right?
All right, so people are there?
Where are you?
You are people. All right. You are people in a parking lot.
And never forget it.
Lot.
All right, and then behind me is not people.
Okay.
All right. So I'm on my phone. Junk out. You can see my junk is out. I am now on a phone.
Now, no, there's no wires. We've never met before.
Look, watch.
I got one hand on the phone up to my ear, not talking to anybody. And then my other hand, which would normally be on my piece, aiming.
On your bird.
This hand is now up here,
You know what? It works.
Hold on, but don't you have to hold it? Won't it go wild?
No, it's not like a hose that you turn on at high pressure, Kathy.
Have you ever encountered one?
No. Still waiting for that magical night.
It's flipping all over the place.
It's a little bit crazy.
Walk a little bit.
So you're like Chris Angel.
Yeah,
You're like an illusion.
A little bit.
Okay.
All right, that makes sense.
I don't know if I could do that technique or not.
I know what he's saying, though, because you're using the simple art of deception and distraction.
I had something I wanted to bring up. Do we all agree that that Kathy's a beautiful woman?
She is a beautiful woman.
Very, very attractive.
What are you bringing up?
What? Nothing that I think is
The odor?
bad.
The odor.
No, you have Kathy's got a pretty face.
Yes.
No question. But do any of us agree that Kathy does suffer from resting bitch face?
All right, Danae, you're smiling. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the hard part. But if you catch her
not smile
when she's like doing work or on her laptop or something like that.
See, okay, and I'm interested to hear what you guys say because I would have never thought that I had resting bitch face.
And I might. Yeah.
She's
making a face.
No. What?
What?
That's not bitch. I don't know what that is.
I don't know if I think she has resting bitch face. I see she has sort of. I sit next to her in the office, and it seems just kind of neutral when you're doing your deal. I wouldn't say you look particularly bitchy.
We have a picture here of you, Kathy, just being.
So do you think that looks
in a
bitchy?
neutral face? I think sometimes you look like you're a little angry.
Well, I think you're an a-hole.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. Now I'm gonna rest like this.
Yeah.
Hey, Preston.
That's worse. That's worse.
Kathy's mood is the toughest, I think, to crack. I thought you had your period last week.
Well, I was going to say that because you guys don't know. You don't know when I'm PMSing, which I cannot figure out why.
We just.
I guess it's because I'm always a bitch.
She was saying
I'll
something.
turn to you and say, "Is this the week you don't have your period?"
she would say something, and I look. Casey just goes, "Are you on your period?"
He mouthed it in the meeting. I laughed.
Kathy,
But if I was PMSing, I wouldn't have left.
We are going to do a game that is called Young versus Younger. Okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to take the young, which would be members of the Preston and Steve show.
Yeah, right.
And the younger, our Preston and Steve intern staff. So it's very simple. We have Chris, and we have Aish, and we have Brianna, and we have Sammy who are here. And what we're going to do is Marissa made a list of various things from different generations. So there's abbreviations, there's terms, there are people, all from a different generation. I have things from the Preston and Steve show's generation, and I have things from the intern age's generation. All right, guys, the younger crew. What is a flash cube? A flash cube. Do we have all our answers written down?
Yep.
All right. Brianna?
Yes.
Okay. Chris?
I guess it was one of those scrolly cameras that you got at like CVS that you got developed when you used to go on vacation.
Like a box,
scrolly
like a box camera you're talking about? Yeah. Okay.
Disposable camera?
Yeah, disposable camera.
All right. Yeah. Is that right?
That is incorrect. All right. So I'm sorry, listener Matt, you lose. All right. Aish is playing for Bob on line 2. Aish, what is a flash cube?
A cube that flashes. I really don't know.
Be more specific. A cube that flashes for what?
Ooh, for a camera. Like a
I'll give her that.
Is it really?
She's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's absolutely correct. And the actual definition is a cube with a bulb that attaches to each side of a camera and takes 4 pictures in succession. A flash cube. You used to stick it on top of the camera, and you would take the picture, and it would flash, and you could only use 4 then. You had to throw it away.
All right.
So we move on now to the young.
The young-ish.
You guys.
Sort of, minus Steve.
All right, what is this? What is a, what's a boif?
A boif.
Yeah, B-O-Y-F.
B-O-Y-F?
A boif.
Finished.
Okay. Nick, you are playing for listener Arnold. What is a boif?
It's your boyfriend.
Yeah, that's correct. Short for boyfriend. Yeah. Kathy, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
All right, Mary, you win too. Steve, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
That's right. And Casey, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
Yes, everybody wins. Zach, Joe, Mary, and Arnold. And that means 4 points for the young team. And let me see what we have here. What is a Rolodex?
Oh.
Next, we are going to go to Aish, who's playing for listener Frank. What's a Rolodex?
A Segway?
No.
Segway.
It rolls. Exactly.
All right,
rolls across deck.
I'm sorry, Frank, you lose. All right, listener Ryan is playing with Brianna. Brianna, what's a Rolodex?
This is embarrassing. I said a game.
A game. No.
All
right.
And then, Sammy, you're playing for listener Dan. What's a Rolodex?
I put phone numbers in a rolly thing because I didn't know how to describe
I'll
it.
take it. Phone numbers in a rolling thing. I thought somebody was going to say a watch. You guys ready?
Yes, ready.
What is BYOD?
Okay.
BYOD. Jot it down and let's see if you know. All right, let's go to, first we'll try Casey out, and he's playing for listener Alan. Casey, what is BYOD?
It's bring your own. I wrote date.
No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. Alan, you lose. Steve is playing for listener Mike. Steve, what is BYOD?
I wrote bring your own drugs.
No, that is incorrect.
Good
Mike is
thing.
out. Kathy's playing for Gina. Kathy?
I got it.
What?
Bring your own doll.
No.
Kathy's ahead.
Cal got it or something. All right, 3 things we're going to do here. Froggy, bizarre file, and an announcement. So here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Sports and Social. You can cheer on the Titans just steps away from the stadium at Sports and Social in Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Watch the game on a 52-foot big screen with Budweiser, cocktail specials, giveaways, memorabilia, and more. We'll start with a story out of Tennessee. Officials said stabbing and carjacking suspect Shaun White, not the snowboarder,
right,
was hospitalized Monday after crashing a garbage truck into a building on Dolly Parton Parkway into a hot tub place.
Dolly Parton Parkway?
That is correct. Following a police chase, officers received a report of domestic disturbance.
Make a right on Conway Twitty.
Listen to this. While driving with his mother, White became agitated and ended up in a commercial parking lot. He stabbed his mother in the hands.
Oh, my God.
And then drove off in her Nissan. She suffered non-life-threatening injuries. First responders treated her wounds, and a short time later, her Nissan was found crashed.
That sounds a damn fool.
White had left the scene before officers arrived. At some point after the crash, White then allegedly flagged down a garbage truck. After the truck stopped, he reportedly got in the truck cab, held the driver at knife point, and forced him to continue driving. White, who has a lengthy criminal record that includes time in the Tennessee prison system, stabbed the driver multiple times before the driver ultimately jumped out of the moving vehicle. He suffered non-life-threatening injuries. The suspect then took control of the garbage truck and continued driving, reportedly hitting several cars along the way. The sheriff's office alerted officials the stolen garbage truck was coming towards the city. A few minutes later, the police department successfully deployed spike strips. The truck crashed into Tennessee hot tubs on Dolly Parton Parkway. Fire department extracted and trapped the suspect from the truck, or extracted the trapped suspect from the truck, and the sheriff's office took custody of them. The Highway Patrol is investigating the crash, by the way.
Crime spree.
Here's a follow-up story. The ex-husband of a woman who served a lunch that proved fatal to 3 people has claimed she tried to poison him. This is what you had mentioned yesterday, Steve. Erin Patterson was the only one who did not get sick after eating the meal at her home in Southeast Australia. Her former spouse, Simon Patterson, who nearly died from an unknown gut malady last year, has now revealed that he suspects she was trying to poison him. A source said Simon suspected that he had been poisoned by Erin. There were times he had felt a bit off, and it often coincided when he spent time with her. In a social media post from last year, Mr. Patterson wrote, "I collapsed at home. Then I was in an induced coma for 16 days, through which I had 3 emergency operations, mainly on my small intestine, plus an additional planned operation. My family were asked to come and say goodbye to me twice, as I was not expected to live.
Wow.
The former couple are now separated, but their split was described as amicable. Mrs. Patterson's former in-laws, Don and Gail Patterson, both 70, were among those who ate the meal, which allegedly contained a poisonous fungi. Gail Patterson, her sister Heather, and her husband, Reverend Ian Wilkinson, were also at the table. 4 felt unwell by midnight that evening. Mrs. Patterson and Mr. Wilkinson died nearly a week later. Don Patterson died the next day. Reverend Wilkinson is fighting for his life in the hospital. So,
yeah, it seems like way more than just a coincidence.
Yeah, the case has gripped Australia after police opened a homicide investigation and confirmed that Miss Patterson is indeed a suspect. We have to keep this kind of short because we have a guest coming up, so I'm going to only do one more story, all right? Listen to this, man. A woman allegedly abandoned her dog at an airport parking lot in Pittsburgh and got on her flight alone after being told that she couldn't bring the animal on the plane.
What?
So first of all, you could take a later flight.
Yes.
You could find out what the issue is, but no, she left the dog in the parking lot. The Allegheny County Police Department said that the agency was notified Friday morning about a dog left unattended in a stroller at Pittsburgh International Airport. Officers were able to locate a microchip on the animal, but attempts to reach the owner were unsuccessful. The police added that the dog's female owner was reportedly told by an airline staff member that her pet had to be put in a crate for the flight. So they could have done it that way.
Yeah.
The investigation revealed the owner then abandoned the dog near short-term parking and proceeded to board the flight. So rather than put my dog in a crate, which they probably, how dare I do that? I'll just leave him in the parking lot while I'm gone.
Hang
That'll
out.
do.
Play with the cars.
The authorities contacted the state dog warden to turn over the animal. They said that the warden is expected to file a charge of animal abandonment against the owner. A photo accompanying the police department's Facebook post showed an officer posing with the abandoned canine, reportedly a 7-year-old French bulldog. So,
French bulldog.
Just bizarre. All right,
the cutest faces around.
That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right.
Here we go.
Announcement time. We're excited about this, ladies and gentlemen. The Barbecue is coming up on September 16th. We have the Preston and Steve side stage. And ladies and gentlemen, this is how you enter to be in live band karaoke. All right. Do you think we'll have somebody do this song?
That'd be great. So it was such a hit last time.
Yeah. So here's the deal. We have the band side stage. They are fantastic. They can play pretty much anything.
It's sidearm, right?
I'm sorry, sidearm.
Yeah,
what the hell am I talking about? We have a side stage. Sidearm is the band. They can play pretty much anything. And last year we had 10 people come up and they sang a song on stage at the Barbecue.
It was great.
It was fantastic. People were eating it up. Their friends all came out. And here's what we'd like to do is we'd like to give you an opportunity to be one of our singers on the side stage with the band. Okay, so very easy to do. You can audition for a slot by clicking contest at WMMR.com. You submit a video of you singing. The entry deadline is on the 24th. So you got some time this weekend, next week, to get your music video together and send it. It doesn't have to be a music video
It's
per
on
se.
your
It's
phone.
just you singing,
Yeah,
all right?
yeah.
And judging and voting begins August 30th. 10 singers will be chosen. Each will get 4 Barbecue tickets as well.
Oh.
So you get to come and you get to bring some friends as well. So we are looking for singers. If you know someone who should be in this contest, that's great. Make sure you let them know. And listen, you don't have to be a professional singer.
No.
You just have to be somebody who wants to do this. We are looking for a little bit of presence, okay?
Yes.
And you do have to be able to carry a tune. But you don't have to be an amazing singer. We are looking for good singers if possible, but the charisma can sell us as well.
And we had that represented very well last time. There were people who were really good singers, but other people who really brought it. So whatever you can do it. We'd love to see it.
And the song that you sing for your audition doesn't necessarily have to be the song that you're going to perform.
No.
No, anything that you have. If you have something on your phone right now, apply.
Send it over. So just click contest at WMMR.com, submit the video of you singing. Like we said, the entry deadline is August 24th. This is going to be so much fun. We had a great time with this last year. Judging and voting will begin on August 30th. We'll remind you about that later on. But do it now, all right? And you can text Barbecue to 39333 for a link to enter and all the information if you want that right now. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to skip the song. We're going to come right back after commercials because our next guest has a short window here.
Want to get him in.
But we'll come back with John Leclair.
Yes.
And have him in the studio in a moment. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Is it drink?
Hang on. No, let's ask the interns. Brianna, you look like you know.
I believe it's bring your own dog.
No.
No.
Aish,
I
you know?
no idea.
Is it bring your own dip?
No.
Bring your own dip.
It's like a Super Bowl party.
How
like, bring
come
your
all
own-
these? Nobody knows these younger
dip parties.
phrases.
I think because maybe Marissa's not as young as she thinks she is.
It stands for Bring Your Own Device. An IT policy where employees are allowed to use their personal mobile devices and notebooks to access enterprise data and systems. Harper Lee, who wrote one of America's most enduring literary classics, To Kill a Mockingbird, of course, about a child's view of right and wrong, and waited 55 years to publish the second book with the same characters from a very different point of view, died at the age of 89 on Friday.
Yeah, I was surprised to see this.
Yeah. For many years, Lee, a shy woman with an engaging southern drawl who never married, lived
We were pretty much allowed to go.
lived quietly and privately, always turning down interview requests. She alternated between living.
She ran a laser tag place.
Oh,
yeah. That was her thing.
Well, you got to do something.
We were very fond of the game laser tag, which simulated actual combat without the actual casualties. Through the use of science and technology, you could stalk your prey and virtually assassinate them without causing any physical harm.
But the guns, they kind of go pew, pew, pew.
Pew,
Yeah, yeah.
pew. Pew, I got you. Commander Harper Lee reporting for Intergalactic Battalion.
Wouldn't that be the wildest thing? She ran a laser tag place.
Harper Lee's laser tags on Route 14.
No, she like did TV commercials for them and everything.
Yeah,
So
it's intergalactic fun. That's the sound of excitement.
Oh my! Oh God!
I guess they don't want to report on that part of her life.
Oh God! No. Okay.
Into the space shuttle. Next stop, fun.
This is terrible. So anyhow, she lived quietly and privately. She alternated between living in a New York apartment and Monroeville, where she shared a home with her older sister, lawyer Alice Lee, who is the one
That's this one.
We were pretty much allowed to go.
Any of you guys read Ghost Headed Watchmen, the second one?
No.
It's
I heard, it didn't get stupendous reviews.
It's too bad. Yeah. This is a terrible thing to say.
What?
She just should have done the one. You know,
well, I think this was wasn't this cobbled together without her consent?
That's sort of where.
Well, she
it
actually
was frustrating because
she wrote this before,
right? And then it takes place after, To Kill a Mockingbird. But I think it was one
In
of
a
those things.
future society where laser guns rule.
Takes a
Tell
turn.
you what, just spotted a Death Destroyer. Nice try, Glaxon. We figured out how to remotely turn your shields off.
I want to live with this for a while. I believe we had this gentleman in our studio at our old radio station worked at probably a dozen years ago or so.
I think to promote a movie, we're Up the Creek, right?
Without a paddle.
Come on! Man.
Son of a bitch!
Without a paddle with Seth Green and with Dax Shepard.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a fan.
Yeah.
All three were in the studio.
No, I don't believe you. You didn't get the name right.
I got the idea right.
No,
You're
it
Up the Creek without a paddle.
Everybody, this is Matthew Lillard.
You have a lot of people in here.
Yeah. We got some barbecue, too. If you're hungry, man, grab a bite to eat.
You're awfully fancy.
We try to be.
Hey, how do you like doing the convention? I know you've done your share of conventions, and you have a couple of things that really put you in that realm between Scream and the Scooby-Doo stuff and 13 Ghosts and all that stuff.
I'm in a lot of bad movies that people like. That's what you're saying.
I wouldn't say that.
No, I'm in a lot of bad movies. There's no doubt about that. I'm in more bad movies than your average actor.
See, I don't think you can call them bad. You know,
you don't know the name of any of them. You make eye contact with me and you name off 10 without looking at that computer screen.
No,
don't do that.
I can't do
everyone
10.
on the air just turned off. Like,
Tell us about your involvement with Anonymous and what that was all about.
How crazy is that?
Yeah.
It's the most famous I've ever been. It's like this week.
So Anonymous, this hacker
I'm
group.
so excited. Yeah.
What happened?
Hacktivists. These Anonymous are world famous hackers, and they hacked in last week to Donald Trump's outgoing message, and they changed the outgoing message to saying something like in a Shaggy voice. I'm actor Matthew Lillard, who plays Shaggy on television. Go check me out at, and gave these 2 web pages that
That's really
but I was
funny.
like, somebody, I was directing something, and somebody came up and was like, you just hacked Donald Trump. I was like,
all right, thank you very much, Marissa. So the 3 Ice Championship is taking place tomorrow. It's at 1 o'clock, Wells Fargo Center. This is exciting stuff. And we happen to have the head coach of Team Leclair in our studio. Oh! Former Flyer John Leclair is here.
Hey, guys. How's everybody?
Good, man. How you doing, John?
I've been well.
Nice to see you. And by the way, before we get into the 3 icing, you're still involved with the Flyers. You were named to a position in June, right?
I did. I just got back involved with the Flyers. Really excited about that. It's a great time to come on board, I think. I think things are really going to be looking up in...
Oh, yeah.
The future looks bright.
It does look very exciting.
I'm really excited to be back with the group.
That's awesome, man. Excellent. But 3 Ice is your main focus right now. And how long has the league been around, by the way?
This is our 2nd year.
Okay.
We had a run last year. It was really good. Getting it out there. The product was great. We had some real good eyes on it as far as TV-wise. Not as many butts in the seats, but we're getting there. But it's a great concept. Everybody that sees it loves it. They can't get enough of it. And I think it's something that's going to continue to grow.
Was the idea that fewer people on the ice, a little more, I don't know. Well, I mean, hockey already has a
how
pace.
do you improve?
The fast pace. I mean.
Well, I think the concept came from E.J. Johnson, who was just watching the NHL overtime, the 3-on-3, and just how exciting and how much people really loved the 3-on-3 overtime.
Yeah.
And he's like, this is awesome. And then with the basketball, that 3-on-3 basketball league they have, they took some of that. We altered a few rules to kind of keep the pace going and keep it a little bit more up-tempo. We play 2 8-minute periods, which is a lot of ice for 6 guys skating.
Oh, my God, yes.
And, we added a few different rules where once you go over the blue line, you can't come past the red line again. So you can't take it all the way back into your zone and slow the pace down. It's all about high pace. We want to keep the pace pushing.
And I saw icing results in a penalty shot.
And if you ice the puck, you just, it's a penalty shot.
Really?
It's try to keep the action going.
Yeah.
The skill. And then, with the 3-on-3, we have a lot of guys that are highly skilled. I mean, all the players today are so skilled and fast. So to let them have that ice and that freedom to do that, it's awesome. We even incentivize them. I think they give out a prize each week to the most creative or most exciting goal. So there's a lot of little things like that to keep, the entertainment value.
That's cool.
John, you and I were chatting in the green room before the interview, and I said to you, I loved the 3-on-3 in overtime in the NHL when it first debuted, and then it's gotten sluggish over the last few years. It's all about puck possession, and so the fact that you guys have implemented these rule changes is fantastic. Do you think that the NHL is looking and thinks, hey, maybe these guys kind of know what's going on in overtime now, or in their regular games, we might want to use this in NHL's overtime?
Maybe. I mean, I'm sure they've looked at it. I'm sure they've seen the success we've had about keeping the pace up, and it might be something they look in. Some of the things as far as, with that red line going back and forth, there's some gray areas sometimes that we've run across as far as the last touch of the puck and things like that. So there could be a little confusion if the NHL did it. It's not as, cut and dry. But one rule I think that we do is awesome is when the puck goes in the netting, it's play on. You just keep going.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. I think that's fun. And I'm not so, we also, it's kind of like shinny hockey a little bit too. Goal scored, goalie takes the puck out of the net, gives it to them, and away you go. So It's all about keeping the guys moving, keeping the action going.
I just want to let you know, John, my husband and I were up in Canada a few weeks ago. We took a road trip. This is on every TV, in every bar and restaurant, everywhere in Quebec, like everywhere. And it's really fun to watch. I mean, everywhere we were going, we thought at first, we're like, it's July and there's hockey on, what's going on? But it's really entertaining.
It is, and that's what the whole thing is about, the entertainment.
And who are the other coaches that are in the league?
So they got a bunch of really high-end Hall of Famers. Guy Carbonneau, Ray Bork, Larry Murphy, Joey Mullen, Grant Fuhr, and then E.J. Johnson and Craig Patrick. Craig Patrick was a legendary GM out in Pittsburgh, and E.J. Johnson played. He's a little older now. A lot of people might not remember him, but he was a terrific goalie back in his day.
John, do you still skate? You still get out and play? It seems like hockey guys still play till forever.
I do. When I got done playing, I didn't play or lace them up for like 8 years, and then we had that big outdoor game at Citizen Park, and I got invited to play and didn't want to embarrass myself, so I got back on the ice with a group of buddies that they get together every Wednesday night and we play. So I've been with that group playing hockey for the last 5 or 6 years now, and it's a lot of fun.
Have you played three ice? Have you played your own? Have you?
Yeah, that format.
I'm not quite at the level to get out and play with these guys. That's way by.
Is it intriguing to you though? You think you might like to take a spin at giving it a shot? Because to the casual observer, it looks like it's very cool.
It is cool.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll have morning skates and we'll get out on the ice with them and skate around and just push pucks as a coach kind of stuff. Jump in a drill every once in a while, but that's as far as it's going right now.
All right, so you said 2 8-minute halves. How many people on each team?
So you have 6 skaters and a goalie.
6 skaters and a goalie.
Yep.
And so you're substituting like regular hockey, right?
Exactly. They change on the fly. All that stays the same. It's just, but it's a lot of ice, and for 6 guys.
For 3.
So we actually changed the format a little bit this year. Last year we did it where it was a 3-tier each weekend. This year it's a 2-tier. We bring 4 teams in instead of 6 teams in. So last year these guys were playing almost 4 games sometimes, and they were exhausted.
To me, it seems the most daunting thing in the world. I mean, with a sport, you look at they just added like a pitching clock to baseball. It's always tinkering to make it. Something that is a real contest for the athletes participating, but also the spectators. You want them to have a good time. So. I think out of the gate, this seems to have a lot of the elements that are working. But, do you feel that right now this iteration of it is pretty much the way it's going to be from here on in, or do you still see a lot of tinkering that needs to be done?
I think we have the foundation of what they want to do from the way it sounds. I mean, there's always tinkering. There's always things we can add to improve. But I mean, the world today, it's all about quick entertainment.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to wait around. So I think that's why 3 ice is so appealing. And like I said, as Kathy mentioned on TV, it's very, it comes across well on TV.
Yeah.
It really does translate well.
So I want to go through some of the other rules because these are intriguing. There's no power plays because obviously you've only got 3 skaters out there.
Penalty shot, but the penalty shot's not your average penalty shot. It's a jailbreak penalty shot. So the guys are lined up on the blue line. Once he touches the puck, they chase him. And then and if he doesn't score, the puck's live.
Okay, so it just keeps going.
It's kind of like a soccer penalty shot too.
Okay.
Well, and it says the goalie can play the puck anywhere on the ice.
Right.
Yeah. Last year I had my goalie. He actually skated the puck all the way to the far blue line. So, it's it's open to be as creative as you want out there.
Yeah, it's like some of this almost sounds like a little bit of pond hockey, the stuff that you and your friends just used to tinker around with when you were playing,
There's a little aspect to that, but it's still, we want to keep some conformity to it.
Oh, I'm sure there's rules and everything, but I mean, like the jailbreak penalty shot, I'm like, that's awesome. That's what we would have done.
Exactly.
You can bring a gun on the ice.
Yeah. Those are the things we're tinkering with.
Right,
a gun, a ball, a bat. But we're just, it's not complete bedlam. There is some rules. But it's to like I said, these kids are so talented. What they can do with the stick and the puck, and the speed that it's done at, we just want to let them show their stuff.
Where are you guys? Where are the players coming from? Where do you guys see the recruitments happening?
So right now we have a lot of players that played over in Europe, and a lot of players that play in the East Coast League, and we've got quite a few AHL players.
Okay.
We've had many ex-NHL players, guys that have had some time in the NHL, and I think more this hooks on, you'll find some guys that can still skate and play and love the game, but might not be in the NHL anymore and want to have some fun for the summer, and this is right up their alley.
Awesome.
John, you used the term earlier in this conversation, and I had never heard it until a season or two ago. Scotty Hartnell was in the booth, and he described a game as being shinny hockey, and I misheard it. I didn't hear shinny. I thought he was describing poor play.
There's a lot
on
of
the
games
ice.
like that.
So I texted Scott, and I said, what did you just say on air? But explain to the casual NHL fan what shinny hockey means.
Well, shinny hockey is just basically what you do when you go play pickup basketball, or when you go to the ice, you throw the sticks out and you just pick a team and you go, and there's really no rules. The guy pulls you down or hooks or a penalty, you stop, you give him the puck, and away you go. It's just about playing hockey. There's no rules really. You just kind of go and play, and you judge what's fair out there on the ice.
You were talking about calling some players from Europe, and my wife and I happened to be in the Czech Republic. We took a vacation, and man, that is a hockey area, unbelievable. And I was curious, how does that location figure in? Because there were restaurants devoted to hockey. They were fascinated with American hockey. It was just all over the place. Is that a hot spot when you're looking to recruit talent?
I mean, obviously, Czech's got tremendous players.
Yeah.
It's obviously one of the more predominant hockey destinations where they produce a lot of great players. But all of Europe is really involved.
Okay.
But most of our players are North American-born players that are over there playing, and they come back here for the summer, and then they join this league to stay sharp, or some guys need it to put it on their resume as far as trying to sign on with another team. But it's more of that kind of.
I see.
How many international tournaments did you play? Because there was the '96 World Cup was here, right, in Philly. I think at the Wells Fargo Center. I think it was maybe the first event at the Wells Fargo Center.
It was.
Yeah. So how many did you play in, and did you like playing international tournaments?
I'm not sure. I played in quite a few. I was fortunate enough to play with Team USA for quite a bit. I played in some World Juniors, a couple Olympics, and then the World Cup. Playing for your country, there's nothing better. It really isn't. And I was fortunate. I played in an era where we had some great players. I played with maybe one of the greatest eras of USA hockey players to come along. I mean, obviously now there's another group that would definitely have something to say about that, I'm sure. But with the talent that we had, the success that we had, we just came short in Salt Lake on the gold medal. But the World Cup was a big thing. It's right up there as one of my top hockey moments, being able to win the World Cup and represent Team USA.
It's so cool to watch, and when you get these tournaments where there are the best of the best in the world, it's just and then you're not necessarily representing a team at that. You're representing the entire country. It takes it to a different level.
It does. And when you put that jersey on, you do feel that pride. You really do. And it's an honor. It really is an honor anytime you're able to represent your country in a sport you love.
What palms do you need to grease to get 3 ice in the Olympics?
I mean, they talk about it. You always hear about the Olympics adding different sports left and right. So
yeah, this seems like this would fit nicely.
It would, especially if they're having trouble getting some of the NHL players to come across, and it being the best on best that they want. I mean, who knows? They might want to go a different direction.
I assume that's an elaborate process. I mean, obviously, this is
few years
fly for the
down.
yeah.
John, being involved, with the Flyers again, and I want to ask this respectfully because you are now you're a veteran of the game, you're a veteran of the team, you're an older guy now, and being around and seeing the team in the locker room, the young guys that are playing. What kind of memories does that bring back to you when you were active and the Flyers were what they were when you were on the team?
It does. You walk back in the building, it does. It brings all that back to you, the great memories. I have nothing but great memories of being a Flyer. So when I go back then, that's kind of why I expect that all these other guys thinking that they're living the same experience I got.
Yeah.
It's an honor. It's, you're proud to be a Flyer. And, I think we're going to start seeing that in a lot of the guys. They're going to start, not that cocky swagger, but that proud swagger. It's important to represent the Flyers and represent the Flyers the right way.
Do you want, in a way, without saying, listen, kid, treasure this time. This is really special. You know what I mean?
It is. I mean, I played 16 years, but it went by like that.
Yeah.
It goes in a hurry, and you want to make the most of it. And you got to make the most of it, you got to put a lot into it. And that's what we need.
Yeah.
Well, we were just saying with Trey Turner the other day in that standing ovation, and John Kruk is talking about, what it's like to play in Philadelphia. And he said he feels bad for anyone who chose not to play in Philadelphia because they were intimidated by the fans.
It is. I think that's what makes it great playing here. I loved it. I mean, they keep you honest. And there's nothing wrong with a fan, telling you what he thinks. That's who's paying your salary. And, that's part of what pushes, I think, a lot of Philly athletes too. Is it's not pressure, but it's good to know that these guys care. It's not because they think you stink. It's because they care. And they care about their team.
Well,
they really do.
Kruk had mentioned that, and you have these players who really, he predates them substantially, and yet they review the YouTube videos and they go back and they watch the archival footage, and it's something that did not exist really for a lot of players. Are you surprised at people, these younger players who might have apprised themselves of your playing and watched, games that are available on YouTube? And does that happen?
I'm not sure. I don't put that. Half the time I introduce myself all the time because I don't think anybody recognizes me or even knows who I am. So that's kind of where I start from, and we'll go from there.
I gotcha.
Like I said, playing in this, there's a lot of pride, being able to play in any team here in Philadelphia. And I think, when you hear all these athletes, there's a reason why this is one of the best sports towns in America, and people love playing here. And it's going to be a destination soon for hockey players too.
There was a moment in the last few months where Tortorella was being interviewed, and somebody asked him about Flyers alum. People have been in the organization for a long time coming back, and there's this weird knee-jerk reaction in Philadelphia, especially amongst Flyers fans, of of course they're hiring somebody. He's been in the Flyers forever, and that's a bad thing. And Tortorella spun it in a way that I really appreciated, which was, that's a good thing. They take pride in this organization, John. You certainly did when you wore the orange and black, the Jonesies of the world, the Danny Brières, these guys that loved playing hard in Philadelphia, loved having winning teams in Philadelphia, and it might make you, and probably wants to make you, do even that much more for the organization, because you want it to restore it to where it once was and really where it should be.
Yeah, when Torch said that, I agree 100%. I mean, I have a lot more invested than a lot of other people. I care a lot more. I mean, I live here. Like I said, my best years were here in Philadelphia. I love the city. I'm invested in for the Flyers doing well. It is what I want to see happen.
Yeah.
So I don't really get all that part of it, but you got to start first and foremost. You hire the person that you think is the most qualified. But when it comes down to something like that, to me, I think you want people that are invested and really care about the whole scene too, about everything.
So, John, with tomorrow in the championship at the Wells Fargo Center, what else going on? Who's playing? What do we need to know?
So tomorrow you have Team Patrick and Team Johnson, Team Bork, and Team Murphy are the finals.
Okay.
Team Leclair didn't quite make it to the finals, which was disappointing. I'm as disappointed as you. It was tough. We didn't have the year we were hoping. But, it starts at 1, and, the 4 games will take place, and we're going to crown a champion, and it's going to be the Patty Trophy.
How many games in the season, by the way?
So we do 8 weekends.
Okay.
6 weekends. Each teams get 3 weekends to get their points.
Okay.
So my 3 weekends were in the past. We didn't have such a great run, but you get points, and then whoever's in the top 4 point goers go to the finals.
Okay. Well, the tickets are available. You can go to wellsfargocenterphilly.com and also 3ice, the number 3ice.com. .com and get tickets. And it's exciting. It's fast moving. It's cool twists on the regular hockey rules that you're used to seeing.
Yeah.
And it's the championship, and it's tomorrow, and it's inexpensive as well. It's not like going to a football game or something like that. You're gonna be able to afford this. In fact, there were $10 seats from what I understand, depending on where you purchase them. So make sure you go and support and check this out, and we'll see you around during the season, I guess, since you're in the organization.
I am. I'll be a little more visible, hopefully.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow, and then obviously the year ahead.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks for stopping by, John. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
John Leclair. Right here on the Preston and Steve Show. John's going to work his way out. He's got to get going. So we have a couple of minutes to play with. I think
right.
we have another guest who's coming up in a little while. So you know what we need to do, or else we're not going to get it done now, is we need to do the connoisseur. So I think that
It's time for a mini connoisseur. Is it mini or is it going to be regular size?
It could be.
It could be one or the other.
Smaller than usual, but not. I wouldn't call it mini. By the way, I wanted John to get out. He's my all-time favorite flyer. I didn't want to geek out.
Yeah. He's so humble.
I didn't want to nerd out on him too much,
I
but
know.
he's my all-time favorite player on the team. He's just
Such a good
power
guy.
forward
Yeah.
like him. Was just so cool to watch him play.
First American-born player to score 50 goals 3 seasons in a row.
God.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
He was
Wow.
incredible.
All right. Anyway, so
he's coming back. He heard it.
Yeah. I love you, man.
What'd you say about me?
So we'll also throw in some clips and play the movie clips.
You want to start with one?
We should start with one.
Okay, and we're gonna give away.
We have 3. We're going to let you choose.
Okay.
Okay.
You can choose either tickets to the Wildwood Tattoo Beach Bash, which is this weekend. You can have a case of Trogs Perpetual from Trogs Brewery, or you can have tickets to see Chris Tucker. And this is at the Met in Philadelphia. The show is Wednesday, October 18th, and tickets go on sale today, by the way.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
That's not the clip we're playing right now, but that is Chris Tucker. All right, let's play a movie food clip and see if you can identify what movie this is from. Listen closely. Here we go.
Hello, miss. Would you like to buy an ice cream? Me? Yeah, fresh ice cream. Yes. Thank you. 8 pence, please, sir.
There you go, pal. Keep the change.
Thank you very much, sir.
What do you think?
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
You should be very proud.
Thank you very much.
You should be very proud.
All right, 215. Such a cute scene.
It is a great scene.
215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know what movie that's from. All right, so yesterday, and we'll go ahead and celebrate it today, was National S'mores Day.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You didn't even get anybody Christmas presents.
We didn't, but our family is a big s'mores family.
So are you doing s'mores every weekend, basically?
Not
every day?
No. So sometimes, we usually have the ingredients in my house, and sometimes the ingredients don't last long enough for us to put them over an open flame. So my kids will just
buzz right through. I'll tell you what, I make the recommendation all the time. Tuck-ins are tremendous. They're self-contained s'mores, but I'm a huge s'mores fan. Are you, Preston?
No, not really. Yeah. I'm over marshmallows.
Oh,
so I don't really care. Now I like graham crackers. I like chocolate. I like all that stuff. I don't hate marshmallow, but marshmallows just seems like kind of a waste to me. And I'm kind of just over the flavor. So anyhow,
you reached that point in your life.
I have.
Yeah. I had tried to make a s'more in the air fryer, which can work. I did it too long,
right?
But it can work.
And you made a fire.
And I did not make a fire, no. But I also made the mistake. I put the chocolate in there as well. Chocolate does not need to go into the air fryer. Just the marshmallow on top of the graham cracker. Now, there's another thing that we wanted to try, but again, the ingredients didn't last long enough for us to try them, but it is a s'more inside a croissant instead of a graham cracker.
So like a chocolate croissant with marshmallow.
Essentially, that's what it is. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep. I would do it without the marshmallow. It'd be great.
But it's good because
You've been scarred by marshmallows.
Here's the origin of the s'mores. That's mainly why I wanted to talk about it.
Yes, the history.
The origin of the snack is credited to the entrepreneur Alec Barnum.
As in P.T. Barnum?
I assume so. However, the first recorded version of the recipe can be found in the 1927 publication of Tramping and Trailing with the Girl Scouts.
Marshmallows are desired by many tramps.
Yes. It does say tramping, so.
If you're a tramp or moose in general, you probably love the taste of marshmallows.
You little tramp.
You little tramp.
Even though the Girl Scouts were not the first ones to make s'mores, Girl Scout groups described them in their report as early as 1925. And yeah, so there was...
Everyone's loving s'mores. S'mores, s'mores, s'mores.
Especially the tramps.
When did marshmallows...
Rotting hookers love s'mores.
When did the marshmallow first come on the scene?
Ancient Egypt.
No pun intended.
Good question.
Ancient Egypt is the lore that I have heard.
So celebrating Moses. What are you eating there? They're called marshmallows.
Steve, he's standing over the burning bush with a stick and a mark.
Are you going to let this fire go to waste? No, my Lord God, what should I do? There's a stick, there's a marshmallow, and there's chocolate. And a graham cracker.
And thus was born
the s'more.
They're from like the marsh, like literally a marshmallow is. There are natural marshmallows, and that's where the confectionery candy came from.
I have heard that term marshmelon as well.
No, marshmallow.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah.
But that's the name of like a plant, a flower or something? Oh, interesting.
Okay, it's almost like a reed.
Okay.
Does it resemble a marshmallow?
The flower part of it does, and it's edible.
Okay.
Okay, so is a marshmallow candy?
Yeah, I think it is.
Right?
No,
it's a dessert.
Yeah.
I think it's a type of steak.
All right. Early recipes use the name s'mores, 2 words, s'mores. And it's unclear when the word s'mores became the more common name.
So we don't get French benefits?
Thank you for that. Here are some twists on it. Try spreading peanut butter on the graham crackers before adding other ingredients. You could substitute peanut butter cups in place of the chocolate bar. That's one I learned from Casey.
And I learned that from the Con family.
How about this? Replace the graham crackers with fudge-dipped cookies.
Oh, yeah.
You could use the fudge stripes, the Keebler fudge stripes.
I could be convinced to try that.
I like that idea.
You were scarred by marshmallows, man.
And you can add banana slices as well, according to
All
this
of those work.
particular story. Interesting.
And then, by the way, my claim was confirmed that ancient Egyptians were the first to enjoy a gooey treat now called marshmallow.
The treat was considered very special. It was reserved for gods and royalty.
Wow.
So they actually had some gods that ate it.
Here you go, Nick. It says marshmallow is made from the mallow plant.
Yep.
That grows wild in marshes.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention the s'moreo, which is my son's invention.
That's right.
And I'm proud of him for
What is it again?
Oreo.
Just take the biscuit from the Oreo cookie, Steve, separate them, and then put the chocolate and the marshmallow in between the two.
I could work that.
It's damn good.
All right, we're going to see if you know what movie this food clip is from.
Hello, miss. Would you like to buy an ice cream? Me? Yeah, fresh ice cream.
Yes. Thank you.
8 pence, please, sir.
There you go, pal. Keep the change.
Thank you very much, sir.
What do you think?
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
You should be very proud.
Thank you very much.
You should be very proud.
All right, we're going to go to Doug, see if he knows the answer. Hey, Doug, morning, buddy.
Separate them and then put the chocolate on the marshmallow.
Hi, Doug. Doug, can you hear me?
Who?
Doug, is that your name?
No, my name's Ed.
Ed.
There's the problem.
It's all good. Ed, what movie is that from, please?
That's from Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman! Wonder Woman! That is correct. And here is what we are going to give you because you requested it. What is it, Case?
All right, Ed, Doug, you got a case of Trogs Perpetual. At Trogs, artisanal meets mechanical in a state of IPA they call Perpetual, cycling through the hop-back vessel and dry hopping method. This bold imperial ale, pale ale, emerges rife with sticky citrus rind, pine balm, and tropical fruit. I don't like these words.
No. The product is fantastic.
Yeah.
The copy's too wordy.
I don't like these words.
I don't like how these words are situated on this page.
What are you, Hemingway?
All right, let me play another clip, Casey,
Okay,
if you would. This is a movie food clip. What movie is this from?
This was during the so-called disco era.
Okay. I thought you had a different one.
It's
well, okay.
okay.
Hang on. Here we go.
This was during the so-called disco era, but for me it was more the doing mushrooms era.
Oh, okay, we're gonna miss breakfast.
Why?
Never really thought about that, kid. I mean, I was never Mr. Popularity in high school, and I watched Fantasia a lot, and one day it just clicked.
Hey, Yappy, if you end the conversation, I'll get you an Egg McMuffin.
How How about a sausage McMuffin with hash browns?
You got a deal.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. What movie is that from? All right, order up. So it's time. Here, this is very interesting. Every state in the union, except for one, will be able to enjoy free tacos from Taco Bell over the next 4 Tuesdays, okay? From August 15th to September 5th.
Every state in the union except for one?
Except for one. New Jersey residents will not be able to seize the deal due to Taco Tuesdays being trademarked in that state.
Oh my
Remember
God,
that
it's
one
that
restaurant?
guy.
Yeah, so there was another restaurant that dropped the suit.
Yes.
That Taco Bell had against
Rather than
them.
fight it.
But the one in New Jersey is holding fast, and so therefore...
Is there still litigation going on?
So Taco Bell is offering up for the next 4 Tuesdays free tacos.
Is this...
except for in New Jersey.
Get the whole state against them?
Do you think they're doing it because of that spite of this guy?
Probably. Yeah, or maybe because they can't.
They can't. It's very possible that they legally can't.
Everyone else can claim their free nacho cheese, Doritos, Locos Tacos on Tuesday via the Taco Bell app, except in your New Jersey. It may be because legally they can't do it in New Jersey. They wanted to offer it up.
You always see in those commercials, sorry, Tennessee.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Sorry, New Jersey.
Yeah.
No
so
tacos.
I guess that's the case. So if you have the app, you could be able to do that from August 15th to September 5th on Tuesdays. So that's for roughly a month.
I never take advantage of these things. I never take advantage of get the free bag of fries or whatever. It's just nothing that occurs to me.
Yeah.
And I don't eat a lot of fast food.
I'll do them after like Eagles games. You get like a free pizza or something like
for
that.
something that happens in the game?
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's a line. I mean, you think like, I'm just going to roll in and there'll be nobody there. No, it is busy.
Yeah. So, but you have been warned, New Jersey. Come over to Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Enjoy it. We've got
Bring
over
some
here.
pot.
Head down to Delaware. You can get that done too.
You should do an exchange, Preston.
All right, we're going to see if somebody knows what movie this is from.
This was during the so-called disco era, but for me it was more the doing mushrooms era.
Oh, okay, we're gonna miss breakfast.
Why?
Never really thought about that, kid. I mean, I was never Mr. Popularity in high school, and I watched Fantasia a lot, and one day it just clicked.
Hey, Yappy, if you end the conversation, I'll get you an Egg McMuffin.
How about a sausage McMuffin with hash browns?
You got a deal.
All right, let me go to Lydia and see if Lydia knows the answer. Hi there, Lydia.
Good morning to see you.
And good morning to you. All right, Lydia, what movie is that from?
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy. That's right. Steve Buscemi and Adam Sandler in that clip. All right, Case, what do we have for Lydia?
We got a pair of tickets to see Chris Tucker, the Legend Tour. That is going to be on Wednesday, October 18th at the Met Philadelphia. And tickets are on sale today at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster.
All right, let's go to another clip. All right.
Sorry.
That's all right. Don't worry about
Do
it.
you want the one that I had earlier, this one?
Yeah, the one that was originally queued up. All right, let's see if you can identify the movie that this food clip is from. Here we go.
Your father and I were just discussing his day at work. Why don't you tell our daughter about it, honey?
Janie, today I quit my job. And then I told my boss to go f himself, and then I blackmailed him for almost $60,000. Pass the asparagus.
All right, let's see if you know.
I love it.
Let's see if you know what movie that is from. 215-263 WMMR. All right, order up. Subway announced that a staggering 10,000 super fans signed up to legally change their first names to Subway in order to get free sandwiches for life.
So they signed up for. Did they follow? They didn't all follow through with it, right?
No, but some are going to. Subway announced the overwhelming response to its name change challenge on Tuesday and revealed that in just 96 hours, thousands of Subway superfans got signed up. The lucky winner will be named later this month. So one person.
What's the price again?
Sandwiches for life.
Okay.
Life.
Yeah.
And Subway's been around for a long time.
For a long time.
You can kind of guarantee.
Yeah. I forgot to tell you guys that I changed my name to Endless Pool Swim Spa Foster.
Oh, my goodness. Congratulations.
Good
And
luck.
You still don't have it.
There's no contest or no promise of anything.
So when you get these lifetime supplies or year supplies, there's usually a caveat to that, and it means like one a week, one a month, something like that. When
It's usually it.
When we give away beer for a year, sometimes it's a case a month.
Yeah. I think it should be, if you're going to be fair about it, an unlimited amount that would allow you to literally clean out the inventory of the corporation.
If you
wanted to. Because at a certain point, you're going to get full.
Would a case a month, would that be enough for you?
What do you mean? It's more than enough.
Is that more than enough?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, at this point in my life, I don't drink nearly enough beer.
Yeah.
So you could dip your Subway in?
For one person?
Yeah, that would work for me. Yeah,
Okay.
for one person. If I'm not, I'm pretty much the only drinker in my house. I drink alone a lot.
With nobody else. I drink alone.
Well, there's Johnny Walker and his brother's Black and Red. Yeah.
And his cousin Five Alive.
Yeah.
You got Carter now.
That's true.
You got a little drinking buddy.
Well, yep. And Rochelle has started drinking wine again.
Excellent.
Welcome back to the club, Rochelle.
You'll be back to meth in no time.
A glass here and there. But yeah, you know what? Yeah, for me, a case of beer would be plenty for a month. So
Okay.
I'm,
Yeah, back in my drinking days.
Oh
dude.
no, forget it.
Yeah, on
No, that's
like
a weekend.
recycling day.
Yeah.
It's like embarrassing.
The trash can rattling
I'd be
around.
like dumping him in my neighbor's recycling.
When you go to the doctor and they say, how many drinks do you have a week? And you're like, well, and you try to make a joke and they're serious. And no, it's like recommended like 3 drinks a week.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
Yes.
their numbers are.
Yeah,
they
very
make
small.
you feel very bad.
Yeah.
That's predicated on, I think, more if you feel you have to have as opposed to you casually have. It's always vague about how they actually delineate. Excuse me. Whether or not you're a raging alcoholic. But it's interesting.
Casey, you referenced, back in your drinking days, and I still am a drinker, but there were different drinking days in my life
Right.
and more binge drinking. And then I was watching a video, I don't know if it was Crossing Broad or Barstool Philly the other day, but I guess the 9 in 9 thing it happens at the ballpark, and it's 9 beers over 9 innings. And I was watching this guy, and the whole section was celebrating him, and they were cheering the dude on. And I was happy for him or whatever, but I was like, there is no way in hell.
Oh, no.
At this point in my life, I could come close to that.
They're big, too.
Dude,
They are big.
when you guys were able to do it, and we would do drunk day, it had to be positioned in such a way that you had nothing to do for the 3 or 4 days after, because I mean, it was an ungodly amount of booze.
9 beers. 9 beers in what, 3 hours?
I mean, less than.
shorter now,
Yeah, games are like 2.5. Maybe you start before the game starts or whatever. I don't know. But it just, and then they're all celebrating the 9th beer in the 9th inning. And I'm like, all right, bud.
And he crushed it. He didn't just like take a last sip and do it. He like
Pounded
chugged.
it.
He
Pounded
pounded
it.
the whole
All right.
last
You guys
one.
ever do a power hour?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. It's a shot of beer every minute.
No, I never did do that.
Okay.
Never did do that. It seems like nothing.
Yeah, I did it for Ben. You remember Ben Harvey?
Sure.
He had a little birthday get together at his apartment, and we did it there.
You remember its companion?
The Century?
The Century Club.
Yeah, yeah. And
Oh,
in fact,
yeah.
I almost made it to the Century. I
I
did it.
thought about doing that, and I did the math. I'm like, man, that's when you, over the course of a weekend,
No,
right?
no. It's
No.
100 minutes, 100 shots of beer.
No, my Century Club was 100 beers over the weekend.
Also
Do you ever do
helps.
speed bowling?
100 beers. That's 5 cases of beer.
Yeah.
Holy
That's
hell.
insane. Yeah, no, that doesn't work.
Jesus.
Yeah, but there are a few people.
I think we're borderline lethal.
Do you guys remember? Did you ever hear of Cardinal Puff?
No.
Oh, that's another.
Is that a weed thing?
No, it's a beer thing. It's actually, it's kind of a secret society.
Oh.
Is it named after an actual cardinal?
There's a phrase that you use, which if you're a member, if you are Cardinal Puff.
Oh.
So you have to go.
the duchy to the left-hand side.
No, it's a beer thing. You'll have to look it up.
Do you guys do Edward 40 hands?
Yes.
No.
Oh,
Never did
yes.
that.
Oh,
Preston,
yeah, you tape the
you
40s to your
tape
hand.
a 40 to each hand, and then you can't go to the bathroom. You can't
Yep.
do anything.
Yes,
'cause they're,
very
yeah.
bad.
What was the it was like a sink or swim where they
Human
they,
scent of beer.
They lock it's a happy hour type of deal where
Yeah.
they lock the bathroom door, and the first person to break the seal ends the happy hour for everybody.
Special's over. Yeah.
That used to be. They used to do that fairly often. You can. People can die.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can have a perforated urinary.
Sure,
area
and it's happened. Yeah.
You could have like a silent room with no music, and it would look like everybody's dancing because they all have to pee so bad.
Yeah, for real. All right, we'll see if someone can answer this. What food clip is this? What movie is this food clip from? Here we go.
Your father and I were just discussing his day at work. Why don't you tell our daughter about it, honey?
Janie, today I quit my job. And then I told my boss to go himself, and then I blackmailed him for almost $60,000. Pass the asparagus.
Pass the asparagus. All right, let's see if we can get Jay on to answer the question. Hey, Jay, good morning.
Ramblers.
All right, Jay, what movie is that from?
American Beauty.
Yes, American Beauty. Annette Bening and Kevin Spacey in that clip. Yep. All right. What do we got?
You got a pair of tickets to see Chris Tucker. The Legend Tour is going to be Wednesday, October 18th at the Met Philadelphia, and tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster.
All right. Let's do another movie clip. I know we're going to break shortly, so let's see if you can identify what movie this is from. Here we go.
Sherman, I cooked all this food. Is that all you gonna eat? Hey, what's wrong with you? You supposed to eat that thing, not scalp it. Well, Daddy, all the calories in the chicken are found in the skin and in the fat, so I peel it off. What you talking about? That's where all the fats and calories is. You know where that come from? Watching that damn TV.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. By the way, when I was finding these clips this morning, I watched all of that. I watched the 2 dinner scenes from that movie from beginning to end because they are priceless.
And I mean, it's just, it's genius.
It's great acting.
Yeah.
All right, order up. I'm going to throw this out there. Our friends at Dunkin', you know we run on Dunkin'.
We do,
Listen,
damn it.
yes. They appear to be planning to release a line of hard iced coffees and hard iced teas.
With booze?
Yes.
Oh. Interesting.
Dunkin' has already received label approval to sell alcohol, and 4 varieties appear on the Dunkin' Spiked website.
Do they have a liquor partner?
It doesn't indicate in this story, Nick. I got to believe that they do.
Okay.
Rumored flavors include strawberry dragon fruit, mango pineapple, and caramel iced coffee.
So I have to assume that this will not be sold at Dunkin'. This will be Dunkin' flavors available.
Probably.
They would have to have a liquor license.
Yes.
to sell it.
So you couldn't do
Now,
that.
there are some, I
Like
want to
Wawa.
say around the country, some Taco Bells that have alcohol beverages.
The one in Vegas. Yeah.
And Wawa has had their beer. Remember that for a while?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been to Chipotle's where they sell beer.
Okay.
And,
so I don't know if Dunkin's going for that or not. I have no idea.
Five Guys. Not Five Guys. Shake Shack.
Yes, Shake
Yes.
Shack has beer. Yep. So, by the way, the teas are labeled 5% alcohol by volume, and iced coffees are labeled 6% ABV. Yeah. Release
you know
date
me.
has not yet been confirmed, but this was courtesy of Food and Wine Magazine.
I'm not mad at this trend. I've tried a couple recently. Sunny D has a hard version, and Arizona Iced Tea has one.
Okay.
And they're pretty good.
The hard iced teas?
It's like the green tea. Remember that can with or the bottle with the pink flowers on it?
Yeah.
With the mint label. And it's pretty good.
Okay, I believe it. I've had a couple of things that I've heard some hard iced teas. Casey's dad one time early in the morning cracked open a hard iced tea.
Yeah,
he thought it was a regular iced tea.
Yep, as he was working on his sermon.
What are you drinking?
Sitting there cracking open.
I'll bet that was a fun one that day.
Oh, yeah.
That sermon.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see if you can identify this movie. Here we go.
Sherman, I cooked all this food. Is that all you gonna eat? Hey, what's wrong with you? You supposed to eat that thing, not scalp it. Well, Daddy, all the calories in the chicken are found in the skin and in the fat, so I peel it off. What you talking about? That's where all the fats and calories is. You know where that come from? Watching that damn TV.
All right, let's see if Allison knows. Hey, Allison.
Hey, what's going on, Gadzooks?
Gadzooks to you. Allison, what movie is that from?
Dr. Doolittle.
Dr. Doolittle. Yeah, that is correct.
No, it's not.
No.
It's not.
Oh, it's not Dr. Doolittle.
It's not.
You're right.
You know what it is.
I'm sorry. Yep. I just automatically went to that. Sorry, Allison. That's incorrect. All right. 215-263 WMMR.
Really? Yeah.
I'm like, wait. No, you're right.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. All right. We'll get somebody else to call in. You know what? I'll do one more story while we're waiting for that correct call to come in.
I have one I'm very excited for, Preston. I'm hoping it's the same story.
Okay. Why don't you tell me?
Oh, is it Italy?
No.
Oh my God. I'll tell you in 2 seconds. King of Prussia is getting in Italy, and this is huge news.
Okay.
So Italy is this huge Italian food hall that they've won in Chicago. They have just a handful of them all over the country.
Okay.
And it's this massive, big food hall that has all sorts of like Italian pastries and pastas and everything like that. And it's coming to King of Prussia.
Is it one restaurant or is it multiple stalls or can you describe it?
Yeah, like think about like a really big De Bruno's.
Okay.
Kind of, but more like meets Reading Terminal. There's different restaurants to eat into and different stalls and type
It's
of like.
not a pop-up. It's going to be there for.
Yes, they haven't announced where it is, but it's big news.
Okay, when is this coming?
2025.
Okay, so we're a little
we'll
ways
talk about
off
it
of
in
Yeah,
2
we'll
years.
talk about it next year.
In 2071, there's going to be a burger joint.
Like people travel the country to go to the Eataly's around there.
Okay.
So there you go.
No, I was going to mention a beer thing.
Awesome.
And the question is, would you drink beer made from reclaimed wastewater? The toilet to tap method might be cleaner than you think. Epic, Clean Tech, and Devil's Canyon Brewing Company have partnered to create Epic One Water Brew made from water recycled from a San Francisco apartment building.
From a specific apartment building?
This includes shower and laundry water. And they're going to make beer. They're going to make beer from this stuff.
If it's processed and cleaned.
I understand that. But you don't need to market it that way.
Yeah,
to me.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
really want to know that. You know what I mean? That's fine.
Yeah, like Dasani is filtered water. You know,
Right.
but I mean, you don't need to know what was filtered out of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So recent research shows that recycled water can be cleaner than ground or river water. Wastewater is cleaned through reverse osmosis, which is effective in filtering out particles and chemicals that you would not want to drink. Some areas like Aurora, Colorado, and Atlanta, Georgia already use reclaimed water in its drinking water supply. But I think that's a tough sell on marketing it as this is toilet to tap beer.
It has that toilet taste.
Yeah.
This is some good ass.
Yeah, some good ass.
Well, and it's really ironic because there's a lot of wastewater from making beer. In fact, it's a big problem because breweries can't get rid of the wastewater sometimes. So to take it from an apartment building, put it in the beer, and then create more wastewater
I don't know.
that they're not using is kind of weird.
They're going to try. All right, we'll see if somebody can actually give us a correct answer to the movie that has a food mention in it. We're going to go to Eddie. Eddie, good morning.
I'm fat.
I'm flattered. Eddie, what movie is that?
The Nutty Professor.
That is correct. That's the one. Nutty Professor. All right,
He did do Dr. Doolittle, by the way.
You are correct.
Yes.
Where are we going to give him, Case?
We're going to send him to see Chris Tucker, the Legend Tour, Wednesday, October 18th at the Met Philadelphia. Tickets do go on sale in a little bit less than an hour via Ticketmaster.
All right, and there you go, friends. We got to shut down the restaurant.
We have
Close
to.
it up for the day, but thank you for all the food-related content this morning and for calling in to win the freebies. We want to take a break because we have another guest who is on the way shortly and is going to be performing at Punchline tonight.
Yes.
So we'll take a break, come back in a second, do a little more chatting. And don't forget, we still have Bruce Springsteen tickets to give away before the show is up with the lesson question. We'll be back in a moment. Stay put.
Preston and Steve
On 93.3 WMMR.
What's new?
Anytime, bro. You want to roll and bring down the Trumpster? I'm in.
These guys are taking on ISIS too.
Yeah, I think they're the new era superhero. I mean, look, they do some messed up stuff. I'm sure that people don't agree with everything they do, but.
Can I ask you though a connection? You were in a movie years ago, Hackers.
Sure, yeah. Hack the planet,
do
baby.
you think
Hack the
that's
planet.
do you think that's what the connection
I don't know,
is?
but I wish they would have said, "Hey, this is Matthew Lillard, serial killer from Hackers." That would have been made sense. I think it was just like, "Hey, dude, what impression do you do?" I don't know. I do Shaggy. And then some dude's like, "All right, bro."
You mean there
Let's
wasn't?
do it. I mean, it was so there was no. I don't
There was
think
no
a lot
committee
of-
meeting or anything
No, I
like
don't think Anonymous got together and said, "Well, who should we represent? What about the great actor?" I mean, I think that they were just a bunch of loaded up kids going, "Let's get it."
A couple of quick questions because you worked with some of my favorite directors, Wes Craven and
God bless
John
his
Waters.
heart.
Yeah, who just passed away recently. But you worked on Serial Mom with John Waters.
Sure, he was my first. The first day of work I ever had by myself. The first note he gave me, he said, "Do it again, but don't do it so." Effeminate but he didn't use that word.
John Waters.
Really? Yeah.
Who's John Waters?
From John Waters. Like, do it again, but don't do it so effy.
Yeah.
And I was like, I wasn't doing effy. Bro, I was not doing it. That was the first, to come from acting school to a John Waters set and not so effy. I was like, it was the most humiliating kind of moment of my life.
Well, it's a great movie. It ended up being just
It is. My mom at the premiere, I was like, my first film, and we're in the black tie because it was this thing for a fundraiser for kids. And we're in black tie. My mom's in the back of the limo. My dad's in the back. And I get in the car, and I said to my mom, I was like, so, what'd you think? And my dad's like, I loved it. My sister's like, I loved it. And my mom's like, nah. So to this day, the only thing I ever remember is my mom going, it was okay.
Great to see you,
You
Matthew.
guys, thanks. I thought I was going to be here for like 2 minutes. So thank you so much for revealing my life to the entire people
Actually,
of
wait,
Philly.
real quick, we have your first grade teacher right out here in the green room. Bring him in. Bring him in. No. Thank
Thanks,
you,
Guy. I
Matthew. Great to see you.
appreciate it.
Matthew Lillard, everybody. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner seem friendlier than ever on their family ski vacation with Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen.
Okay, here's again. I think they're going to get back together.
Is that your Tom Brady laugh or your Ben Affleck laugh? What is that?
No. This is his new laugh that he wants to do on the show when he thinks something is funny, and I'm not kidding you. He told me this yesterday, and he displayed it for me, or he gave me a little treat, a little taste of it.
I can verify Kathy's story because I was standing alongside of them both when this was presented.
And I think I'm pretty sure I just walked away. I'm not sure how I responded.
No, you kissed me.
First there was
kissed me on the mouth.
a painful grunt from Kathy, and then she walked away.
This is material you've been working on?
He's jealous because he thinks Marissa came up with a new laugh, so now he wants one.
Really?
That's what I think.
I'm not jealous.
Is that why you're doing it?
Is that Marissa's new laugh?
Marissa. Well, actually, it's gone away for a little while. I think maybe Marissa was hanging out with some people who laugh like, and she developed that.
Marissa has a supersonic.
Oh my God. When she actually, when you crack up, it is so loud it hurts.
And that's all it is.
Yeah.
That's her genuine laugh. It's like just a squeal and then it's
loud
over.
and convulsive and
But it segued to
why don't you laugh like Burgess Meredith is the penguin?
So now we have Casey's new laugh.
No, but
go ahead, let's hear it.
No, so the genesis of it was I was watching the red carpet for the Grammys on Monday night.
Yeah.
And you had these two talking heads on the TV.
Who were horrible.
They were terrible. And somebody said something that wasn't funny, and then they both laughed. And then so I was like...
So that was your mocking laugh.
That was my mocking laugh. I was there with my kids.
Well, I tell you what, laugh authentically if you think something's funny in your regular, normal laugh, and then you can float that in occasionally in a mocking fashion.
All right.
All right.
The other option would be too dumb to go with.
I'm a wheeze laugher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. That's, you got me when you hear I saw this story, Steve. You'd offhandedly mentioned Dachau.
Yes.
I did. I picked up on that, but I wanted to flesh that story out before I moved on to the Hitler stuff. But two historians have claimed that they have proof that Adolf Hitler suffered from an embarrassing secret medical condition. In their new book, which is called Hitler's Last Day, Minute by Minute, historians Jonathan Mayo and Emma Craigie claim that they have discovered medical records proving that the fascist dictator had a condition known as hypospadias, which results in abnormally small and deformed genitalia, sometimes referred to as micropenis.
Micropenis. Hitler had micropenis. So this on top of what you reported, I think, about a year and a half ago, that he had incredibly horrific gas problems.
He had real intestinal issues. He was a vegetarian, which
tiny
actually
penis and gas.
They didn't know at the time actually exacerbated his problem.
Sure, yeah, he was
tiny penis. He had one testicle. This dude, no wonder.
This was a despot in the It's a perfect mix of what goes into making a completely deranged lunatic.
I honestly wonder how much of his demented view on the world had to do with the medical problems he had. He obviously had mental problems as well. But
he was just. But it was all listen. If this is all as true as they're saying it is, that's certainly a stew that creates this kind of lunatic.
Hitler himself is believed to have had two forms of genital abnormality: an undescended testicle and a rare condition called penile hypospadias, in which the urethra opens on the underside of the unit.
What?
Yeah. Recently,
I pee out of a small hole near my taint. Time to
Wow,
show you what it's like.
He declared it. Recently, a German historian also claimed they had evidence that Hitler only had one testicle. By the way, there was a song in 1939 called "Hitler Has Only Got One Ball."
What?
Wow. Who sung that?
Want me to read you the lyrics?
Yeah.
Right. Hitler has only got one ball. The other is in the Albert Hall. His mother, the dirty bitch, cut it off when he was small. Hitler has only got one ball. Goering has two, but very small. Himmler has something similar, but poor old Goebbels has no balls at all.
Wow.
That was a song in 1939.
Who sang that? Bing Crosby?
No, it was Weird Al Yankovic.
Really? Yankovic.
Yeah.
The earlier. God almighty. That's heavy duty for that time.
Yeah, big time.
The dirty bitch?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't think it was recorded. I think it was one of those sing-along in a pub type of songs.
Not like an MGM musical?
No, nothing like that.
Ta-ta-da-da, that filthy bitch. Honestly, though, you couldn't exact the kind of revenge you wanted to get on a Hitler. I mean, what could you do that would equal the horror that he exacted upon the earth? But it's also a little comforting to know he had microphallus.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of comforting to know. My son the other day, who I guess is learning about some of this stuff in social studies, had came to me and said, you know what, there was a guy that apparently saved Hitler when he was a child from drowning, and he lived with the guilt later on with the fact that he saved a mass murderer. But how would you ever know?
And
how would you ever know? And you would be living with the guilt that you let a child die.
And you saved at that point, which is probably, we don't know if all the things that were in place to make him what he would be were there at that point. You could have saved a completely innocent, which is probably the case, child at that point.
Yeah.
And then the influences of life, realizing he has a super tiny dong and farts a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
I've got issues.
Yeah, apparently. Well,
I wonder if he had put a cork in his butt, if it would have finally popped out.
It would have made his genitals larger.
In fact, I'm putting my division on this. I want a longer unit.
Charlie Sheen claims that a testosterone cream was the reason for his bizarre behavior back in 2011.
Oh my God.
That's what did it.
Yeah, right?
That was it. It turned me into a warlock. A freaking warlock. That's the thing I hate most in his vocal. I don't know.
That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
He explains in a new interview with Dr. Oz that was a very specific period
Where's the Tin Man?
Period of time that did feel very out of body and just very detached from all things real.
Almost as if he was completely deranged.
He said, I felt superhuman during some of that. He said it was
a freaking rock star.
A lot of highs and lows. Well, he did ride on a Mercury surfboard.
Mercury surfboard.
Yeah.
I've been riding it on a Mercury surfboard.
Like the Silver Surfer.
Yeah. He said I was taking
Fantastic Four.
I was taking a lot of testosterone cream, and I think I went too far with it. It was kind of like a borderline, not roid rage, but roid disengage. The former 2.5 Men star also addressed his violent torpedo of truth, defeat is not an option tour, saying that's the stuff that I do look at and cringe a little.
Oh, good.
It was nice to give people a bunch of slogans and T-shirts and all that, but the rest of it was a lot of work. There were things about that person that were empowering, that were vibrant, but I didn't like the anger. I tend to be victimized by my anger at times. It was... I felt embarrassed watching that stuff, watching him implode like that. And then,
you were embarrassed for him.
Totally. That was it. I was embarrassed for him. They did when his first night at the Tower Theater, one of the first shows was at the Tower.
Might have been local, yeah.
And it was just like, apparently from what I heard, it fell apart, it didn't have any direction, and it was just embarrassing.
Jeff Ross told us. He stepped in and did one.
Yeah.
He would have this touring sort of group of people, and then when he went to every market, he would bring in locals, and he would, for a large portion of the show, just sit in a chair on the stage
and talk
and ramble.
Yeah, and not really have an act per se. So,
and it's not comedy, and it's not drama. It's just rambling.
Yeah, so.
It's like Lake Wobegon days.
Yeah, exactly.
Frickin' Lake Wobegon.
We need to do a letter of the day. I understand, Casey, you are the keeper of said letter.
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, in the Preston and Steve.
Jesus God, are Brady.
Holy crap!
I thought he fell.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's hippie Terminator.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
Bust him through that door. Hair all slicked back, shades on, looking crazy cool in his black jacket. Oh my God, he's about to pass out. Quick, somebody.
Stand behind
Hold that man up.
Help me, Jesus.
Help me. Dear God.
All right, well, the music's already playing. So
No, I know it.
Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
G is in great.
Hell yeah. All right, so tomorrow we give away a pair of tickets in the Comcast Sportsnet suite for Jimmy Watson Flyers Hall of Fame night on Monday, this coming Monday, including a parking pass, 2 CSN prize packs, and a visit to the broadcast booth during the game. Is he passing out or is he trying to read?
Did you run from the elevator?
Did I? What?
Did you run from the elevator?
What?
I ran the whole way.
Yeah.
I
ran from home.
You are dedicated.
Well, I had that new sweat removal procedure, so I don't sweat.
Yeah.
You're good.
So,
Got the mirror dry.
got it. I'm dry. Mouth is dry. You know, when your mouth is dry, you're pretty high.
That's right. Thank you, George. Holding puppies can be attractive to some people, but a new study reveals nearly half of women are attracted to men holding fish.
Okay.
Men holding fish?
I saw this yesterday.
What?
Like holding a bass or like a bag with the goldfish?
No, like a bass.
Like a trophy. Like you caught a really big bass and you're holding it out and you're displaying this thing proudly.
Yes.
So why are women attracted to fish holding men?
Well, this is from a fish app called Fish Brain.
Okay, well, they have something to. They have a vested interest in it.
But they analyzed Tinder photos, all right, used by 18 to 35-year-old men in Florida. Marissa, our next guest, Casey and I were just passing notes to each other about, and I'll explain in a minute.
Uh-oh.
I know. She is going to be.
Would you? Y or N?
All right. No.
Before you say it, when you say it, I'm going to guess what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Okay, punchline tonight and tomorrow. Please welcome Annie Lederman to the show.
Was it about the pronunciation of my last name?
No. I mispronounced that earlier today.
That's okay. Forgive you.
I was saying Lederman.
But I'm a natural born leader. People get it wrong all the time.
I got it.
I can take it.
No. What was it about?
Scarlett Johansson.
No. Well, I didn't want you to say that. It's who she looks like.
Yeah.
Casey wrote down Scarlett Johansson, but before he even wrote that down, I wrote Emily Van Camp.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you
I'll
know
take it.
Do you know
yeah,
who
from
Emily
Revenge.
Yes.
Of course I know
Yes.
Revenge.
And from Marvel as well.
ABCs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
do people say you look like Scarlett Johansson?
I get Scarlett Johansson, yeah. Not as much since her nudes leaked. A little less.
Vocally, too. You have a raspy
A raspy
voice.
voice. I also have a twin brother that looks like her twin brother.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very weird.
Interesting.
So you're from Philly.
Yes, I'm from Cheltenham, yep.
Very cool. And
Happy to be here. I'm a fan of the show, so this is exciting.
that's so
Thank
nice.
you.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Wow.
Are you surprised by that?
Yeah.
Always surprised.
By the way, your sleeping teen daughter is so funny to just have it passed out.
I know.
This is what I expect at my shows, just people sleeping. I love it. It's take your daughter to work day. I remember my mom worked at 88.5 WXPN when I was a kid. Yeah.
Kidding.
And she took me to take your daughter to work day when I was like 9 or 10 or something. And driving back from the city, we were stopped at a red light, and I looked over, and there was like a grown man standing up and pooping. And I saw it like coming out of his hole.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And I remember thinking, maybe I won't work. Maybe working's not for me.
What did your mom do at XPN?
She wrote the newsletter.
The newsletter.
Back in the day, yeah.
Okay.
Our promotions director's mom works there as well. A guy named
really?
Eric Simon. Yeah.
It's a cool mom. It's a cool mom job.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, your mom also did a whole bunch like social work as well, right?
Yeah. How do you know that?
I did research on you.
What is my Wikipedia is weird. But no, my mom did. She worked for an organization called the Grey Panthers back in the day.
Oh, yeah. I remember the Grey Panthers.
Yeah, they all passed away, so no longer. It was an organization for ageism, but and
Yeah, I remember they all
died of old age.
Nobody's fighting for them.
Nobody's fighting. Everyone's like,
they lost the battle.
Yeah.
And your dad, UPenn, right?
My dad was, he was treasurer at the University of Pennsylvania, so he used to sign my mom's checks when she worked at XPN.
Okay. So you come in here, will you have people in the area who are going to come see your shows?
It's always, you never know who's going to show up. You're always like, oh, did I hook up with you in middle school?
Where did you go to high school?
I went to the Crefeld School.
Oh,
my mom used to teach at the Crefeld
Oh, really?
School. Yeah.
What's her name?
Betsy McElwain.
I wasn't there for her. I don't remember Betsy.
She taught at St. Peter's and Crefeld, and then, but yeah, and she really enjoyed it. It's a smaller private school, right?
Yeah, it's like juvenile delinquents. And,
yes.
Yeah.
She had a lot of those.
You're on the, yes.
And how many people in your graduating class?
17.
17?
Wait,
yeah.
So you get sent there, that type of thing?
Yeah, but my parents didn't get it. They were like, we'll put her with young criminals and see what happens. Oh my God. She's like, I learned how to hotwire a car.
But you're smart. You graduated early, did you not?
I did graduate early, yeah.
Just get me out of here.
I was like, exactly. I was like, I want to live.
Is that the best incentive to graduate, wanting to live?
Well, yeah. It's, you look at your graduating class, you're like, 17 kids, okay, we got who's in prison, who's alive, who works at a Verizon kiosk.
Well, you talk about in your stand-up and your podcast, and you had a tumultuous early life. You had a lot going on in your life. And there's something that I don't know, this could be wiki bullcrap, but you had a sort of a drunk driving accident on a scooter.
Yeah.
So explain what happened.
Good morning. Well, I was drinking spiked Dunkin' Donuts coffee. I mean, is that just day drinking? They're just like, okay, so we're going to wake up and get as wasted as possible. Also, I was thinking about the toilet water, beer.
Yes.
What, they're like, we can't get rid of all this beer water. Why don't you put that into the toilet rather than...
Yeah.
Why are we going ass to mouth? Let's go mouth to ass.
Right. Exactly.
What are we doing?
Yeah, it's so much smarter.
No, I did. I crashed my scooter. I have some jokes about it in my set. You can come see tonight if you're not at the Tattoo Wildwood Fest. I got to compete with that. That's my audience.
Well, so
Neck
can I ask?
tattoos in Wildwood. That's my audience.
I got my tattoo in Wildwood last year.
Did you?
I went to the festival last year, and
You were drinking your Dunkin'?
I was drinking my Spike Dunkin'. I want to ask about your scooter accident, how it happened, because my sister has since she fell off
I
of
would
the
love
scooter.
to know how it happened. I was.
You don't remember?
I was so wasted.
Oh,
I
my
woke
God.
up like
Really?
my face cut open. Oh yeah.
Okay. Because my
have
sister.
have you driven a scooter drunk? It's pretty good. It's pretty fun.
No.
She's dead sober.
Don't do it. I don't.
Well,
recommend it.
here's what a lot of people don't know, and what my sister didn't know is that you can't just take one hand off your handlebar all willy-nilly.
Was she smoking?
No.
Come on, honestly, have you ever driven a scooter drunk while smoking a Marlboro Red?
Oh my God.
No, that's it.
Newport Light too. It's like you're having like a little mint.
Oh my
shake.
God. No, her hat fell off, and she went to grab it real quick.
Oh.
Didn't realize it. Lost her balance. Went over. Broke her elbow. She's since had 4 elbow surgeries.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
From a tiny little scooter.
From a stupid little scooter.
I
in
went
her
over
hat.
the front.
Oh my God.
Where were you when?
I was in Santa Fe. I still live in Santa Fe. Wow. Yeah, I lived in Santa Fe. I almost lost a nipple. It was wild. It was a wild ride. My pickup line was like, "Do you want to rub Neosporin on my boobs?"
But I mean, you have a fascinating life. Again,
it's always been fun. It's never not been the most fun. And of course, I go into this like psychotic job.
But it worked out. So you're in Santa Fe.
Yeah.
The Adam Sandler, The Longest Yard, comes to town to film. So you started.
Where is all this information? This is awesome. Well, I have like 17 podcasts. Everyone that comes up and knows everything about me and my meet and greet line.
Right. But I think it's fascinating.
Yeah.
And so that's and
it's a meet and greet line.
they start to. Hey, you're funny. They start. Various people start to say.
You know
to you.
who? What Adam Sandler's chef? This guy Albert, who I should probably be like. Remember me?
Yeah.
I talk about you a lot. But he came up to me. I was working as a go-go dancer. I'm also like a terrible dancer, but in Santa Fe, slim pickings. So they would give me like $50. I would get like as wasted as possible and go dance on this podium. It was me, a drag queen, and a true stripper.
Okay.
And I was just like a 21-year-old with like the little chicken cutlets and my little flat padded bra. People would come up to be like, "Your things are showing." You'd sweat, and those little like padded bra things would come up.
Yeah.
And so I just like met the crew through that, and
Would the personalities come in as well?
They had like private parties and stuff. There was a music video that they shot for Adam Sandler had an album he put out, and one of his songs was about like men shaving their bush to like, look longer. And I was like a backup dancer in that. Like if you like, you can kind of see me back in the day. But his chef, I remember chef being like, "What are you doing in this town? You're supposed to be with us."
That's cool.
That kind of like stuck with me.
And then it was Donnell Rawlings who gave you the...
Donnell Rawlings. This is wild. This is so weird.
Yeah. But I think it's fascinating.
I love it. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you for doing your research. I interview people. I never know anything. I go, "What, you tell me."
Well, I think it's fascinating.
Professional. Look at you.
Your trajectory is very cool. And the fact that you, with all the stuff happening, you see the signs that say, because when somebody says you're funny, it's like, Did you know you were funny?
I always made my dad laugh. My dad's so funny, and I always made him laugh. So I was like, if I can make him laugh all the time, I can probably make other people laugh. But it's kind of embarrassing when you're like, I think I might be able to make like a room full of people shut up and listen to me and laugh at everything I say.
It's a cool feeling. And what I thought was cool is apparently, Donnell, you really weren't established. He just took you on the road.
So I was at a barbecue. I had moved to New York to do comedy from Santa Fe because I was still drinking so much, and I was like, if I have to go somewhere where I have to drive at night, like I'll be dead. And then when I moved to New York, I was like, oh wait, I'm gonna fall on the subway.
Right.
So then I had to quit drinking, but I was staying on my friend's couch, and he was friends with a comedian named Esther Koo, who had been working with Donnell a lot. And she had said that I wanted to do comedy, so she's like, oh, come to Ashley. Larry's having a Super Bowl party.
Right.
So I went over there, and I was having like a blast and having fun and like, laughing with one of his friends. And his friends goes, are you a comedian? And I go, oh, well, I just did like one open mic, but I want to do it. So he goes, yo, Donnell, put her on your show. He had a show he was doing on Mondays at a place called Laugh Lounge that no longer exists in the Lower East Side. And he was like, come do my show on Monday. And I was like, well, I'm not ready. And Donnell really shamed me in front of everyone, was like, you go hard or you go home. Don't ever say you do something and not like step up.
Yeah, that
if
sounds
Steven
like him.
Spielberg
Yeah.
wants you to do an accent, you know that accent, all this stuff.
Yeah.
And it was really good. So then I went on Monday, and he would put me up every Monday, give me 5 minutes, and I would just bomb. And
that's a ballsy maneuver, though.
Yeah.
It's a ballsy for him and for you to go and just say, okay, I'm going to invest the work in it.
Yep.
Because, I mean, it's a weird, I did stand up years ago. It is a weird thing, the first time you just get like excoriated on stage, you're like, what am I doing?
Yep.
But you stuck with it.
Yeah, I quit drinking after my first open mic. That's how that went. No, I went home with a very unfunny open micer. I went, ooh, woke up on that air mattress and went, ew. Never drink it again.
Maybe this isn't
I heard your set last night. This happened. But Donnell will be sometimes like back to back on the Comedy Store shows. And he'll always be like, I always believed in this girl. I always saw it. No one else did. I'm like, Donnell. I mean, I wasn't that bad. He's like, no one else ever said, what are you doing with this girl? I was like, I was pretty good. I had some pretty well-structured jokes when I did it.
He embellishes on the lore.
He's definitely my first like comedy papa. He really helped me. It was really awesome. Yeah,
that's awesome. So, and you do have your podcasts, which are how often? I mean, you're on the road. Will you produce out on the road as well?
I don't. It's worked out. Sometimes we backlog. I have a podcast with 2 other women. One is a comic, and one used to date a comic.
Yeah.
So she knows the ends of that part of the craziness. With my friend Esther and Kalila. And so because of our schedules are crazy, we have to bank them sometimes.
Yeah.
But my solo podcast, Annie Wood, is with my fiance, actually produces it, so we can do it whenever.
So you said one of the coolest things I heard anybody say, or at least to understand the psyche of guys when you're dating them, and you contended, and I don't know if this is what you feel right now, is that you got the coolest gift for an ex-boyfriend. Is it the ex-boyfriend or the current boyfriend? You got him a sword.
I got him a sword, baby. Look, I know what you guys like.
Preston.
You can't deny a sword.
Preston collected swords.
Oh, I used to get drunk and buy swords.
No, I mean
at the Renaissance Fair.
Listen, I don't drink anymore, but I still have that energy of being in the middle of the night. I cleaned up my Gmail, and I got rid of all the subscriptions that keep like, my whole thing would be like, Bed Bath & Beyond sale or whatever.
Right.
And I kept my sword one. Like and I don't ever buy anything from it, but I'm like, I want to stand true to
just in case.
sword one.
But you understand, like this, it's a cool thing to understand. Because
I like swords too.
Do you?
Yes, of course.
So you bought a katana,
when I first started
right?
I had a solo podcast before this one called Me Inspiration, and people wanted to send me gifts. There's always like, they usually skew men.
Right.
They're like, what can we send you? And I didn't feel comfortable like I wasn't going to make like an Amazon wish list of like
lingerie.
I'm not going to do lingerie, but I'm also like, don't send me socks. Like I don't need anything. I don't want that, I felt uncomfortable with it. So the only thing I felt comfortable with was if they sent me weapons. So then I'm like, but then you have the one person that sends you so many weapons that you're like, am I going to have to use these against you?
Right, yeah.
But I got swords, I got ninja stars, I got a taser, and they would send them all to the Comedy Store. And so I would just go in, I would just have these boxes of like things. There'd always be like a long sword-shaped box. yeah, it was cool. I got a bullwhip.
What'd you end up doing with all this? Because the hardest thing is getting rid of that stuff when you don't want it anymore.
Well, is it? I mean, you're not supposed to throw needles in the trash, but
you could just
do we really all put
I
them in the
ended
right
up
thing?
throwing mine in the trash, like literally swords.
How
I'm
funny
like,
is
who am I
that
gonna give this to?
How funny is that? To
Well,
be
sometimes-
this poor guy in the trash, picking up the trash. This is your job.
Yeah.
You're cool that you're zen. You're listening to a podcast. You pick it up, a sword just slices your calf open.
Uh-huh.
And he goes, "Oh, someone went through a breakup."
No, it's cool to understand that it's like a frivolous thing. I always tell the story. And years ago, when laser pointers first became a thing, my wife asked me, "What do you want for your birthday?" I said, "A laser pointer."
Yeah.
I had no use for it,
Yeah.
but I wanted to see how it worked.
Yeah.
Sure, she got it for me. Did you get the dude wants a sword? You get him a sword?
Yeah, it's like I still want one of those Segways.
Yeah.
I never got one. The thing comes out, you go, "That looks dangerous. I want it."
Yeah.
Somebody texted in, Annie, and they said they think they know your parents. Do they own a custom printing company? No. Okay, then that's not. All
right. That's so weird.
Okay. No.
I think I know your parents. No, my mom used to own an eBay drop-off store, though, in Doylestown.
Really?
Yeah.
What about this? Were you at the OD in Sea Isle a few weeks ago?
No, but I sound like I would have been, huh? I have OD'd in Seaside before.
Oh, yeah. Were you ever a shore person? Did you head
We
down?
were Cape May. I
Cape
don't want
May.
to brag.
Fancy.
But my boyfriend's from, or my fiance is from, we just got engaged and it's so annoying to say fiance.
Right?
Dude.
It's like,
Yeah.
first of all, it's so snobby. Fiance.
Yeah.
Are we French? This is so annoying. But then also, I was talking to my friend about this. It feels almost like you're going through puberty in front of people. It's like you're going through this weird transition phase
Right.
where you're like,
I met a boy.
Well,
hi.
My boyfriend and I ran off to Vegas, the punk rock museum, and got married without. We skipped the engagement completely.
Yep.
Vegas
So
is where it's got to be. We got
it's so
engaged
great.
in Vegas on a party bus going to see Chris Angel.
Oh, my
And then the
God.
ring didn't fit. This jeweler who's dead to me, his name's Heavy. He's from Canada. I hate him. He didn't resize it, so it was a pinky ring. But I was like, if you're going anywhere with a diamond emerald pinky ring, it should be a Chris Angel concert.
Right.
Very fitting.
No doubt. So what was the Chris? Chris Angel. What is the movie with Steve Carell where they Carrie parodies
Wonderstone.
Oh, Burt Wonderstone,
Yeah.
where he parodies Chris Angel.
I've never seen it. I'd love to see it. It was a wild show.
So what? Yeah.
Well, we got to go backstage. My manager hooked my. I have I don't know what's happened in my life. I know I went to Nickelback. I got back. It's like I didn't get fully backstage because I brought my boyfriend. But he's like, "We didn't get backstage." I'm like, "Because you're there." There has to be an illusion of a possible something. But, I'm like, I know Papa Roach. I'm like, things are. I'm like, oh, this is crazy.
Oh, that is cool.
But I did a heavy metal cruise years ago, and I bombed so hard that I made Papa Roach be friends with me. I was like, "We're bound for life."
Wow.
So you were a comedian on that. Who else was on
it
the?
was Big J Okerson.
Oh,
Billy.
yeah, sure.
Jay's
Big
great.
J, Lewis, and then a female comic named Lisa Traeger, who is from
Yes.
Chicago.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
hilarious.
great. So what is that?
funny.
I always wonder because now you see the biggest ocean liner ever just was announced, and they're huge and they're big hotel things. But how do you separate, or do you separate yourself from the passengers? I mean, do you go to your own little
You
thing? I mean,
can't.
you're on a
You
ship.
can't. So if you have a bad set, you're just going for warm sushi and touching hands with people are like, "Oh, are you okay?" Like it was that.
I think that'd be uncomfortable.
Was
right?
it that bad?
It was bad.
Yeah.
I was in a weird space. It's not gonna happen here.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Annie Lederman, and is going to be performing at Punchline Philly tonight.
That is a female talking. I know that.
And
you're not
tomorrow.
sure.
Smoky voice.
It's not from smoking though. It's
No,
from
it's no, just
talking.
smoky, not
it's
a
from
smoking.
never shutting up.
So wait, when did you get engaged? Because I also saw that you just recently celebrated your 40th birthday. You share a
same.
birthday with Nick over here.
Oh, your 20th?
July 20th?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
What was
Also-
your turn?
48. And
Ew.
I know. Sorry.
Nasty.
But my fiance is younger than you, so.
My fiance is younger than her.
Well, what is the age spread?
11 years. He's 29, yeah. He was like, "Should I just say I'm turning 30?" I was like, "No."
Is it your first time getting married?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I want to.
Why'd you say it like that?
I'm judging myself.
Everyone's like, "It won't last." I'm like, "Oh my god, you thirsty boys."
So
all my guy fans are like, "Yeah, right."
It does happen. 11 years.
Yeah, it's okay.
Was there
Was he in high school when we met? No.
Joke-wise or humor-wise, does he get you? Does he get where you're coming from in life?
No, he doesn't like me at all. It's weird. He's in it for the money. No, he is. He's an editor. He's really funny. He edits for a bunch of Netflix shows. He did a show called Making Fun that won an Emmy. Baby, I met him he was working in a basement. I plucked him up. I said, let me bring you around these people. You're a talented guy. Let me get you around some people.
That's a tough job, editing. It's such an important job.
Well, when you have such an annoying girlfriend too. He at one point was, over the pandemic, we were living in this like one bedroom. Things changed over I worked this pandemic to my.
You worked it to your advantage.
I did, baby. Sorry to your grandparents, but it really
was he meant to be the sort of time killer for COVID and became
and right
more?
Before I was like, what am I going to do? He's 25. I'm like, what am I going to do with this guy? He's from Toms River, Jersey. So it's like, well, he felt very comfortable. It's fun to like have one of your people from your area-ish. And we had hit it off, but I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do with this kid. He got over my house because we both like Survivor. So I was like, all right, I guess we'll watch Survivor together. And then I was like, you got to get out of here. I was opening for Louis C.K. and he came. He was like, oh, can I stay at your apartment? It's like closer to my work. And I was like, I guess. And I come back, his like PlayStation's there. He moved in. I was like, oh no. What am I going to do? I was like trying to figure it out. I was like calling psychics. Like, what do I do? And then the pandemic hit, and I was like, you better stay, you know? And then it was just perfect. He's the best.
That's
so
awesome.
But so, yeah, he worked on Making Fun, and then he worked on that show Outlast on Netflix. Did you guys see it?
Yeah.
Which is like so cool. And so, yeah, he's just working on editing things. And a lot of the things he works on, he has to go through all the footage of like metal being cut. And things. So it's like, and then it's just me like in his ear. And then when we were in that one apartment, we had construction around. Someone had bought the building and they were trying to get us all out by just doing construction during the pandemic when you can't leave. So we were in this weird hell. So he was doing the Making Fun show, which was all the cutting of metal sounds, me talking nonstop, and he was also making clips for Whitney Cummings. So he was just he was losing his mind.
Oh, yeah. Talk about a trial by fire.
Yeah, so let's say he aged 11 years.
But you were going to say he's not a Cape May guy?
He's from, you're good, thank you. My ADD needs you. He's from Toms River, which is right by Seaside.
Yeah.
Right? Is it Seaside?
Jersey Shore, right?
Is he like a Manasquan guy?
Yeah, he's not, well, I don't know if when you live that close to the beach, are you a beach, do you care? If you could just go get cotton candy, is cotton candy a thing?
Yeah, I guess not. So I go to breakfast in Cape May.
Okay.
And the ladies that work the counter there, they couldn't give two craps about the beach or anything like that.
So if you're a resident there year round, it's no biggie.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah. Now, are you who hates marshmallows?
Preston.
That's so fun. I love that take. I'm over marshmallows.
I'm just done with them.
Enough with you. They are like a lot. It's like annoying. They get sticky and
It's
stuff.
just a waste to me. Just I don't know.
It's horrible.
You know,
and hot
whatever.
chocolate maybe.
Yeah.
But
I agree with that.
See, I don't do marshmallows and hot chocolate. To me, that's an
But you
aberration.
love hot chocolate.
Oh, really?
I do love hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate's so cute.
Yeah.
What's your guilty pleasure? What's your go-to when
Heroin.
it comes to
No.
Quit drinking, start doing it.
With marshmallows.
No. What's my snack that I get for?
Or
well,
your
anything. You know
treat.
what I had a flashback of a s'mores story when you guys were talking about this, where I went camping with an ex-boyfriend who I still had a crush on, and he kept making me s'mores. It was him, and this other girl, and he kept making me s'mores, and I was like, oh, this is so sweet. He's making me s'mores.
He's hitting on you.
So I kept eating them.
Yeah.
You know, so I had 15 s'mores. Then we go to bed, and he's hitting on the other girl, and I just have GERD the whole night. Oh, why did I do this? But what is I don't know. I came home. My dad picked me up from the airport, and he's like, your mom and I are on a diet. We're eating well. I go, oh, great. Yeah, me too, of course. And they're driving back. I'm like, should we get Chinese food? He's like, absolutely. I was burping all night.
It's hilarious when you finally realize, because I think a lot of people spend time thinking that Chinese food is it's healthy, it's low cal.
There's nothing. There's not one of the options.
Kidding me? It's loaded with sodium.
Loaded with we were just shoving it down our faces. But that's my favorite thing with my dad is he'll always be like, hey, do you want to go to the grocery store and get something BAD? We're just overeaters, it's our thing.
But when you do come back home, are there things that you need to have to eat?
Are you taunting me with cheesesteak talk?
Not necessarily. Depends on what your thing is.
I like to go to Wawa. I feel like there's a Wawa privilege you guys have that you don't understand.
No,
to have Wawa taken from you and have it not as an option, it's like when I come home, it's like it looks. I'm like, I just want one of those pretzels that are wet and dry and sticky and you know.
How is it wet and dry at the same time?
It's so and it's just the best and it's so chewy and you're immediately full. Oh, another thing is Italy at the mall.
Right.
Oh, that's what I want to carb load before I go try clothes on. Oh, great! What a great! Oh, awesome! What a treat! Yeah, I have a bedazzled. I watched the J-Lo documentary, and all I really took from it was that she has these shiny bedazzled cups. And so then I found her woman, and I got some, and it's like crazy, you know.
So
like how much?
They're like, I mean, she doesn't get a deal, but they're $600.
$600?
Yeah, but I was like, it was my flex when I first started making a little cash. I was like, but I got a bedazzled Wawa, broke it.
Oh, that's awesome. You broke it?
Oh, of course. Come on.
Oh, man.
I wanted to ask, how long have you been in New Mexico? How long have you lived in Santa Fe?
I lived there. Well, I live in LA now, but I lived in Santa Fe for 7 years.
Okay. A friend of my sister's moved out there just within the past couple of years. Not to Santa Fe, but
okay, good.
Albuquerque. And she hates it. So
well, Albuquerque and Santa Fe are very different.
Just way
There's
different.
a bit of a rivalry. It's a little bit, I was going to say cops and firefighters, but they actually do things. But no, there's not, Santa Fe is very like cute little town. And
okay.
It's kind of arty, right?
What's that?
It's kind of arty.
Yeah, it's like very
Bohemian.
Yeah, there's a lot of arts.
Yeah.
And then Albuquerque's like trying to be a city, and you're like, okay, I still like it, but it's like you're like, okay. I did a hot air balloon ride over Albuquerque once, and I went, whew, not better from a bird's eye view. Literally, the wind took me over the mall. I was like, oh, God. And it's like a mall with just Dillards, you know. You're like, uh-oh.
Dillards.
Yeah.
You don't know. Yeah, Dillards. I remember the first Dillards. What the hell is that? And then you cross a certain, a part of the country, and it's nothing but Dillards.
Yeah, it's J.C. Penney's.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, they go by a different name.
But they never would have made Breaking Bad in Santa Fe, right? They had
Right, that had to be Albuquerque.
That's an Albuquerque type of a show.
Yeah, that was what was so fun about living in Santa Fe. They did the like tax break for movies early on there.
Yeah.
Where I think they have it in like Atlanta and a lot of other places now.
Yep.
But so I was a bartender and a waitress, and you would just be like serving Sam Shepard or serving, like it would just be crazy. It was
That's
so fun.
cool.
I used to party with Sam Shepard before he died. He was the best.
Really? No kidding.
Yeah, he was so fun.
Oh, that's cool.
It was funny he would try to like, relate to, I'm like, you would have to tell people you were like the dad from The Notebook or something. I'm like, nobody knows you're a playwright.
Yes, a lot of people don't know he was an award-winning playwright.
Yeah, he was.
He's also a voiceover artist too, right?
He was so cool. It was so fun to
And
hang
the
out
right
with him.
stuff, for Christ's sake. He's Chuck Yeager.
But I like hung out with him in Santa Fe, and we had all these like conversations, and I was like, I want to be a comedian. He was like, oh, that's so cool. That's so brave. I would never do that. And then I moved to New York, and I was working at a restaurant near Tompkins Square Park, and it was like, a year or two later, and he's walking by with his family, and I'm like, Sam. He comes up, like he approaches me, and I'm like, Sam, it's me, like Annie from Santa Fe, and I did it. I'm here doing comedy. He goes, did this used to be a jazz club? Like, no memory whatsoever. I'm like, I overserved you, Sam. I overserved you.
No.
Or maybe it's with his family. I'm like, I don't want to talk to you about what I was doing. Don't narc on me. But it was so funny. It was like, as a comic, you want those moments.
That is cool.
You want to take the hit rather than the...
Oh, totally.
Yeah, you're like, oh.
Yeah.
So you're in L.A. now.
Yeah, I live in LA.
It's kind of the thing you got to do. And the boyfriend, was he already there?
Yeah, he was in LA.
Okay, all right. More of an adjustment. You seem so from here.
Yeah.
Was LA a dramatic shift for you?
No. Well, I moved there. I started comedy in New York, and I moved to LA like 4 years in.
Okay.
I had just started. I got passed at the Comedy Store right away, and then it's just the best place to. I just love it so much. So it was hard to go anywhere else after that.
Right.
We got to wrap up in just a second here, but I have to ask. I know, but I have to ask one more question. You own skinks?
Yes, I'm a mother of skinks now.
Oh my God!
My fiance, right before he proposed, decided to come out as a reptile guy.
All right.
And he was going on the road with me for a while. And I must wore that shirt. I was like, I cannot wear this shirt to the morning radio.
Sure you could.
That's not a shirt.
That's on my Amazon wish list.
Wait, that's not a shirt. That's a bralette.
It is a bralette. Thank you.
Yes.
How are the
But it's a
skinks?
picture. It's a picture.
It doesn't
of,
let much, though.
Of Annie holding a pretty large skink.
It's
by the way,
obese
it's an amphibian.
skink. Yeah, we got a fat skink.
Yeah.
And so we have he decided that he liked reptiles about 2 months ago. He was always going on the road with me, and then now he has this job, so he doesn't go on the road with me. So now every weekend I come back and there's a new reptile. So we have a snake, a skink, 4 frogs, 2 poison dart frogs, and I don't know what the other ones are.
Right.
We have 3 geckos.
Good Lord, pump the
Wait,
brakes.
are you doing the poison dart frogs for like the DMT or something like that? Is that?
I don't think those are the ones,
Okay,
though, but I
all
will
right.
find out. When I die, it's your fault.
Wow.
Like, it was too poisonous. It was truly poisonous.
Well, if you want to see the skinks and the ever-growing reptile menagerie, you can check out Annie's Instagram page, and it's just Annie Lederman. Lederman spelled Lederman.
Yes.
And follow, and you'll see bralets and skinks.
Yes.
That should be the name of your
Bralets
tour.
and skinks. That's
That should be the
awesome.
name of your tour. But you can see Annie tonight. Punchline shows at 7:30, 9:45, and the same thing tomorrow night. And you can go to punchlinephilly.com.
You'll probably get to meet my drunk family, too.
Oh, yay.
Probably in the middle of my set.
It's awesome to have you back in the area.
Yeah,
man.
This
It's
was great.
terrific.
Thank you
come
guys
and
so much.
visit
It
us
was so awesome.
again, okay?
I would love to.
Excellent. Thank you, Annie. Annie Lederman, guys. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us, dear friends.
Preston and Steve.
93.3 WMMI.
Finally.
Fish.
I saw a hunk holding a fish. He was so sexy.
Researchers then polled more than 1,000 members of a college sorority to see how they felt about the
Look
photos.
at this dude holding the fish. He's like a Chippendales dancer.
And they
I don't think the fish has any friggin' thing to do with it.
Be holding a severed head.
Hey, I saw a picture of a guy with a 12-inch dong holding a flounder. Man, fish are sexy.
This guy is no shirt and he's completely sculpted. I mean, he's cut up as you can possibly imagine.
I normally wouldn't give this guy the time of day, but he's holding a flounder.
I didn't even know he was holding fish.
Yeah.
Here's a pile of dead kittens.
Yeah. Looks like he has an otter in his pants.
So they polled these college sorority sisters, and they found that 46% said they found the photos of men with the fish sexier compared to those who had photos without fish.
Get Henry Fonda. Put a picture of Henry Fonda from On Golden Pond up there.
Hold him, Walter.
Am I getting you turned on? You see my droopy man boobies? And my chicken gobbler neck? Am I getting you all hot and horny?
He'd be holding a trout, right?
Yeah.
Which is Walter, the one they caught in the movie.
Are your panties swimming yet? Leave me alone, you crazy old bitch. I'm going to go turn on some chicks. See him with his shirt off and the jeans.
The study was...
I pooped myself. I had a bran muffin and the motion of the power boat made me defecate. Loosen my bowels. And you always have that pain, that old guy pain look.
Yes, you're right.
There's about 7 different things that are incredibly painful going on in my body right now. They start just above my taint, and then it's ending right mid-chest where I'm currently experiencing a full-blown heart attack. Along the way, one of my nuts hurts. There's something in my stomach. I don't know what's going on. And I think I have a tapeworm.
Can I see that pain look again?
Let's go down and go after the big bass in the pond. You know how the old guys are like, I'm going to go look for the remote. Am I sexy? I look hot, don't I?
All right.
The great thing about my wife is that she shakes so much I get handies whether I want them or not.
Come on.
Oh, my
No, man.
God.
That was not intended to go to completion. And I just called. That's my morning win.
An unintended handy is this morning win.
I mean, we can wrap it up on that note.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Men holding fish are sexier than men who are not holding fish.
Who knew?
That's something I noticed, and I thought I'd share that with you. Japanese great tits, particularly vocal song. Japanese great tits.
Okay.
All of a sudden, Kathy heard that.
What?
Particularly vocal songbirds.
Oh, like
That's
a
a bird.
titmouse.
Okay.
Like
it's a bird.
Yeah, a titmouse.
A titmouse is a bird.
Yes.
Not a mouse. Yeah.
And
right.
a Japanese.
Come on, you filthy-minded
Now I'm
bastards.
bored again.
And Japanese great tits are birds.
That's cool.
Not on the sites I go to, but proceed.
They also use compositional syntax in their bird calls, according to a new study published Tuesday in the Journal of Nature Communications.
So the Japanese tits are smart.
Yeah, great tits are talking. I mean, they're actually speaking to each other,
Wow,
which is
I'm
pretty
amazed. They seem to be sort of roundish and fleshy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, the birds.
Yeah, we're looking at a
They
picture.
are kind of round.
Roundish and fleshy.
Look at this picture of great tits of a great tit right here.
What is that part in the front of the great tit that sticks out a little bit from the rest of the great tit?
That's the beak. It's not a nipple.
No.
They're hairy too.
They're not hairy. They're
fuzzy.
feathery.
They're fuzzy.
You know nothing about
They're
Japan.
fuzzy tits.
So anyhow, this is the lead study author, Toshitaka Suzuki.
Look at tits.
Said in an
favorite bird.
Said in an email, our study shows for the first time that birds, like humans, use the rules of syntax to chat with others. This finding reveals an unsuspected degree of semantic complexity in avian vocal communication.
To what level do they say? Do they liken it to like a porpoise, or I mean?
I can only speak about the tits.
Okay.
Birds twitter, chirp, peep, warble, and sing to communicate the location of food of a food source, to warn the danger is near, or to woo mates.
Oh my God.
That was. You two didn't even look at each other.
No.
You just both went for it.
Please welcome Patrick Warburton to our program.
Preston, Steve King, thanks for having me here.
Good to see you, sir. Thank you for being
Good to be here.
I love. I'm a fan of your voiceover work. I mean, I have kids, and they're turning into teenagers now. But from time to time, the TV will be on, and I'll just hear your voice pop up. And I mean, in Mr. Peabody, you were hilarious in that as well. You get quite a bit of work in that field, don't you?
Yeah, I've been doing since I started about 15, 16 years ago. I had two great opportunities. One was to do Buzz Lightyear in the TV series because Tim Allen wasn't going to do it. And Kronk in The Emperor's New Groove.
Yes, yeah.
And that was interesting because I didn't do voiceover work. And I just got these 4 pages of a Kronk and an Yzma, and Disney's very secretive with their stuff. And I had to look at this, and you got to figure out what this character sounds like. But first, if it's animated, you got to figure out what the character is. Like, I don't know if he's an ogre or a robot or a giant or what. It's
once that's established, do they kind of leave you to your own devices to sort of hash it out, or does a director say, we want it tonally to sound like this, or
no? See, they don't know.
Okay,
they don't know what a character sounds like until they hear it. You know, they can see in the storyboards what it looks like, what he looks like, and this and that. But they want somebody to come in and show them what the character sounds like.
They rely on you as an actor to kind of
bring
give a
something to the
subtext
table.
to it. Wow,
Right.
okay, that's cool.
So I was looking at it, and all I knew is he's a big guy, and he was sort of a reticent henchman. And I thought, well, you know, he probably doesn't sound dark or this or that.
Yeah,
he seems kind of sweet. He likes to cook, so. Yeah, it all kind of came down here. And just became a little goofy. He likes to talk to squirrels. You got to be well versed in all the woodland creatures, not just the squirrels. Squeakity squeak.
It's great. I can actually now. There's like 40 characters going in my mind that pass through.
Can I ask you one question about Putty on Seinfeld? Whose direction was it, or was it your idea to just stare off into the distance? Because you got so many laughs without even saying a word some of the time, and it just was. You just sit there and be kind of a brain dead idiot.
I'm going to take credit for the just staring and Putty was it was just a guest spot, you know, and really it was just a means to an end. It was just a guy who stole Jerry's move because Jerry told him about it. And I thought I had to bring something else in the room there that maybe like a different direction with this character that they hadn't seen. Because if you look at it in the writing, you know, the guy doesn't seem like he's
particularly amusing, right? I mean,
yes, or perhaps even you know, missing a few marbles, I guess, as they say. So I just kind of made him, you know, a little bit clueless.
You need to see his face right now.
Yeah.
He just went into putty mode.
Yeah. And
which you
because I think a lot of guys went in there and like, yeah, you know, I don't even do that or whatever. You know, like Tony's and Vinny's.
Right.
I just made him just a big idiot.
You made him more superficial than was she, and because the cast was, and that was her whole thing. They were very superficial people, and you exceeded her, and she didn't know how to deal with it. The character,
but Putty was spiritual, and don't forget that.
Spiritual, yes, he was. Deep.
He wouldn't steal the paper because he wasn't going to hell.
No, absolutely. Yeah. Your association with Seth MacFarlane on Family Guy and the Ted movies and all that stuff. When did you first meet him? How did that start?
It was just a pilot or a first pickup for this show, and I looked at it and I thought, can I do this? This is terrible.
It's so passionately wrong that there's a certain charm to that it's so committed.
Yeah.
That makes it uniquely, I think, lovable. Yeah. Does that make sense?
I still have to keep explaining satire to my parents. My dad, because they're so religious. My dad was almost in tears one time. He left a message on my phone. He said, in a future episode of Family Guy, God is sitting in a lazy boy chair next to a bottle of lotion, getting ready to masturbate. I wish you would get off that show. Click. And
my God. But you have. I've seen you publicly, sort of, say. There sometimes you have difficulty. I mean, they have to be happy that at least you voice some reservation periodically to keep harmony at home.
Sure, at times. But I mean, the greatest irony is that I donate. I send money. I got to send money my parents' way, and so we help them out a little
Thank you,
bit.
Marissa. We will remove you of your duties now, your traffic duties. So she is finished.
It's done for the week.
Kath will be back in next week.
That post-dinner on Blanc traffic is a lot of fun.
Hey, by the way, Cheddar Whiz, the kid, Rory, 6-year-old, who wants to be crowned as the greatest mullet champion
and deserves it,
has fallen in second place.
I don't like this.
And that's because, it's not because of the votes. He's got way more votes than anybody else, but because the charity donations are on the lower side, and one of the kids has really surged. So they probably know somebody rich or something like that.
Absolutely, the little prick.
So if you can donate $1 or $2, that would be great. And maybe we can get him to win this whole thing.
I think if he gets into a respectable monetary situation, doesn't need to surpass it, but that coupled with his overwhelming votes, which he deserves.
Yeah. By the way, Nick, does anybody have do you have the standings?
I do, yeah.
I want to see where it's at.
He was in second, and there was this kid, Stephen. I'm not sure, but I heard that he hates veterans. This kid
is that what it is?
You can't have that.
Yeah,
you can't have him as the face of a charity that supports veterans.
Yeah, his name's Dre Bell, and I've heard terrible things about that child. So
correct me if I'm wrong, but his grandfather was Charles Manson.
That's what
I don't know about that. By the way, just to give you a perspective, Rory has 5,500 votes. This other kid, Dre, has less than 5,000. But Rory has about $3,400 donated, and this other kid has over 12,000.
Son of a bitch!
So if we can get some more monetary donations,
that'll.
I think that that can happen. So mulletchamp.com.
His mullet's lame compared to Rory's. That's all I'm
then
say.
that alone.
That alone.
Well, but clearly it is a consideration on both levels, monetary and aesthetic.
Yep. So please, if you got a couple of bucks to spare, donate, and we'll see if he ends up winning. All right. We got to do the bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by 3 Ice, 3-on-3 Pro Hockey. It's championship weekend. Tomorrow it's happening at the Wells Fargo Center. When 3 Ice wraps up its second season, we just had John Leclair in here to talk about it. You visit 3ice.com for a special $10 ticket offer, by the way. Yeah. All right, we'll start with this. A Finnish man reportedly stored 26 pounds of dynamite in 2 cars belonging to a friend, and he said it was just a joke.
Hilarious.
It's the old dynamite joke.
The owner of the cars didn't see it as funny and informed the police, who briefly detained the potential prankster. He was eventually freed but remains a suspect. He admitted to placing the explosives on August 3rd in the cars but said he didn't intend to blow them up.
Novelty dynamite.
Police have also ruled out any possible terrorist intent. The suspect faces up to 2 years in prison. The men knew each other and live in a small village in the western part of Finland. It is not known where the explosives came from.
Can you just buy dynamite?
You used to be able to buy dynamite. I think that's changed. So years and years and years ago, you could go to a hardware store and get dynamite.
Wow. Okay. That's a good question. How you can go about purchasing dynamite. A man in Southwest Florida has been charged with flooding a hospital's emergency rooms after attacking a nurse and stripping off his clothes. The 53-year-old became agitated while in a waiting room at the North Collier Hospital in Naples, Florida.
This is my penis.
He barged into the emergency room, pushed a patient, and then pushed a nurse in the head. Oof. After the hospital staff got him into a room in an effort to keep him from disturbing other patients, he took off his clothes and pulled a high-pressure water pipe from the wall.
Wow.
The hospital's emergency rooms flooded, causing tens of thousands of dollars in damage. Responding deputies subdued the man using a taser after he threatened them.
I'm so sorry.
And he was taken into custody. He is facing a single charge of aggravated battery and 4 charges of criminal mischief.
Went a little crazy there.
Listen to this story. A misunderstanding over a text message led to an Upper Saucon Township, led to an Upper Saucon Township police assault during a 911 response and the illegal detention of a disabled woman, according to a federal civil rights lawsuit. The Coopersburg woman who filed the lawsuit was texting a friend about her health issues. The lawsuit says the woman was waiting surgery to both hips, including a right hip replacement, and says she struggled to walk and climb stairs. Now, she meant to text to her friend, I think I just SHIT myself.
Okay.
Instead, autocorrect had said, I think I just shot myself. So the alarmed friend called 911.
Right.
Police responded to the woman's home. Allegedly, the woman allegedly told police through the speaker on a Ring doorbell that she didn't need any help. The call resulted from the misunderstood text. Police insisted on seeing her, but she said it was difficult for her to make it to the door and asked police to leave. Police put a sticker over the camera on the doorbell. So after 2 hours went by, the woman cracked open the door to see whether police had left, and that's when they dragged her outside and, according to the lawsuit, put her in restraints and smashed her face into the front door.
Oh, my God.
The lawsuit says the woman didn't have on a coat, but police wouldn't let her back in unless she allowed police in too. Police found her legally owned gun in the home. After staying with her in the home for 2 hours, police took her to the Lehigh Valley Hospital. She was held there for 11 hours until she was released without restrictions. The lawsuit states that she was illegally detained by police for 13 hours, suffered pain, and continues to suffer psychological distress. So you would think that would all be cleared up pretty easily.
Yeah. I mean, I get if you're the police and you show up and you think that a shooting has taken place, but that seems crazy.
If no one is shot,
right? Yeah,
you may want to go, oh, okay, we understand. So, all right, now this time somebody really did get shot in this story. A man who was cleaning his gun when he accidentally shot himself in the leg drove himself to the hospital Tuesday night, but lost consciousness and crashed into a pillar at the parking structure.
Shouldn't have done that.
The incident prompted a brief lockout at the hospital. It's weird as well, how this whole thing played out. Officers responded to a 911 caller reporting his friend had shot himself and then crashed his car into a pole. Officers found the car had hit a pillar and came to a rest on the sidewalk near an entrance to the center. The man was found lying by the entrance with a gunshot wound to his left thigh. A security guard was rendering aid to the man, and officers applied a second tourniquet to staunch the bleeding before he was taken by ambulance to the ER at a nearby hospital. Miller said, this is the police officer, said that the man's friend who accompanied him to the hospital and called 911 told officers the pair had been shooting handguns earlier in the day and returned to the injured man's apartment. He said they were drinking bourbon and cleaning their guns.
All right. Seems okay.
When the man accidentally depressed the trigger and fired a round into his own left thigh. Miller said that he then drove himself to the hospital but lost consciousness and hit the pillar. So he had a friend there with him.
Right, who could have driven.
Now, they had both been drinking, but I'm going to take the guy who drank and didn't shoot himself in the thigh to drive
I'm drunk and I shot myself and you're drunk.
Or
who should drive?
Maybe call an ambulance.
Nah. I don't need one of those.
Come on.
The hospital's only 31 miles away.
You morons. All right. And then we'll do one more story. Speaking of morons. Okay.
Yeah.
So a Texas man who literally turned white with rage by way of spray paint was arrested for all his trouble over the weekend. David Winston stands accused of 1 count of felony criminal mischief. Deputies arrived in an area near a lengthy strip mall in response to a road rage call. Law enforcement were met with an odd side effect. Upon deputies arriving, it was written in the report, the complainant reported that a driver in front of them was distracted with his phone and failed to maintain a single lane. While stopped at a red light, the distracted driver failed to progress. When the light turned green, the complainant responded by sounding his horn. That driver's brief register of annoyance allegedly angered Winston and set him off. In response to being honked at, the vehicle in front began to throw objects at the vehicle that had honked while both vehicles were in motion.
Go away.
When they stopped again, an altercation ensued, and then it got a bit weird. Winston allegedly used a can of spray paint on the honking person to paint their face and their vehicle. And
now you're a mime.
And break their back window. At some point, the person who was spray painted also did some spray painting of his own, covering the other guy's face in white. So they have both spray painted faces.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you're mine too now.
By the time law enforcement got to the scene, the two men's faces were covered in white spray paint. It is unclear whether the can of white spray paint was used on Winston by the other man, was at some point wrestled from the defendant, or if the victim had their own can of paint.
I've got a mime gun.
David Winston was arrested and booked with felony criminal mischief.
I would love to see pictures of that.
There are.
Oh, are there?
Pictures,
oh.
Yes. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. We will take a break. When we return, your lesson question and the last pair of Bruce Springsteen tickets that we have to give away this week. We'll be back in just a sec. Hang.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
You can't be donating.
Right.
Yeah. One of her charities is Parents for Quality TV, and all they try to do, my mother signed petitions, actual petitions, to get Family Guy off the air.
So you weren't joking earlier when you said
joking.
that.
No, I was not joking. No.
Oh
no.
my God.
So I go, Mom, if you can't see the irony, I give you money, Family Guy money, and you take it to get Family Guy off the air. She goes, well, I have a responsibility to the Lord and I don't care.
Oh my God.
I waited until I was 50 years old before I decided that I wanted to sing and be in a band.
Wow.
Now I have a Pearl Jam cover band. We're the Bearded Pearl Clams.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, this station specifically was called out on stage locally by Eddie Vedder himself, and Nick was mentioned on stage by Eddie Vedder himself.
Right here.
Is he acutely aware of your overarching fandom?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I probably met him, now somewhere around a dozen times, and he's been super, super cool. He let me write it. I met him backstage once in L.A., and I got word that this is in Los Angeles, so everybody was there. Sean Penn and John Krakauer, and there's 200 people backstage. But somebody grabbed me and said, "Eddie knows you're here. He wants to see you." So. I go back there and he goes, "Hey, you got to write a set list." And he gave me his email. I wrote a set list.
What?
Yeah. And then I brought my son to his first concert, but his first Pearl Jam concert. And we were there. And
for the set list you wrote?
For the set list.
Well, all right.
Holy crap.
What they open with?
Well, they didn't open. There are about 33 songs, 35 songs in the night.
Yeah.
Probably about 27 of them were my set, So
my God.
They didn't open with it, so I didn't know what was going to go on, They opened with Long Road, which should have been on my set list, but it wasn't. And then I forget what the next song was, and then they did Alone from Lost Dogs. I was like, oh, wow, was on mine. And
so
then,
you thought maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
and then a few more started rolling out. And
how much time and effort did you put into writing that set list? I mean, did you think it out, oh, this will flow great into the next song, or did you just put a bunch of songs you liked on there?
I just put I pretty much just put a bunch of songs.
Okay.
And I had some friends that I know that are, hardcore,
So did you weave in?
The rest of the show is courtesy of Patrick Wilbert.
Did you weave in hits and rarities and
Yes.
you? All right. So as a Pearl Jam fan, you had it in the back of your mind. I got to I when they were in town, I asked him to open up with "Release," which was my favorite Pearl Jam song, and he said,
yeah.
right, but he said no. But
What do you think you are, Patrick Wilbert?
right. But he asked later. because he was crafting the set list when he came in and did the interview with us when Eddie did that. And there's a song called "Comeback," which was on the last record, and I asked him to play that, and they did. So like, I don't know. This is. I'm totally geeking out when talking to you about this, but I'm really glad you can appreciate it because as a Pearl Jam fan, it means a lot.
I was at a show one time. Well, this is the show when because my wife just knows like how ridiculous it is, and we're backstage and Eddie gave me his Social Distortion T-shirt, and we're walking back to the car, and I haven't said a word. And but my wife knows I'm just beside myself. He just gave me his email. I'm going to write a set list. He gave me his Social Distortion T-shirt. And right when we got to the car, I just looked at her and I held the shirt up and I sniffed it.
Of course.
and then I looked at her with this terrible frown on my face and I go, "It's clean."
Now be honest.
Brilliant.
Is it your whoopee now?
That's great. Ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Warburton.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. Why'd you staple this in the right-hand corner?
Because if you notice, I messed up the left margins, so I couldn't staple in the left.
Okay.
Wasn't it for a church event too?
It was.
And isn't the left side evil?
Correct.
There you go.
That's why I did that.
The left side's evil?
Sure.
That's
The
why
left side is
That's why if you
evil.
write with your left hand, they used to hit you with a ruler to make you right.
Did they really? Yeah, that's
That's right,
right.
yeah.
That's right. I remember hearing that left-handed people were considered
Something.
touched by the devil or
wasn't
something
good.
like
The
that.
word "sinister" is from the Latin meaning left.
Well,
Shut up.
Oh.
and I think when you get your communion, you're not supposed to get it with your left hand. You're supposed to get it with your right.
I always do the chuck
No,
it.
they put it in your left hand.
Yeah, you're supposed to put your right hand on top of your left.
Yes, like this.
Not your left hand.
Have you been doing it wrong all these years?
Do it the other way.
You're evil.
This sow is mine.
Your mother is going to
my
have a
God.
few words for you today.
She probably will. I'm going to ask her. I
My
don't think I
daughter's
believe you.
been seduced by the dark side.
Because you pick it up
She
then.
does everything right. She eats tomatoes to avoid anal cancer.
Because you pick it up and feed it to yourself with your right hand.
I don't know.
You know, that's what I always thought.
I don't know.
Okay.
Because it doesn't feel right to pick it up with my left.
Right.
But I had been doing it, I thought, the opposite way.
Go have mass in Ireland.
They're living a lie.
Right?
Yeah. They just, like a Mississippi
Oh, really?
poker dealer. Yeah.
One of these days, I'm just going to go and pick it out like with my fingers. He goes and hands it to me, and I'm not going to have
Can
him
I
place
pick
it.
my own?
Yeah.
Can I pick my own?
No, not
I
that
wanted
one.
that one.
The game we're going to play is young versus younger. All right, so, and we use that term young
Oh, I crack up at this.
loosely.
Yeah. I don't fall anywhere within the realm of younger-ish.
Marissa came up with a list of terms a while back that pertain to different generations, okay?
She did a good job.
She did a really
It's
good
hard,
job.
yeah.
So there are some terms on here on the younger list that might be a little fresh and new for us, the show members of the Preston and Steve Show, to know exactly what they mean. Now, vice versa, we have a list called young, which is really old. And it's a list of terms that are kind of from an older generation. Not going way back, but something that we here, the members of the Preston and Steve Show, would definitely know what they are. But we want to see the younger members of our family, the Preston and Steve interns, if they know. Our interns playing this morning, we have intern Aaron. Hello, Aaron.
Hello.
How you doing today?
I'm great. How are you?
Excellent. And Aaron's just learning how to use a microphone.
She's a video chick.
I wasn't thinking about it.
How long have you been here, by the way?
Since August.
Wow. Okay. All right. So she had the microphone like backwards. Not quite backwards,
that
but it was
bad.
pointed the wrong way. Then we have intern Sam. Hello, Sam.
Hi.
Sam, you're one of our, I guess, amongst this crew, one of the newer ones, right? How long have you been here?
Since September.
Since September. All right. Just shortly after Aaron then. And then we have intern Chris, or 11, right?
Yep.
And where did you get the name 11 from?
At the Camp Out for Hunger at the Papa Shot Challenge, I scored 11 points.
That's all he can get.
Which I think is like an all-time low.
Yeah, 11 points.
Stephen Hawking got 13.
And Chris, you played this game last time.
I did.
You did pretty well.
Well, we all stunk.
Yeah.
All the interns stunk. I guess I was the least stinky.
Okay, so and we've done this only once before, and also joined us last time. We have intern Brianna. Hello, Brianna.
Hello.
And how long have you been here?
Since January.
Okay, all right. So you're the newest of the crew.
Correct.
Okay. All right, well, we're going to try this out. We're going to see how it goes. I have 8 callers on the line, so here's what we're going to do, guys. Because playing for the Preston and Steve show will be Steve, Casey, Nick, and Kathy. I have the answers here, so I cannot play, and Marissa's in the other room.
For the same reason Alex Trebek doesn't play Jeopardy.
Exactly. So I'm going to throw out a term. You're going to write it down. We'll give you a few seconds to write it down, then I'm going to have to ask for an answer, no matter what it is, okay? Mm-hmm. All right, let's go with this one. Butt chugging.
Butt chugging.
Yes.
Butt chugging.
Yes. B-U-T-T. Chugging.
I wrote drinking beer through your gaping anus.
And you know what? You're correct.
Yes.
Alcohol enema for faster intoxication.
Yes.
That is correct. Here in a little bit because we are going to be giving away some Bruce Springsteen tickets. That's if you've been paying attention because we're going to do a lesson question. So screw it. Let's do it now. All right? We're going to ask this question. We'll see if you know the answer, and we will give away those Bruce Springsteen tickets, which, by the way, they're for show number 1, Wednesday, August 16th, Citizens Bank Park. The question, I got to go with this. What movie wasn't nearly as impactful as Schindler's List? It was a different one. 215-263-WMMR. No guessing. We've had a lot of guesses this week. This is not how the lesson question works.
No.
This is if you've been paying attention, you actually heard us referring to something earlier, all right? What movie wasn't nearly as impactful as Schindler's List? 215-263-WMMR. If you heard it and you know, call now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Rita's, and you can soak up summer at Rita's with a refreshing frozen lemonade. And you can pucker up as these frozen lemonades are available in 4 deliciously fun flavors. But get to Rita's quick as they are here for a limited time only. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Elvis Presley's classic Smith & Wesson Model 53 double-action revolver is going up for auction later this week. Presley owned the revolver just before his death and often used it to pick bacon out of his teeth.
Dude.
Hey!
Dude.
Senator Dianne Feinstein briefly went to the hospital on Wednesday afternoon after a minor fall in her home. The 90-year-old Feinstein has been on the mend after a recent burp caused her to spit up her rib cage.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Rebel Wilson, another injury, rushed to the hospital after an onset accident left her with a huge gash on her cheek. Wilson was given painkillers and instructed to douche her face.
Oh, my God. That's your Hollywood trash. We are looking for the answer to this question, and we need to know what movie wasn't nearly as impactful as Schindler's List. 215-263-WMMR, and we will go to Rich for the answer. Hey, Rich, good morning.
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Oh, same to you, sir. All right, so what movie was not nearly as impactful as Schindler's List?
That would be Schindler's Lisp.
Lisp, correct, yes. Schindler's Lisp. Hang on, Rich. You got him. You got the final pair of tickets for Bruce Springsteen, show number 1, which is coming up Wednesday, August 16th. And by the way, tickets are still on sale for that show and also the show on August 18th, Citizens Bank Park. You can go to phillies.com/Springsteen to get yours.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, brought to you by Horizon Services. From clogged toilets to dripping faucets, Horizon Services plumbing professionals are there when you need them. Horizon also arrives the same day, or you don't pay. You can book in seconds at horizonezbook.com. The Tom Petty estate has signed with Kaplan Perone Entertainment to explore film and television opportunities that would honor his legacy of music. With a 40-year career with the Heartbreakers, he sold over 84 million records and performed for over 140 million fans across the globe. Of course, he died of an accidental overdose of fentanyl and oxycodone in 2017. He was taking the drugs following a hip injury and was only 66 years old. So down the road, we could see some more interesting things about him and his life through film and television.
We were talking about King of the Hill earlier this morning, and I had forgotten that Tom Petty had a recurring role.
He was a massive fan of the series and of Judge, Mike Judge. And yeah, he ended up on the series a number of times.
All right, so hang on a second. I thought Tom Petty died of a heart attack, and I feel like this
No, he died of an overdose, Yeah.
I thought he had a heart attack up until this very, very moment. Because this to me sounds like Prince's death.
We covered that pretty extensively when he passed away.
Accidental drug overdose.
Yeah.
What?
According
he
to
was
Wiki.
taking painkillers. He had a legitimate. He had an injury that was causing him
the
pain.
hip injury.
Yeah.
So when they found him, he was not breathing and in cardiac arrest.
Okay.
So maybe it kind of like all related.
Okay.
But similar to
Yeah.
Prince, because Prince had back problems from wearing those high heels all those years.
Yeah.
And doing the dance moves that he did and so on. And so he got hooked on oxycodone and or OxyContin and overdosed on that, too.
OxyClean.
OxyClean.
Yeah.
You got to be careful with that. Does work out a nasty stain, but yeah. This is a really interesting not soundbite, but an answer from Dee Snider in an interview he was doing. He's calling out rock bands who wait too long for their careers to retire. So he said, I see people singing Crazy Nights, and they're not so crazy anymore. He said, I'm not going to name names. I always bitch about people who retire, sell us the No More Tour shirt, Ozzy, he said, and then come back a few years later. We love you, we love you. He said, that's bull ass. And people say, well, that's effed up. No, stay forever, man. Stay forever. We don't want you to leave. Just don't do a 3-year farewell tour, Scorpions. And so he's saying the names of these bands. And then say that you've changed your mind because you haven't played every place. No, you've played every place. You've played every place twice. He said, I didn't lose the passion for the music. I didn't lose that at all. My last 2 solo albums, Leave a Scar and For the Love of Metal, were stronger and sort of de-resurging. I lost the willingness to get old on stage, and I don't want you guys to watch me age out, he said. Said, I read a reviewer once said that it was actually a positive review about the Twisted Sister reunion, which was ages ago now, but it said, when a band reunites and they're good, it makes you feel young again. But when they're bad, it makes you realize how old you've gotten. And people were coming to see Twisted and coming to see me, and people were smiling. He said, but I know, look, I'm not a bitcher and moaner, but I've had knee surgery, shoulder surgery, throat surgery, neck surgery. I can't lift up my arms. It hurts when I throw the horns. He says, it's not supposed to hurt. So I'd rather walk off with some dignity and leave you guys with a positive memory saying we wanted more than to overstay your welcome and say, gee, when is this guy going to get off the effing stage, man? So that's his take on it.
I get it. It's so common, though, now for the everyone sort of chuckles for the farewell tour with the announcement because is it really? No one knows.
And it also depends on what kind of a band or artist you were to. If you were high energy, running around, pyrotechnics, all that stuff, it's hard to watch the sitting in a chair doing it now thing. But if you're a more subdued artist from the get-go, it's not that hard to watch somebody age and
Are you ready to sit?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to sit, party people. I'm going to sit down in a comfortable chair.
Pretty tired.
And party people, it's a recliner. It's actually a Barker Lounge. They're very comfortable. They have McDillards.
And then it's one of those chairs where you push a button and it'll actually sit you all the way up to a standing position.
Great. I can eat my soup.
That's the big part of the show at that point. Mick Fleetwood.
I need a pillow for my lumbar.
Mick Fleetwood's restaurant in Hawaii has been burned down in the wildfire spreading across the island of Maui. The drummer posted on social media, this is a devastating moment for Maui, and many are suffering unimaginable loss. Fleetwood's on Front Street has been lost, and while we are heartbroken, our main priority is the safety of our dear staff and team members.
They showed that, Preston, they broke down the confluence of events that caused this to happen the way it did. Because a lot of people are saying, how did this happen this way, that it tore through so fast? It was Hurricane Dora, which was off the coast by many miles, but it just happened to clip that part of the island with the strongest wind surges, caught the fire as it was starting, and basically took a flamethrower to the town.
And it happened to have been, I guess, drier than normal conditions, too, because they do get, rain from time to time. But apparently, the conditions were what they were. They still don't know how it started.
Nope.
But he went on to say that he is committed to supporting the community in the days, months, and years to come. The blaze began several days ago. And, of course, at this point, I think 58 people have been killed. Fleetwood, who has been a part-time resident of Maui for decades, opened his restaurant in 2012, by the way. A couple of clips, Steve, that you isolated of Carrie Underwood opening for Guns N' Roses.
Yeah.
When was this?
Yesterday. It was yesterday.
Okay.
And she had apparently stuck to an all-rock playlist. She didn't do any of her country music.
She canned her normal playlist. She's a huge rock fan. And she takes some songs out for a spin, and I thought you might want to hear how she did.
She's got a powerful voice,
does.
by the way. Here we go. She also tackled some Led Zeppelin case, if you could pull that up real quick. This is her version of rock and roll. Going for it.
Yeah, love it.
And she even took a stab at some Motorhead. So here's a little bit of that. That's pretty badass, man. I got to give her some love for that.
I absolutely do. I think it's cool that she knew was true to it. She, again, abandons her actual set list for her show and delivers some straight-up rock and some bold choices.
I didn't know until right now that those lyrics are, "It seems so long since we walked in the moonlight."
Okay.
That's all.
You have now been enlightened.
I thank you, Carrie Underwood.
And then there's an MMRBQ ticket raid taking place, and that is tomorrow from 2 to 4. Rita's of Rockledge. It's at 136 Huntington Pike, and if you get there between 2 and 4, there are going to be tickets every 15 minutes.
It's pretty damn good.
We also made the announcement earlier this morning that the Preston and Steve Show side stage, we are now soliciting for your videos to possibly be one of our 10 singers to come up and sing a song at the MMRBQ on our side stage.
And by the way, last year we had a great time doing this. Everyone got up. You know, they were moderately competent and they were really good, but the audience was just there and was loving it.
Oh, yeah.
And having everyone take a shot at getting a moment on stage to sing a song that they loved. And that we said immediately when the whole thing wrapped up, Preston, got to do it again next year.
The amazingly talented band Sidearm will be doing our live band karaoke. So it's not just a soundtrack. There's a band backing you up.
It's cool.
And if you know a singer who should be in this, then let them know. And we're taking the submissions now. You can click on contest at WMMR.com and submit a video of you singing. We're eventually going to have a judging and voting process to find out who our winners are. And each person's going to get 4 tickets to the MMRBQ as well. You can also text the word MMRBQ to 39333. We'll send you a link to enter and all the information. And then one last thing I want to mention, our buddy Kyle Mack, his band, I was told him I'll give him plugs because he does all this great music for us. His band, the FM band, is playing Parks tonight in the 360 Lounge.
Wow.
9 o'clock. And then they got a gig tomorrow in Cape May at Carney's if you want to stop by.
I'm glad they had the 360 Lounge back to that, a venue for music as well.
Yes, absolutely. All right, and that's the last item in music news. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second, wrap it up with the Word of the Week prize. Make sure you stay there. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Okay, let's go to our interns, and it's younger. I'm going to give you a word from a previous generation, and let's see if you can figure out what this means. Malarkey.
Malarkey.
Let's go to Aaron, who is going to be playing for listener Fred. Aaron, what do you have for malarkey?
I put bullcrap.
Bullcrap. Yeah, we'll accept that.
Right. Yes.
It's meaningless talk or nonsense. That is correct. So that means that listener Fred wins Big Short on Blu-ray, I believe.
Yes.
All right, and then let's go to Sam, who's playing for Ed. Sam, what do you have for malarkey?
I also had crap.
All right, yes, we'll go along with that, too. Let's see. Chris, what did you have written down?
I put nonsense or crap.
That's it. Yes, absolutely correct.
They're rocking it today.
We'll get a prize for Matt on line 7. And then Brianna, let's see if we can do a clean sweep. Brianna, what did you say for malarkey?
I'm the only one that got this wrong. I said nickname after a famous actor.
Nickname after a famous actor.
You know, Malarkey?
No. Do you remember an actor named Malarkey?
No, it just kind of sounded like a famous last name. I don't know.
Okay, all right. No, that's incorrect.
Oh, very Malarkey-esque in that performance.
Let's see. We're going to do an acronym, okay?
Okay.
Thought. T-H-O-T.
Oh, I know this one.
Thought. T-H-O-T?
That is correct.
Oh, man.
All caps. T-H-O-T. Thought. Do you guys know what it is?
I didn't
Don't
know
say it.
I didn't know it stood for something.
I do.
Okay, all right. So
I think I know.
A couple of the youngers know
I'm
what this is.
thinking through this.
Let's go then to Steve first, and this is for listener James. Steve, what is thought?
Touching horse ovaries tactfully?
No, that is incorrect. Sorry.
Oh, man.
I will not tell you what the answer is until I get a correct answer. That is incorrect. Sorry, James. We got to let you go. Hold on, Casey. All right, so Casey is playing for Alec on line 2. Casey, what is yours? Thought?
Too hot ovaries testicles.
No, sorry. Incorrect. That is wrong. Buzz. Wrong answer. All right.
Preston's like, go camera 2. Ready,
Exactly.
camera 3.
I'm just going to direct. Kathy, what do you have for thoughts? T-H-O-T.
The hell out there.
The hell out there. You're actually the closest.
Ooh.
Yeah, you actually got one word right in that. So that means that Chris does not win. Is that who Kathy was playing for? All right, so for listener John, we go to Nick. Nick, what does thought stand for?
That hoe over there.
He's correct. That
How do you know that?
Over there.
Twitter.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these Bay and Thought and that kind of nonsense. Yes.
Chris, did you know that that's what it meant?
Yes, I did.
Okay, all right. So fair enough. Write this down. Hepcat. H-E-P-C-A-T.
There we go.
That's actually even before our time.
I don't know what that is.
Our time. Hepcat.
Hey, good luck with that one.
Look at the look on Brianna's face.
Preston,
Is it like an acronym?
well, we're not going to give you the answer to that. How are you going to
I
determine?
hate these terms.
Hepcat. Hey, Preston, how about Ovodio Doe?
Yeah, right. I'll throw that one in there, too. So it's of the same era. All right, Hepcat. You guys got it written down? All right, let's go to Aaron. You're playing for listener Evan. Aaron?
I know this is wrong. An STD test.
No, it is not an STD test.
I wish Hepcat was an STD test.
Sorry, Evan, we got to let you go.
I don't know what it is, and that's what I thought. It sounds like an STD.
All right, let's go to Sam next. Sam, what do you think Hepcat is?
It sounds like a part on a car, like the Hepcat is broken.
That's a good guess, but that's way
Sounds like
off.
hubcap, right?
So, sorry, Jay, you don't get anything. Chris is playing for listener Steve. Chris, what's a Hepcat?
I put like a test a nurse would take.
A test a nurse would take. Kind of like the LSAT.
I got a 550 on my Hepcat.
No! Sorry, Steve. All right, and then listener Kim, Brianna is playing for you. Brianna, what do you have as a Hepcat?
I'm sorry, Kim. I said scanner.
A scanner. No, that is incorrect. So, Kim, we got to let you go.
Do you guys know what it is? What a Hepcat is?
I don't know.
It's a
Cool
cool
person.
guy. Cool person. Yeah. He's a Hepcat.
Is a term for jazz and beatnik subculture.
Yeah.
So that's what that means. All right, here's one for you guys. Throwing shade. What does throwing shade mean? What does throwing shade mean?
Insulting or disparaging?
That is absolutely correct. Talk trash about a friend or acquaintance to publicly denounce or disrespect. Ding, ding, ding. Thank you.
Ready, Bell? Q Bell?
Yeah, Q Bell.
I'm the worst.
Kathy, what does throwing shade mean to you?
I just want to say, I wasn't kidding. Like, I heard that, and I wrote down the first thing I thought it meant, and I put sunglasses on.
Oh, my God.
What? That's shades. I thought we were going to nail this.
Sorry,
one.
listener Brian, you don't get anything. Nice job, intern. You kicked ass. A new study confirms why we close our eyes when we kiss.
Oh.
Do you close your eyes when you kiss?
I do.
Yeah.
Open them occasionally, but no, I don't stand there wide-eyed the whole time.
Your face looks funny this close.
Well, that's why you close your eyes. You can't see, right?
I think. So why do you do it?
When it comes to kissing, we close our eyes in order to focus on the physical sensation of kissing. So
It's interesting because my wife and her brothers, a couple of her brothers, will close their eyes when they're eating, when they actually are chewing, and that would be in line with this.
Yeah, to take in a little bit more, to cut off
one sense.
One sense you can focus, you can sharpen the other ones a little bit more.
Why do you squint during a handy?
Maybe it hurts and you don't know.
Yeah, loosen
Take the welding glove off.
You don't want to look at him right in the eye.
Sorry about accidentally texting you. I hope this makes sense.
But honestly, when something really does taste good, don't you go, oh,
you do.
Close your eyes. I'm a sensual eater.
You are.
Oh, God. Dude,
yesterday you were doing it yesterday with that chicken.
Oh yeah, Gio. I know.
Do you on Thanksgiving? Do you stick your head down and lick the stuffing out of the turkey?
Dude, Thanksgiving is a bit of an orgy.
Yeah, oh my God.
For me,
it's very sexual.
It's my favorite. It is my favorite holiday of the year because of the food thing. Last night I had tiramisu ice cream from Brewster's. Oh man, and I was driving and closing my eyes.
Your mouth watering
I'm actually salivating a little bit.
But it is.
Did you hear it?
It's sexual, right? I mean, it is. I was having roasted vaginas and boob soup last night.
Oh,
and I'm like, this is very sexual.
Boob soup. Hey, Preston, I thought I don't normally suffer from this where you get annoyed at people eating and the sounds of it. But on Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday last week, I was going to jump across the table and strangle you.
Me?
It was Preston, yeah.
Really?
With those soy crisps. Every single one, you were like, you put it in your mouth and it's
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
First bite is always super loud.
But how else are you going to eat them?
I know.
They're crispy.
But I know what Casey's
and I eat one
talking
at a
about.
time.
I know what Casey's talking
was your
about.
mouth closed?
Yeah.
Then you can't suppress the crunch.
I don't. Well, that's a good ad. That's a good ad slogan. You can't suppress the crunch. How did you guys fare in Lent anyway? Is it done? Are you done? You finished?
I actually did great. I'm very proud of myself for how I did. I gave up chocolate,
and
I still haven't had it. Although technically, yesterday I was allowed to have chocolate.
Why? Why yesterday?
Because it's after the Holy,
crucifixion.
The Holy Thursday vigil. You're allowed to.
Did you do Sundays?
No.
So you haven't
all right,
had it.
So technically, all right. So I didn't do Sundays, but I did. All right. So hear me out here.
Okay.
I bought Skinny Cow ice cream cones, and the kind that I bought it on the box, because everything Skinny Cow had was chocolate based, except for these one ice cream cones. It was an ice cream cone, vanilla ice cream with caramel drizzle. All right. What I didn't know was that the cone was laced in chocolate.
I'm seeing a whole new business here, Preston. Relent lawyers who can argue your case.
Yes.
But luckily,
it is. There's
Dear Father, my client was unaware that the drizzle was, in fact, chocolate on the box, and I want to enter into Exhibit A. It says caramel.
It is, though. It's always like, you always have to have, there's always a reason. Like, well, here's why.
Yeah, heavenly lawyer.
Let lawyers.
Your Honor, Kathy gave up processed foods, was unaware that this is a new process. She was absolutely in a state of dementia when it occurred.
But I mean, luckily, when I had my first Skinny Cow, it was on a Sunday, and I'm like, okay, all right, I get away with this one. But I was mad because nowhere on the box did it say that there was chocolate.
My client was in a car with a whole bunch of children heading to
Jet to wrap us up on 93.3 WMMR. You're going to go my way. 10:40 on Friday. No sad bro. We have not. Hang on a second. Let me get to this. Here we go. Yeah.
No sad bro. 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 No sad bro.
As we move into
into our weekend, and the weather's going to be fantastic, especially today. High of about 85 and partly cloudy skies and all that stuff. And then tomorrow's into the 90s. Marissa, you wanted to mention something.
Yes, so last night was Dinner on Blanc. It was an amazing night. It was so fun. But as we were lining up in our secret locations, a couple friends of mine had found a small little kitten who was left on the side of the road. So, I mean, obviously none of us had cars. We couldn't do anything with it. So I did the first thing that came to mind, and I called Steve.
All right.
And Claire put out the call, and some lovely people, a lovely girl named Shelby came by and picked up the kitten and took him to the vet.
Good.
And, did all the things I hear you talk about all the time, Steve, I was able to employ. So thank you to Shelby and the Max Fund for helping out this little kitten.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's good. I said, there you good.
There you good.
There
you good.
There you
If
good.
it's the last thing you say on a Friday,
Then it's got a positive
There
note
you
to
good.
it.
Happy now.
there you good.
I want to thank our guest. We have Mr. John Leclair on the program. John was awesome. And he is promoting the 3-on-3 Ice Hockey Championship at the Wells Fargo Center. It's taking place tomorrow. You can go to 3ice.com. That's the number 3ice.com. They actually have $10 ticket packages that are available. And it's legit, and it's cool, and it's fast-paced and all kinds of interesting rules for hockey. So
I'd really like to see it.
Yeah, it's nice to have John by this morning. And also Annie Lederman. She's performing at Punchline tonight, by the way, and tomorrow as well. She was very funny, loves this area, is from the area.
So cool.
And was a lot of fun having her by, and I'm sure we'll do it again sometime down the road. Pierre Robert is here. Hey, man.
Good day.
What's happening?
I also loved your music news on Dee Snider.
Well,
because he just hit it right on the head. I mean, there's how many retirement tours of every different variety.
Yeah.
I saw the Who's farewell tour in 1982.
Yeah.
At JFK Stadium, I think it was, or Veterans Stadium. And I was so crushed because I loved them so much that I didn't have enough money to fly to Toronto for the, quote, final show. And so at the Tower Theater, they had a simulcast.
Right.
And you could pay like $10 and go in and sit and watch a simulcast. And damn if I didn't pay $10 and go and sit and watch it. I'm going, the last time ever. Oh my God, this is it. And I was young enough to believe it. And then they were back 6 years later, and maybe 5.
Yeah.
I adore them.
Of course.
But to their credit, the Rolling Stones is the only band that has not ever done a farewell tour that I know of. But Motley Crue is the most grievous offender. I mean,
they swore up and down.
Well, not only did they swear up and down, they had a huge press conference, and each of the 5 members signed a contract,
right,
saying, "We promise this is really our farewell tour. Really honest, fingers behind the back. Honest, it's our farewell tour." And I don't begrudge them for wanting to play, but
just
Dee
keep
is right.
playing.
Just keep playing, because you kind of milk your fans. It's kind of not well treating your fans, because they go, "Oh, I better buy that T-shirt. I better buy this ticket. Oh, and look, there's a bonus CD. I could buy that too, because this is the last time."
Yeah.
And then Motley Crue was so bogus. It was pretty tasteless, to be honest, I think. And I like them. But it was so tacky, because then 4 years later, the movie comes out and it does well, and either they're out of money or they really genuinely miss it. And then a video appears of a contract exploding in space, or
well, by
catching
the way,
on fire.
How would you execute that contract? In other words, who's that actionable on if it's broken?
Right.
They're the signatories. I mean, what is it? It has no meaning.
I don't know. But it was very bizarre and very surreal. I mean, and in the course of the life of the planet, it means nothing.
No.
But I just find it annoying.
I think there are a lot of people that agree with you.
And I've never heard anyone hit it on the head like Dee Snider did in that particular. Just don't stop playing, or take a 6-year break or a 10-year break, and then try it again. But don't say it's your farewell.
Yeah, exactly.
And then come back.
Exactly.
Et cetera, et cetera.
I agree wholeheartedly.
All right. Having said that, we can continue.
Let's do this, man.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by The Letter.
K is in kiss.
All right. And we'll take caller number...
Our farewell tour is I'm sorry.
9 at 215-263. WMMR. If you happen to know what that word of the week is, then we have a prize over here for you, but you got to give that to us. So call him right now, caller number 9. What's going on today?
On this program today, we will have tickets, or we're not tickets. We won't have any tickets.
Well, that's a selling point.
Yeah,
That's something that's
Sometimes tickets can muck up things.
I invite you to stay tuned for the entire program because there is nothing to win. And I'll have no tickets and no music other than the music I play, and that I'm giving away all day long. Song after song is a giveaway. For
Excellent.
free. Yeah. So think about that, okay?
But you hate it when people call in and ask for a song and like to talk to you, correct?
I love that.
Yeah, that's what's getting.
Love that. That's my favorite part. So there'll be songs to play from Incubus in a workforce block. They're at the Hard Rock tonight. Dire Straits for Mark Knopfler's birthday tomorrow. That'll be fun. And Hooters and Rick Springfield are at Hard Rock tomorrow, so we'll do a block of the Hooters.
They're back in town. I
Yeah,
love
they're
it.
on that tour. It's going well. And I saw some video of Rick Springfield. I don't know how old he is, but, midway through the set, he's taking his shirt off, and girls are still screaming, or women are now screaming.
Right.
Put it back on! We don't want to see this.
Well, I saw some video of it. I don't know who took it somewhere online.
Yeah.
You look pretty good.
No, absolutely.
I
yeah.
look like that at that age, or
Take
whatever
your shirt
age
off,
I am.
yeah.
I would take my shirt off, but I don't want to scare anyone.
By the way, real quick, I do want to address something. A few texts coming in this morning people who are watching on YouTube. It says, who is the person eating next to Pierre? It's a little weird. That is my youngest child, Caroline, who has been in to visit this morning. So if you were watching, then that is indeed who was in the studio with us.
She didn't realize she was on camera eating.
All right, let's see if we can get a winner. We were looking for caller number 9, and that is Nick. Hi, Nick. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to see you, Nick. What is the word of the week, please?
Would that word be talk?
Great
Talk.
day in my morning.
Absolutely correct. And Nick, we're going to give you 4 tickets to see the much anticipated return of The Lion King August 25th at the Academy of Music, my friend, and also a limited edition Lion King merchandise gift bag. All right, buddy?
Oh, thank you so much.
You bet. Enjoy. Hang on the line. We'll get your information. And don't forget, it's a winner of 6 Tony Awards, including Best Musical. Tickets available at kimmelculturalcampus.org. I would like to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Trinity Rehab, with locations all over and now open in King of Prussia, trinity-rehab.com. Also, Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Next week on our program, WWE superstars Ricochet and Grayson Waller will be in studio because WrestleMania is coming back to Philadelphia. First time in 25
years, yeah.
Dave Raymond, the original best buddy of the Philly Fanatic.
Yeah.
The original one.
Yes.
Will be in our studio. And also T.I. will be in our studio.
From the Marvel Universe? He's doing stand-up comedy.
All right. Well, we'll see.
He's an Ant-Man, Preston.
How all of that goes next week. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great weekend, gang. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.